getting core inflation here for December. Inflation data across the board just coming in 0.2% on the month-over-month number. Prior 0.3%. We were expecting on a monthly basis 0.2% overall. Inflation rate year over year to the upside ever so slightly, in line with expectations. 2.9% comes out exactly 2.9%. The inflation rate month to month, December, 0.4% versus 0.3% expected there. So more or less in line with expectations, a little bit higher on the monthly print. Core inflation, 3.2% versus 3.3% expected. That's down slightly from the prior. So that has futures going both ways. Initially downside, we're back to the upside now for the overall market. When you start talking about a tenth here, a tenth there, a tenth on the month, the tenth on the year, it's hard to judge as far as what is what. There's the overall market now, 1.27% to the upside in a big way. For the NASDAQ specifically, again, if you missed it, CPI 0.4% month over month, the expectation 0.4%. The core 0.2%, expected 0.3%. So core goes to the downside, but overall, core also downside 3.2% year over year versus 3.3% year over year. That explains the big move in the market here to the upside. Good morning.
Good morning, Brendo. Welcome back.
Yeah.
We got a pop yesterday on PPI, and it ended up selling off the entire day. So we'll have to watch how today goes, but up nicely here above 21.2. Yeah, it was interesting. I was worried a little bit about the headline number because we saw Biden impose new sanctions on Russia, and that increased the price of the barrel. If anybody's been watching oil lately, I think we're trading at $77 right now for the WTI. So I was kind of concerned that that could filter into CPI. It hasn't yet.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it won't in the later part of the
month. No, true. I mean, everyone's talking tariffs too, and the effect that those are going to bring. Obviously, this is a delayed number going back to December, so no tariffs in December, but we'll see how things play out here. Again, if you missed it, the year-over-year number downside by a tenth on both the, or on the core side of things on the year-over-year and month-over-month. So nice look here for the market, guys.
Yeah, so much for
back-to-back jacks.
So much for bank earnings leading the way today. Yeah, I guess they're going to go to the side burner for a quick little second. Tesla, wow.
Tech will lead this whole.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, don't get me wrong, Goldman Sachs had an unbelievable quarter. It's not going. It might not matter with the moves that we're seeing, but Bitcoin 98.5. I just checked, and 400 to 410 on Tesla, as we just saw. I just heard some news on nanonuclear. Well, Robinhood. Oh my goodness, Robinhood. Okay, so that Robinhood 52-week high break, like, seriously? This was $1.70 under that 52-week high. It's pretty much there right now. One note on this, there's an all-time high just above this on Robinhood, but what an unbelievable rally we've seen. On what, I mean, it's kind of both ways. Yeah, on the number, but
like, I don't know, it's only 0.1 difference, but hey,
seems like a big reaction. But
yeah, it's a cooler number. I thought it would be hotter, so I mean, there it is, cooler number. We see a nice number yesterday from the PPI as well. Welcome everybody to the show one more time. Tesla 412, wow. What? Tesla up 4% and just absolutely rip city. My sticky note's going to say, oh, if we get a 401.50 break, we like that. So there it goes right there. There's my 401.50 break, but we don't take anything on these numbers. And then NVIDIA as well. We have a completely different bias today. We were every single idea. This is before the CPI, but every single idea on here is long. So would have been nice to get in earlier. But right now, there goes NVIDIA. I really liked, that's the wrong chart, but it's the right level too. There goes NVIDIA right there. I really like the 133 break again, but today, a little bit of a different day. We'll have to wait for some pullbacks as the market gets really jacked up here. I mean, like Brendan mentioned there, 3.2 year over year versus 3.3, and the market does this, up 1.5%, billions and billions and billions of dollars added to the value of the market here in the last 4 minutes on a 0.1 beat. So very, very interesting. A lot of money on the sidelines here. And oh boy, is Alex Karp just chilling out right now as there goes Palant here. That's up 4%. We just said, like, tech is going to lead the way. A lot of these beat up names. You got NVIDIA up 4%, Tesla up 4%, Palantir now up 4%. What is Meta doing right now? 606, probably up 2% or so. Yeah, 2% there for Meta. So that's a nice move. That was pretty good math. Nice move up there for Meta as well. So they're all starting to to, get a little excited. And we didn't even. Neil dropped J.P. Morgan's name there, and we will talk about them.
What a nothing burger.
But today here, Apple and the rest of them, it's the big tech, the big aggressive tech plays leading the way right now.
Don't forget all the crypto adjacent names as well, because if we do crack, look, we're probably not that far away from like a 100,000 right now. We just got to 98.6 and pulled back on Bitcoin. And I showed Robinhood because that was going absolutely nuts. But, don't forget all of the other adjacent names. And this is what happens. I just looked over. I'm like, yeah, 42.25 on Robinhood. That's not happening again. MSTR, like $20. MSTR bottom to top just now. So this could go into a bit of a squeezing mode. Mara, the crypto is going to make this rally as well. So, there's going to be a lot to watch. You have the quantum names going again. D-Wave's up 25% as we speak. So there's going to be a lot to look at today. Kind of honed in. I mean, it's weird. Like I liked an over/under NVIDIA 133, and I like the Robinhood 42.25. Moving targets. That's the best way to think about it. You have to have a moving target. If there's going to be a trend, if you like an over/under, you like the longs over those prices, but it doesn't mean I'm going to chase any tops. We've seen what happens when you do that. Let's go back to the desk. I'm surprised by this much of a reaction, but you can't help but be happy about it. It's a great move for the market.
The Bears were winning the last couple of days, and then all of a sudden it's just like bang, the market just without any doubt right there. And we've talked about this 21,000 level on the NASDAQ. So we're under there for basically 2 days, and now you go right back up to the upside. There's your 200 period moving average. So yeah, still work to be done, right? Still work to be done until we get back up to the upside. For me, fade area is now 21.4, right into here, 21.45. I feel like NASDAQ being up 2% today might be a little egregious, as Neil was mentioning there. I don't think we thought this kind of a move. I sold Rigetti yesterday. Rigetti, whatever, man. We'll take 38% or whatever it was yesterday. I sold it at yesterday's close, $8.95. I told you on the recap show that we had a market on close order. That was right there that executed $8.95. And up to $10. Neil brought up QBTS. All these names starting to go once again as the market is hot fire. Let me just check out my guy SMR. So that's been a good one as well. I haven't sold anything, recently. I haven't bought anything recently. So we're sitting on more cash right now than maybe, we should have based on that last little dip. But, the NASDAQ is a thing here, and these names will go up and go down. You can't be like, Monday was such a horrible day. I can't believe my account. What have I done? And then Wednesday, you're like, oh my God, why didn't I buy the dip? You gotta do things in steps here, and calmer heads will always prevail.
And Jensen getting on board with the
6%,
getting on board with the quantum wave because they're having their quantum day in March. So he talks negative about it, and then all of a sudden they got to spend on quantum. They're just playing a little catch up in the market in the quantum wave. But good look for them. We'll see how all of the big boys are going to be at that event, like QBTS, all of them. I heard a story on NNE, but it doesn't seem like it's moving anything more than the market. I swear I heard something in my ear. I'll see if there was really anything on the nuclear names.
I just went long some NVIDIA here. Just very, very small, 10%, not even 5% of a position that I'll be willing to take. I like the 133. We dip into 133. We go long down here, guys. So right now we'll test and see what happens with NVIDIA. But yeah, early trades, 838. Let's see what happens. NASDAQ here, nice move up. Watch that 21.4 level.
Right. A few other things moving around here this morning. Here is the 30-year. Treasury's downside on this, as expected, but big, ugly red candles coming into play now. We are bouncing a little bit right now, but what a move this has been since December, basically the beginning of December. Almost a full % to the upside for some of these Treasury yields. Finally due for maybe a little bit of a pullback here, which is obviously going to be good. For the overall market, banks reported. Guys mentioned it briefly there, but record numbers for most of these right across the board, JPM included in that. That said, the reaction to these, not really that great. I mean, here's 1% for JP Morgan. Goldman is up a little bit more now on this number, but also wasn't really doing much.
Yeah, these are eye-watering numbers, Brendo. I was talking to Neil off camera about this. I mean, like, just let's take JPM here, for example. Profit rose 50% year over year. What kind of
IPOs are back.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, they absolutely killed it. Really good look here. Beat on the top and bottom line. Really nothing to complain about. Net interest income continues to print for them. Investment banking, as you said, revenue surged. Trading revenue jumped 15%. The only real question here is our friend Jamie Dimon. He signaled, that he might be on the way out. People positing that he might be out within 5 years with no clear succession plan there. Diamond did also talk about possible share repurchases here as the price of the stock gets a little bit higher. That'll please investors.
Wells Fargo, the other one here, even more actually, 4.6%. It actually is the highest right now, it looks like percentage-wise of all of these. Pretty good numbers. This one did have one sales actually miss. So it was 20.37 billion versus 20.58 billion expected, but whatever, 4.5%. These are all super strong today, guys.
Well, yeah. Well, JP Morgan's not super strong, I don't think. It's weird that Wells, with a slight miss, is the one that's actually going, but price doesn't lie. Remember, you got conference calls to sift through. Yeah, so just be very careful. Goldman's is right at the open, which is a heck of a lot of fun. But JP, this is the one that seems like it really wants to go. It's a bit weird to me. If you can get through 75, great. I think when you have the calls in the morning, my response is to wait them out and try to be trading after the fact. So you look at prior highs. Like for now, I'd be looking at the prior high, 78.25. I liked Goldman Sachs really blew it away. And it's a similar look where it's not at the highs. Like JP has a top wick at its high and then a pullback, whereas Goldman is a local break where you can get into the high on Goldman Sachs. So 590 is a bit of an over-under, but with the call at 930, I'd like you to calm down. We get the market move up here. If you chase, I've seen these, make a bigger move on the call than they do on the earnings in a single wick. So you got to be a little bit cautious with them. There's plenty of things to trade today without having to be like ridiculously early trying to take a shot at a Wells Fargo or Goldman Sachs. But JP Morgan kind of wicking that high, Wells and Goldman have room to their 52-week highs, which makes them a little bit more appealing to me.
Look, guys, we've been talking about JP Morgan. We've been highlighting this. I said this yesterday about how it was set up. And if you come over to the daily chart here on the 50-period moving average, you guys were asking about it in the chat, stuck my neck out a little bit and said this is the one. And so we're really happy that it's now breaking new all-time highs. So there it goes, JP Morgan. I hope some of you were on that trade. I feel like the absolute best one is. And by the way, we got some more long in NVIDIA. We got some out at 134.10 there on NVIDIA. So we took 20 cents. We'll wait to see if it goes much higher than that. I don't want to sell anyways. Citigroup, to me, this is the best one. And we'll go bang on that. I really like this breakout right there. Huge move to the upside. I mean, this also holds that 50-period moving average really smooth, man. Citigroup has been a huge winner this year, like absolutely monstrous. If you go back into January, $51. Now you're up to $77 and looking like we want to break that $80 mark. So I, again, really like this name. I'm not sure about pullbacks. We say that we want to play when there's a gap, play back to VWAP, and I want to thank Brian Shannon for coming on again yesterday. 76, 76.10 right there. I think those are great buy opportunities. Probably don't get into that. But remember, we were right there. Like I was about to talk about this, sticky note, all that kind of stuff, went to the upside there. So I like this 76 area for Citigroup. We may have to now pay 77. Let it settle down. Let's get it all figured out. We will probably, we're talking about these. I assume this will be again talked about when we do our rundown part. But we bought some more NVIDIA there. There's the out at 134. I think it was 10s. I'm also waiting at 134.20s. So if we can get that, that'd be nice. But right now, nice little dip buy opportunities as we support that 133 area. We talked about that. We also, again, the sticky note's now out. And what we have to do is we have to play, what's up, Randy? We have to play pullbacks now because everything's gone already right now. So NVIDIA, we wrote down that we like 133. So we're going to try to play back into 133 right now. So the winners don't stop. Market not open, but stocks trading like it is. So, we'll be here with NVIDIA right now and hit this long and see what winds up happening. That's a bananas market move.
Well played. Well played.
We had another. The stock that I was looking at was Tesla. It just went up huge, Randy, up another 4% right there, all the way up. There must be more money in the economy or something here. As CPI a little bit lower, and this goes boom. So there goes Tesla. It was my number one. It was my number one play there to break the pre-market. Yeah, nice, but to break the pre-market high, and boy, oh boy, when it did that, it took off. So there it goes, up 3.7% right now. We're in a 20-cent winner with NVIDIA, but we're looking at Tesla here today. So maybe throughout the day we can get some Randy opinions on some various things, and maybe we'll have you back to discuss some things. So okay, all right, let's go back over to the desk.
Market just taking out the highs, or testing the highs right now as well. Volume kind of dying off here, but pushing 2%. You guys were talking a little bit about this quantum angle this morning. I mean, if there's an excuse for Jensen to get on stage and talk to his audience, why not? So yeah, I mean, NVIDIA is going to have a quantum day. I mean, Microsoft, there was versions of this being kicked around a couple of months ago. It looks like that might come to fruition as well, but something to look forward to, I think. I mean, all of these stocks now higher, obviously, with this number. There's NVIDIA itself, RGTI, taking out the highs right now through $10, up 16% so far this morning.
I was telling you off camera that despite Jensen's, conservative take on quantum, he's putting his money where his mouth is. He's investing in quantum, actively investing in quantum computing. The company's actually hiring for roles to support future integration of the quantum and classical computing systems. That's from NVIDIA's side. Microsoft also doing the same thing. They plan to make their business clients quantum ready within this year, 2025. They describe the current era as the advent of reliable quantum computing. They anticipate quantum computers solving meaningful problems, obviously. So, it moved in aggressively to start the year, Brendo, but now we actually have some of the Mag 7 chiming behind this.
Which goes back to that CES talk that he gave, and just kind of in passing said it's going to be 15 years before anything's viable. And that just shows you he was being dead honest when he said that, because they are actually, as you said, investing, putting their money where their mouth is. Worth noting, IONQ with a research deal this morning with the University of Maryland and the state of Maryland as well. So 11% here for IONQ, guys. It's good.
That's like that. IONQ is a stable one of those. Like all the other names are double the volatility. IONQ with a bit solid revenues and the better debt situation. But I'm watching Qubits today, or D-Wave, QBTS. It's right in. You had Friday's close. Friday's close price right at the $6 level. I still think there's a fade zone on this when you zoom it out a little bit further. But that's all the way up here at like $6.80. So it would have to go another 15% before I'd look at a mean reversion type trade. But the over/under, excuse me. Now that you've broken away from like this $5 bottom, in here bottom resistance, the over/under is right there at 6. So I wouldn't take this now. I definitely want to see it hold these prices into the open. And if it does play back into $5, fine. But if it gets to 680, I'm looking for a fade on this particular name. We actually have free locates on this one as well. So it just makes it a little bit easier to make a bit of a play on QBTS. All of them great volume, but I think you got to be able to pick your poison. It's not going to be short sell restricted today, so any bounce isn't going to be some SSR bounce. That would have been yesterday. So there's one level that I'm looking for a mean revert on QBTS. The 5, we'll have to throw that out the window for now. I feel like if it gets to $5, I don't want it. It does. Like if these revert their move, it's not the same thing. It's I like NVIDIA at 133, so I'm sitting at the core. There's a difference between, to me, dip buying at the original breakout price on something like NVIDIA or even like a Robinhood than on the quantum names. If they come all the way back down there, I wouldn't be on the bid.
All right. We have NVIDIA on board right now. It's 40 cents in the money. It was just 50 cents. We're waiting at 134.40s to get out. It went to 134.35. We got some more outs at 19s there. So it's a big already that. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I can't just keep on talking about all of these. Like these are the trades that are on. You guys can see them that are on there. Sometimes it sounds a little bit too much. Okay, so Fannie Mae there. This name's starting to go right now as well. This is great. I mean, shout out to everybody in the back, man. Shout out to Wayne, shout out to Mateo, and some other guys here that have been on this name. I mean, this has been a huge move up, and right now you're printing even higher on this. Like, it's pretty tough to trade, but it's been a straight up move right there on Fannie and Freddie. So there it goes, continuing higher. They're up another 8%. So as the whole market seems to go, this is just another name. Look, we had bought, so first of all, NVIDIA is different. We've already talked about NVIDIA a little bit there today. We like the long. If you like the long, you're in the stock. We're in the stock. Rigetti, though, I mean, these are, as Neil said, some of these names just continue to be wild. And, I have it on the sticky note there. This is, again, before CPI, but I was trying to play the 200 period back into $9. And I wrote down on here also, actually, play it, and this is up on @TraderTV Sean. I said, play this as if it's like an earnings play back into VWAP. So if you go, and here it is right here, you can go check it out. This is what I'm posting here every day. And we just talked about VWAP supports this trade, basically on Rigetti. So as long as we're there, go over, find it. Rigetti, Tesla, SoFi, and NVIDIA, all on here today. So anyways, yeah, I just think VWAP is going to be one of those plays that we want to look at. So, hey, Jensen really does this kind of stuff. Like, at some point, he doesn't need to be investing into these things, but it's like throw cold water on it, then throw warm water, and it's just like right back up to the upside. It's very, very, we talk about the market being rigged, and I mean, this is just, I don't even think about this kind of stuff. This is just another one of those examples. So there it goes, man, all the way to the downside. A great bounce off yesterday. I was happy with it. I mean, we went $6 to $9 on it, which was pretty good, 50%, or I think it was 48% or something, their return. But yeah, I like the play. I like to play back to VWAP. Thank you, Randy, for the coffee. It's Rigetti. And we talked about this with Brian Shannon, and he likes rigatoni as well. So there was some talk there yesterday on the Market Recap Show, a great time. His favorite pasta was rigatoni. But, that was fun. But longs always win.
Solid.
Longs always win, guys. People in the chat, longs win, right? Jensen is a fraud for this. This is why these guys sometimes have to, zip it a little bit. I feel like, just like I lost a lot of respect for Zuckerberg off that Rogan stuff. So it's just like, we'll wait to see what's going on. But I really like Rigetti here today, back to VWAP.
I don't mind what Jensen said. I think it's a tacit acknowledgement that they're a little bit behind, though. That's the one thing. I think the way that it comes off is that a lot of the big boys have been spending for a long time aggressively on this, and you've got to consider, of course, the fact that the expectation would be that they'd be a little bit further ahead than they are. So right. I think it's a little bit of a sign of weakness in what ultimately right now is a small segment for them. But it kind of an acknowledgement that they're a little bit behind the curve. What would be more interesting to me is, well, what if NVIDIA were to at some point make an acquisition? I think that's where it would get interesting, is if suddenly, and I'm not saying D-Wave or Rigetti or one of these get bought out. It's just, it gets pretty interesting if the acknowledgement is that they could be a little bit behind. Does some of that spend come out in picking up one of these companies? I would not be surprised in the next couple of years to see that happen.
Boys.
Gentlemen. Yep. Adara.
Upgrades and downgrades here. Adobe, we know, is a little bit beat up as of late, but right now, slightly positive on the day here with an upgrade from Exane and BNP Paribas. KB Homes was reported Monday after the close, getting an upgrade today from Seaport Research. Devon, which actually is one of the top performing S&P 500 stocks so far this year, up another 1% with this upgrade from Bernstein this morning, and Affirm here with an upgrade from William Blair. Keep an eye on this name because we know it can run. William Blair also initiated with an outperform rating on SoFi this morning. You can read more about that on our Trader TV watch list. The downgrade side of things, Intuit getting downgraded by Exane, BNP Paribas. Sentinel One down about 1.5% with a UBS downgrade. Lam Research downgraded here by Wolf Research, and Transocean being downgraded by Evercore ISI. There's some really interesting stuff on both sides of the board, guys.
Maybe they're hungry like the wolf to buy some Lam. Lam has literally been accumulating for a very long time.
Yeah, that's a good.
Look at the prior high here. It is what it is, right? But I mean, come on. On the weekly, this is 2022 highs. That's 2023 highs, right at $72. Then you had a breakout right at the beginning of 2024, bottomed at 72, made highs. Where is it barcoding for the last, you're talking about, what is that, July? July of last year to now, it's barcoding at the $72 level. Someone's accumulating stock down here on Lamb. And they're a good company. They make the stuff that makes the chips. So, like, you know, that's, you put them in the ASML category, AMAT category. Like, it's one of those types of companies. But, yeah, come on. Someone's accumulating it. And look at this wedge on the weekly. Break to 50 on the weekly. This one is probably poised to run. It doesn't do enough volume to be a day trade, however. So I think that's a bit of a, I don't know, really downgrade them? Like, just when it looks like they're basing out, like it's starting to look good. Like ASML started to look good and it's bouncing.
The downgrade side?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was on the upgrade. I was looking at that chart. I was like, yeah, that looks pretty good.
That's what I'm saying. After ASML bounced, now you're going to downgrade Lamb Research?
It just means whoever downgraded is looking to get long. I mean, this is what I'm talking about when we talk about the rig nature of it all.
Yeah, but don't day trade that stock. It's really low volume.
Yeah, it might not be. Maybe there's a way to do it with options. Okay, so just really quickly, the name that got my attention on there was going to be Affirm. And I was looking at the short float here. It's only 6% right now. So I think people are starting to trim out, thanks to Benzinga Pro for that. But there goes Affirm today. I mean, it's going to be so hard to judge like a good entry spot for some of these names until the market opens and really gives us that first 5 minutes or so. Because like if you like the upgrade, that's fine. But then like CPI hit, and it, like it was basically the stock was up 1%, 1.5%. We were looking at it, and then CPI hit, and then on pretty light volume, it just whips up, man, almost 7%. It was up over 7% at one time. So I think you got to watch out for just valuations right now. I mean, the reason why I like the stock, you just got good bank earnings there, so I think the consumer's probably pretty strong. We'll find out more with the tech space there. Are we buying or selling more equipment there? Apple and Affirm had that deal. I think it sort of fell through there. There goes Affirm now up 7%. So as I was just talking about it gained 0.5%. It's just volatile based on the move today. So I would say let it settle down a little bit. Like that $60 level that I liked is now gone. So you got to watch out for it. Well, it's right there, but do you want to punch long up 8-9% today? So that's, I don't know. I really like Affirm. I think that it's been hit down there. Looks like it's battling back. SoFi is on my radar today. I mean, there's so much to talk about. It's only 8.57 right now. But again, I really like SoFi. Gets that basically that exact same bump. You know, SoFi I wrote down on the sticky note 14.50. It was at 14.75. And I was like, okay, if we dip down into the 200 period right here, that would be a good trade. And now it's all the way up here, so we'll have to play back to VWAP. So all of this stuff, if you're looking at the sticky note, I want to thank 4,000 or 5,000 of you yesterday. If you're looking at it, I think we're going to have to use VWAP, and we're going to have to try to play some dips into the levels that we had mentioned for breakout levels. The market is really hot right now. If you do want some more trade ideas, I see it right here conveniently on the screen. Make sure you hit that QR code. Very, very simple. Get out your phone, grab that code, get the watch list, sign up for it immediately, and join the masses. I don't know if it's the #1 watch list or trading resource sent out daily.
It is now.
But I think it's at least a top 5. You know, so if you're not part of the Trader TV watch list, then you're definitely missing out.
Free.
It's absolutely free. It has great information. It has charts on there. It has all the trading ideas that I build off of. And I hope I'm creating some FOMO here. It basically has everything you need in one space.
Yes.
So if you don't sign up for it, look, sign up for it. If you don't like it, unsubscribe.
It takes 2 seconds.
You know, we have like I think it's the lowest unsubscribe rate in the business. Do not fact check that, but I think that's probably
well. It's obscenely low. I can tell you that much. The more
there we go. You see, not only dropping trading knowledge, but also random knowledge.
When something
may
is
not be true.
When something is free, I have a very simple philosophy with it. Even if the cost is 0 and the upside is anything, you take the action. And you know what you know why that logic to me I'll always live with? Because the other side of that coin, think of it this way. Would you ever see a lotto ticket, which is a 1 in a whatever chance of winning, right? But would you actually have one just sitting there and like for free and then not take it and check it? Someone's giving me 250. Of course, there's no
if I see
chance.
$1 on the ground, I mean,
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, even if it's a ridiculously low probability of something, if your downside is 0, you just do it. Of course you do it, especially when it takes you no time to do. I'm just gonna one note, because we're talking about volatile stocks. This was a mover yesterday, and I'm gonna have this up pretty much all this WNW thing. I'm gonna have it up. Obviously, it's gonna be a different sort of stock today after cratering in yesterday's trade and down another 43%, which is nothing compared to what it dropped. But it's been holding on to VWAP. It goes without saying it's SSR. 73 cents on this. I think we mentioned this in the afternoon show. 73 cents or 72 was the prior low on this stock. As long as it's underneath, I want to look to try to trend trade it to the downside. It's still got some pretty decent volume, but if it can break that back out, I think there could be like a little bit of a mini squeeze. And it wouldn't take much. I'm just talking about like getting there to $1. So this is going to be on my radar, keying off of that prior low on the daily at 72 cents. There's so many things moving, man.
All right, quick recap here for anyone that missed it at 8:30. We'll give you a rundown of what you missed. CPI, month over month, 0.4% versus 0.3 expected. Year over year, 2.9, exactly in line with expectation. Core on the month over month, 0.2 versus 0.2 expected there as well. We do get a slight dip on the year over year number, 3.2 versus 3.3. So, cue the rally. Let's have a look at the overall market here to get going.
58.82, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. Decidedly above that right now. We are now knocking on the door of 6,000 points. 59.79 is the overnight high. So here's the deal. We're going to look to 6,000 as resistance. If we continue to go, we'll look to 59.50 as support if we retrace.
As the guys were just mentioning, super easy. Go down to the description. Top link. It's the very, very first top link. Hit that. You'll get to the sign up page. All you need is your email address, and then you get everything you need to know on it every single day for free. Absolutely nothing from us. JP Morgan among a few here out with bank earnings to kick things off here this morning. WFC just off to my right here on another monitor. Still the top performing bank at this point in the pre-market. There it is, testing highs right now. Almost 5%. What? For Wells Fargo here in the pre-market this morning. I mean, all of these, though, with impressive numbers, to say the least.
And Wells Fargo could have a fundamental tailwind, Brendo, going into 25, because recall, they had that issue where they were making fake customers, and the government were one of the, I know, we'll leave that deal in a second, but the point is they were under restriction. They couldn't grow beyond a certain amount. They were being capped down by the government under regulation. So with the incoming administration coming in and having, kind of kept their nose clean for a while, they could be kind of relieved of that. So nice move up for them so far on the day, but that's earnings related. I want to point to Goldman over here. Goldman obviously reporting as well, and this is what caught my attention. Q4 EPS, not adjusted EPS, regular EPS, $11.95 a share. The street was looking for 8.22, so a fundamental beat there. Revenue surpassed the anticipated $12.39 billion. You had good investment banking revenue, which popped 29%. You also had mergers and acquisitions possibly in focus now with the Wrath of Khan over. So we'll keep an eye on that.
For anyone just joining, Sharif is not a fan of Lena Khan. I mean, the investment banking number, like 29%, Crazy. Is impressive to say the least. One of many to choose from. Where's the trade, John?
So I was looking at Citigroup. We just, by the way, we just bought some more NVIDIA down here at 133.50. So that's now 50 cents in the money and going back up to the high side right now, just averaging into this trade. And before we go over old banks, look at Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin is absolutely like on fire right now. Like Bitcoin just touched 99.5 again. Like, oh boy. Where's my guy Obi over there? Oh boy, this is like, let's go over to a 15-minute chart, and we're going to talk about banks. I'm not, we don't even, There we go. Crypto will be coming up last. I mean, look, we should put a poll up. By the time we get to BTC headline, will it be over or under 100 grand? But there it is, really barcoded all morning there. And then we get the number and it just blasts off. So, right now, crypto is starting to get real sort of jiggy with it there. Again, what's up, Will? There it is, 93. Nice break right there. That garbage gets out of there, straight up to the upside right now. I'm not smart enough to pick tops or bottoms. You guys know the last time I bought was 94,000, and that was before this year. That was before Christmas there. All right, now NVIDIA's going, man. We just got another big one, man. Another 50 cents there on NVIDIA. Yeah, will Bitcoin be over or under 100,000 by the time we get to, the open, I guess, or our BTC talk later on? Right there. I don't know how to properly word that, Fabian. I have no idea. Okay, so just really quickly here. Oh, that's NVIDIA. So there it is, by the way, NVIDIA. I mean, hey, that's what trading's all about. We talked about this. Brendan asked where the trade was, right? Look, great recap there of all the numbers. For me, and I'm going to take like my Brian Shannon hat on here and just traders, which are pretty much all of them that are smarter than me. And that is like, I'm not going to sit here and look at those numbers and be like, okay, therefore this means the Citigroup should be up or JP Morgan should be up. I'm trading price action. That's what I do every single day. So right now, this is up 5%. Obviously, with a good report. I mean, you can't just not look at the report. You have to know some kind of macro, but we hear the numbers, we hear the statistics. It's breaking out. There's a huge break from that 74 level. I really like the carry forward momentum, right? Outpacing what was expected today. Most banks expected around 3 to 4%. So it's a nice move up. The only problem with all these trades, in my opinion, and we can look at JP Morgan, they're all going to look like the same thing. Back into VWAP should hold, right? Especially 250. There's a 250 break. This looks great too. But the thing is that we got this great bump there, and it's a little bit more dramatic in Citigroup. Well, actually, that's right at 8 o'clock. I guess it's right here, that bump. So the bump from 8:30 on that CPI, that's what we have to see. Yesterday, we saw a complete collapse into the open, which we talked about the short. We had the short yesterday, and the market absolutely fell down, and it was a banger day. Now, will that happen again today? Thank you for the poll. There he goes. By opening bell. Watch this. Yes. All right, so let's see what happens there. All right, so right there, Citigroup, I just wanted to say right now, I want to see what happens around this 76. Coincidental, that's where VWAP is. That's where the bump started before CPI. So this is the name that I'm on watch. It's going to be Citigroup for the banks. I like the price point, $77, a little bit better than Goldman at $5 bills. No one to be trading that, or JP Morgan. I mean, the last time we traded these bank names was I probably traded JP Morgan. Maybe even on earnings, maybe is the last time we both traded these names. So, we'll wait for them. We prefer the smaller bank names, like I know you're looking at Robinhood. I'm looking today at a SoFi. What's on the list? Okay, so SoFi's even on the list there. So, all right, we'll wait for that. But I'm looking at SoFi today as well. So there's a lot of things to talk about here. What's up, Trading by Ryan? Yeah, the TQQs. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Yesterday, TQQ was the number one stock, and I think we'll be looking at that again here today as we approach that $80 mark and start banging our head against it. But today may not be a short, my friend.
I'm skeptical we get to 100K before the open. I mean, I think we get there. But 9:30, I think maybe we get a little bit of a dip before. So let me hopefully, I want this chart to load up. I'll show you that as a black chart. Robinhood, that's a 52-week high at 43.83. This is the one that I'll be on. Look, I love the chart of Goldman Sachs. I like the chart of Citigroup. And Goldman Sachs is a really good setup, and I'll get there in a quick little second. But I'm looking to buy back into the prior high on Hood. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. So Robinhood, 52-week high. There is an all-time high just adjacent to and above this. So just keep in mind that there's a little bit of overhead resistance, but you're already starting to press through. It's a blue sky setup on Robinhood right now. And obviously, if you fail 100,000, you got to be careful getting trapped. But for me, it's frustrating because I had an over-under. And when there's a big economic number, I pretty much am always going to have over-under levels. Like if you're sitting there underneath this prior low at 42.25, that's an over-under for me. If the number takes us breaking down, then I want to look shorts. If the number takes us breaking out, I want to look longs after. So there's probably at least 3 levels here on Hood that I could still like. One of them, of course, being the current high, and then you've got back here at 43.2, and then you'd have another shot all the way back down into that 42.3 when everything broke out. So Goldman Sachs, look, great numbers, all that kind of good stuff. It's already breaking out. I mean, whether the chances to get any kind of pullback at this point, you have to wait for the number in 20 minutes. The open 20 minutes when the call comes on here. So that 580, there's not a lot of liquidity in here. I think you got to wait till after the open, and I would never want to trade this during the call. So it's going to be Robinhood for me.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. To the upside we go, as the guys are mentioning here. 410 just comes and goes. 3.5% right now in the pre-market. A couple of things to note. I mean, this is to be expected. They're going to shut down Shanghai production of the Model Y for 3 weeks, and it's just to revamp the line to get ready for the new model. So to be expected as far as that is concerned. And oh yeah, the SEC is going to sue Elon just because on the way out the door for him buying Twitter.
5 days left in Gary Gensler's tenure, Brendo, but we still have a new lawsuit. Here's the deal. So allegedly, Musk crossed the 5% ownership threshold in Twitter back in March of 2022, but failed to disclose his ownership stake by the required date, which would have been March 2024. He did end up disclosing his ownership, but waited till April 4th, causing Twitter's stock price to rise by about 27%. So here are the allegations. The allegations that he bought $500 million worth of Twitter shares during the delay that he didn't report, and the SEC is claiming that Musk underpaid about $150 million to shareholders by not disclosing that. So they want what they call unjust enrichment paid back. They're citing a previous case against Musk by the Oklahoma Firefighters Pension Fund under the same idea there, where he delayed letting them know about his Twitter stake. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this ends up panning out, but there it is.
Yeah, really the only way to tie back to Tesla's shares specifically was it was around the same time that he was selling a whole bunch of Tesla shares to fund said purchase of Twitter. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, like this seems like relatively simple to me. Like it's one of those, if he didn't disclose in a timely fashion, he'll pay a fine and he'll move on. And to the extent that, and if he didn't, then who cares? It's just one of those nothing burgers. But I just feel like the degree to which it matters for Tesla is, I guess, A, sentiment, and then B, the fine wouldn't be big enough that he'd have to sell Tesla shares, I don't think. But I suppose that's not impossible, so I shouldn't speak that way. But if you talk about Tesla here, the one thing I don't love as much about Tesla as some of the other like dip buy opportunities is it's been a huge bottom at 400 to 402. Well, that's well underneath VWAP on Tesla. Ideally, when that program selling happened in the afternoon, look where we just turned on Tesla, right at 412 where the program selling came in. So if you're this close to 412, I don't want to be long underneath it. I want it, like it needs to be breaking away. And just keep in mind, remember yesterday, the initial breakout was a failed break on Tesla up here as well. So it's got to be above the 412 and finding buyers. Otherwise, you really got to wait for 400, 402. I'm taking shots at VWAP on Hood. I'm taking shots at VWAP on NVIDIA as long as it's above 133. But Tesla up here, I think I'll be passing, at least for now, on the 408. It can easily be a breakout above that 412 top there. It's not a very good line drawn at 414. I'll probably cancel that and make that a little bit cleaner. But no, it needs to break out those highs. The program buying was very distinct in the afternoon. I don't think I want to be a buyer directly underneath it.
All right, so yeah, it was like our number one idea earlier on today, but it's already up huge, as Neil just mentioned. I mean, I think now you just have to let it settle down. I mean, you are barcoding right now, which is pretty good to see. I mean, you like to see it give us a level right off the open. It looks like it's trying to do that at 409. You know, yesterday we had that huge bump up. You know, we could show you the charts of it, obviously, yesterday. I mean, here, if we can look at the TQQs, why don't we just do that? And then just look at the NASDAQ just real quick. So yesterday, you know, we had this bump right there, and then we shorted this move, and then had this off the open. So right now, you're not pulling back as dramatically. Like yesterday, at least we pulled back into some VWAP there before the market opened. Like right now, you're still, I mean, this is the TQQs, but you're still like basically $1 away. So you're not getting into that level, and we only have 10 minutes until imbalances right now. So I'm not feeling like the same way that we were yesterday. And we don't really have, like that defined top there at 80 and change. It's too choppy up there to say that this is most likely going to be a top. If you are looking short, then I would say that you're going to want to get in. Don't get short right off the open. Let it maybe even break here and then fail back under this top of 80.25 or so. I guess it's just 80 flat, I guess is good enough. So I would let it break that, then fade back out. So for the NASDAQ, if you're looking short, I'm not. I'm looking long right now. I think that dip backs into VWAP would be what's working. So if we're going to think about that, not that Tesla's going to trade as the market, but I really, really like this base on Tesla. I know, Brendan got this as one of his picks. I like this. I really like this base there. I think things are going to change, man, for this company. And, you have a couple more days till inauguration. We know that sort of Trump and Elon have been, obviously parading around about many different ideas here. I think it works. The Model Y and the Model 3, we heard about that in vehicle 1 and 2, top sellers. Those trends aren't going to change anytime soon. I really like Tesla, so we got to play the VWAP dip, right? So into the 407, 408. This is a name that you have to look at. Right now, I'm only bidding 401.20 or something like that, or 402, I guess. I'm bidding 401.60, but maybe down into here if we do get a crazy move back, if we're wrong about their no pullback, this is another great stock. It's my number one long idea. I like it better than NVIDIA. So that's where I am with Tesla.
All right, let's talk some quantum stocks. To the upside we go in a big way, depending on what you're looking at. Here's NVIDIA just real quick. First off, this was part of the catalyst this morning. Get ready for Quantum Day 2025. Jensen will take to the stage once again and give some Jensen wisdom as far as quantum is concerned. All of these, though, just absolutely monstrous this morning. 16% up here for RGTI. There was some separate news on IONQ. A little bit lower on the volume side right now. It's only 10.
And they were moving yesterday, so I was trading QBTS on the How to Trade show during the midday, and they were nicely moving to the high side. So let's look QUBT moving up nicely here, 17.5%. Kind of already told you what the deal was with the quantum names, despite his conservatism with the industry. Jensen Huang is investing in quantum, and he's hiring for those roles. Microsoft as well, telling their business clients to get quantum ready by 2025, urging these business leaders to prepare for the acceleration in quantum R&D, and you've got them moving up on the day. So we'll look to possibly execute some trades.
Yeah, and more upside to come, possibly. Just reading as well, Fed Fund futures now pricing in a June and December rate cut. So that's just popping up in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to. We're getting the spreadsheet settled out. If you guys weren't here on Thursday when we had the day off, we all made 3 picks.
Yeah, that's right.
So Brendan's was Bitcoin, Tesla. I don't have the other one.
I don't think he made a third, apparently.
Well, okay, we're gonna ask him for that soon. All right, so quantum bounce. Yeah, NVIDIA's bouncing, so that's getting back up through now. This could be hopefully a decent trade right there. RGTI with Rigetti. This is the name that I'm looking at. Look, I think that it's important to look at all the names, but if you're actively going to trade, you don't really want to be on 3 or 4 of them, because what's going to most likely happen to one will probably happen to the other. Like if there's a flush, there'll be a flush, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to stay strong and long with Rigetti, hopefully, today. I was waiting for pullbacks into VWAP, which is now $10. We wrote down on the sticky note, watch out for $9. But then we all talked about what happened at 8:30. CPI came out, a little cooler than expected, which is great, obviously, for the market. And there's the move up for Quantum and Rigetti. We did some good talk there from NVIDIA when they're going to have their Quantum whatever day there. So at some point, it will fade. So I just think you wait for it. I paid for shorts. They're virtually free. I don't have a plan to short it, but if you are going to short something like this, it's dangerous. We went long yesterday and got out at $9, so not looking great there. But that top, we faded off of there before, so that's $11. So if you want to dance with it, I guess you could start the party at 11. but I wouldn't hold too much past that. Okay, do we even know? I don't know. I know you're going to talk probably about QBTS, but I just want to see here.
Balance everything
what
out.
is the RGTI? Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing too. Imbalances, right, are going to hit these things. Yeah, so we have a 17.5% short float on Rigetti.
I think
here.
they're all about the same. So
There's
I kind
my price,
of
895. Yeah, so
yeah, like 16.6 on QBTS. Like it's.
So that's what I mean. If you're going to trade one, I think you just pick one.
You know what it feels like? It's almost as if when you have like a bunch of stocks like this in the same group that have the same short flow, you don't wonder if it's not like the same couple of like hedge funds that are just uniformly short the group. Because that couldn't end possibly poorly at all. QBTS.
Don't go like long every single one of them.
It's insane to me. No, but it's insane to me that could actually, anybody would be that stupid to be leveraged across multiple names in the same space that could all squeeze, because like any one of them goes on actual news, then sympathy the others go with them, and you're just like triple screwed. QBTS has had a buy and balance every single day for the last while. I think this is one of the bigger ones, 2.8 million to the upside for QB. There's nothing else. INQ's 300,000, but you always see this. I've seen it almost every single day on QBTS. Now the over under for me was at 6. Which initially, like, don't get me wrong, like initially to me that would have been if it happens at the open and spikes in curls, you could look for a fade. But it's just this previous close from last week. I'm looking at one fade zone, which is all the way up here. Like it's the only line in the chart where if it mean reverts there, I should have a short. Like if it goes up here and does a curl, I should be shorting it underneath that 7 and around that 680 level. But yeah, over under at the 6 because of that prior close and this prior close, which does mean I don't want to be buying it way up here underneath. Forget about 5, we're too far away. But alert to that buy and bounce. We'll check back in to see if it's still almost 3 million shares. Our vol is huge in the pre-market for this one. It's actually the most volume it's had in a week or so for pre-market volume on D-Wave.
Like SoFi with an upgrade today, 5+ right now for SoFi. Volume-wise, not the greatest, but I mean, it's an initiation, but at outperform, so as good as an upgrade. Benefiting from the overall market move, obviously, here for SoFi for all the banks or related bank stocks. Again, if anyone missed that just a couple of minutes ago, Fed fund futures now actually pricing in a second rate cut in December. So we had another little pop there on that.
Yeah, I was just reading an article right now that, the likes of SoFi, the likes of Affirm, these are going to be some of the institutions that benefit from the changing regulatory landscape that's coming in on the 20th. So we'll keep an eye on it, up 5.5. Definitely one that we can trade intraday. Has good volatility, guys.
Yeah, holding nicely right now at support as well, guys, for SoFi.
Well, it's okay. Depends on your time.
These quantity names are breaking right now, but we'll talk about
oh my goodness.
in a minute.
Yeah, so it's Rigetti's going, QBT. I was just looking at it underneath the $6 level for that over-under, but it's actually breaking out now. So I'm waiting at VWAP, but I just got tagged on NVIDIA. Robinhood's got a... Here, I'm going to trade Robinhood, not SoFi, but Robinhood now has a barcode support at 44.20. Like somebody's been holding the bid on Robinhood for the last 10 to 12 minutes here, just right at 44.20. Can't make that stuff up. SoFi is at top end of the channel, so a little bit of a trend reversal happening on SoFi if it can close above here, like 15.30. So this for me is going to I just recently, a couple weeks ago, got out of some SoFi on my personal account. It is what it is. Probably end up being a bad fill. But this one needs to break out the 15.5 level to go higher. It's Robinhood that I'm going to be trading. But yeah, you're getting a trend reversal here on SoFi, which I think looks fantastic on that daily chart. Of course, on a daily chart, to break the trend, it actually has to close above it. But it's in the hood that I want to be up that 6%. All-time high here, and 52-week high at 43.8 that I want to be buying back into on Robin. Hit that like, hit that share. You see that move in QBTS. No one else is going to show you 3 million buy and balance on QBTS.
Right.
And we'll check back in on it. Because if it pairs off, then you want to know before the open if all of a sudden they're able to find enough sellers for that stock. That would be a little bit dangerous.
All right, SoFi. So yeah, look, I have it written down on the on the system as well here. I really like the stock. I mean, I think right now we're going to have to play it back into $15. We'll find out when earnings are. They're always a little bit later for SoFi. But that was a nice bounce again off the daily chart. I mean, you're trying to break through that 50 period moving average, and you do that here today. So there it goes. Nice move there. There's the break. You know, there's the hold. We saw Goldman Sachs. I mean, if you're just going to look at like all the other banks, I mean, watch the 50 period moving average on just like a JP Morgan. There it is right there. There it is right there. You get slight breaks. You know, but then when you break and then you break back up, there's the breakdown, there's the break up, right? There's the break up again, there's the break up. So, you know, makeups to breakups. Shout out to Method Man on that one there. But I don't know. I like SoFi. We'll play it. I wrote down 1450. I'm not sure about VWAP on this stock because we're pretty close to it right now. I think if the market's going to dip down, we probably have a little bit of better opportunities coming through right there. But this 1480, I really like that level, man. The pre-market breakdown, if we can get it into those levels again, sort of like pre-CPI, I like SoFi into 1450. So I'm going to try to stay strong and long on some of these names. But again, we're just a couple... You know what? Let's just keep it here for a second. I know we got to go back because the imbalances are coming out in just 1 second. So the only thing we have right now, and now. All right, so SoFi, I guess nothing happening right there. There's Rigetti. So we already talked about Rigetti breaking the high. It comes out just under 1 million shares. That's not huge. It's already done 50, right? All right, you're going to start seeing them pairing off. See, Rigetti already 600,000. Could you imagine if that was million right now? All right, so yeah, not much else actually. So pretty light, man. There's QBTS was always there. So, all right, back to the desk as we talk about Bitcoin.
Big bear.
Just quickly, Bitcoin back to the upside on this number this morning as well. I wanted to mention BlackRock. Let me grab this if I can. Open image here. This will make sense in a second. This is BlackRock's assets under management. Just hit a new record that's way more than most countries' GDP of $11.5 trillion for BlackRock. Wow. So IBIT, 2.8% right now. Bitcoin to the upside, everything to the upside.
Yeah, clearly.
That's insane. That's $11.5 trillion.
And I was just asking Brendan, I'm like, what percentage of that are these ETFs that people keep investing in? Case in point with the one here, IBIT, the most active of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. So their head of digital assets at BlackRock, Robert Mitchnick, basically says, Brendan, that the adoption is still in a very early stages, especially with wealth advisory and the institutional segments. He goes on to say that demand was gangbusters out of the gates for the institutional, for the retail investor, but wealth advisory and institutional segments are yet to fully adopt due to higher hurdles. He notes that while both of these channels present significant opportunities, the wealth advisory channel is currently showing the most momentum. So, you know, that to me, I translate that into bullish for Bitcoin.
Yeah, and if anybody's wondering why we constantly look at IBIT, that's why. It's the biggest of these ETFs, most liquidity, most volume traded, et cetera, et cetera. But nice look for any of these this morning, guys.
Volume. BlackRock reported this morning as well, by the way, and they're up 5%. So not to only talk about JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. I mean, BlackRock, they're not going to split. They probably won't split because they probably just don't even care. $1,000 stock, but 100,000. Probably not going to get there yet. We're at 99 on BTC. But as long as we hold some of these highs, if you can hold above 90, forget about 98. If you hold above 97, I want to stay bullish on Robinhood. Part of the fear I would have for Hood is that if you drop underneath support, like if we fail this up here and actually drop underneath 97, I think a stock like Robinhood could be in a little bit of trouble. So that's what I'll be looking at. I'm already looking at a name which is adjacent in the space, so I don't feel any need to be trading Bitcoin in general if I'm trading Robinhood. It's already going to react to it. NASDAQ imbalances just hit, obviously.
Yeah, so so we went over some of those imbalances, but we got something out there on NVIDIA at 134 and change.
Oh, IBIT's a big sell.
Oh, IBIT turned into a sell. Okay, so yeah, let's look at that quickly as Neil was mentioning it because we're talking about, there it is. Yeah, so good call on that one. There's IBIT right there now as a sell. So, what was nothing before, now grabbing that pressure. Thanks for everybody voting for that chat. And obviously, when we made the chat, Bitcoin really hasn't moved. It's still at 99,100, just breaking now a little bit below. So that won't be happening. But thank you everybody for voting on that poll. Over 2,000. Look, man, 2,000 of you vote on the poll, hit the like button instead of hitting the poll. Well, hit both. Okay, there, I'll say no. Hit both. I've already said yes. Why was I allowed to vote twice? Hit the like button immediately. Get that going. Let YouTube know what you're watching. So, all right, you always want these guys to know everything. All right, so IBIT, that's a good move. We're just talking about Bitcoin. Look, I would just say the 200 period. We already had VWAP. I would just watch out for this. The market's been really, really volatile right here. Look at this little bit of a move down here into the open. The only thing that I'm bidding that's probably going to fill, because it hasn't really been moving that well, is NVIDIA. Oh, shoot, the market's held up here, and my NVIDIA long, actually, I'm going to cancel this. I was waiting at 50s to reload what we just got out of there because we bought there out. So we've been getting out of the position, right? I don't know how much we're holding because we've been getting it out, but we're still holding in position. So we'll wait to see if it comes into 133. So that's going to be my next bid. Literally at the bottom there, 133.05 is where we're bidding. And then we're going to watch out for that 200 period break, 132.50. And then if we break through 132, I think we got to say see you later. To that. The bell is about to be rung with nobody there.
It's all good. At it. The market, I have nothing to throw except the banana. Ring it in 2 and 1. Don't run. Don't worry about it. Let's go. The market is... the market is open. Obviously, that was
Good job.
An intense bell action. Okay, let's see. Let the quote settle down for a quick second here. Palantir, by the way, Palantir 68.
Right.
That was another one for an over-under, and it's going right into that level. Yesterday's high, Palantir 68. VWAP 68. So that's a bit of a bounce zone. QBTS, wow, that didn't even move off that imbalance. Okay. That's interesting.
Firm is ripping.
Did not expect that to happen. But Palantir coming into VWAP. NVIDIA is off of VWAP as we speak and trying to get back into the 134 level. So obviously some power moves off the open. Didn't want to ignore that Palantir, obviously.
All right, we talked about this, and we're doing it again right now on Rigetti. I mean, guys, I'm not sure what else we could possibly do. I mean, there it is right there. We said it. It's right here. Well, yeah, like and subscribe. But we just wrote down here, play it back. I mean, play Rigetti back to VWAP. Okay, where's VWAP? $10? Where's our bid? $10? What kind of win is this? 6% right now. We talked about prop firm match and all that kind of stuff. Trade the Pool wants you to make 4%. Okay, done. So there it is right there. Nice little move to the upside as we continue to go. Now, even a bigger move now, 7% higher. Right now, 70 cents in the money on this play here for Rigetti, and we'll start to get some more and more out of this. We are out right soon now of 50% of the trade as Rigetti goes to the upside. Actually, I was not at 75. Now we'll go back to 75. We're out of 40% of this trade. It's Rigetti right now. Nice upside move right off the jump. So we're long NVIDIA now. We like this play back into 133 on NVIDIA.
Exactly, and great look on the one, the only Rigetti. Yeah. QBTS is having an absolute war with $6 in here. It's not budging. Like, it's just going 5, 10 cents. There is a huge battle going on buyers and sellers here. I get, like, we're playing an over-under. It's a double top at 610, so I'm going to take a breakout on this over-under, but it won't be at 6 even because that price doesn't look like it matters. Robinhood just pulled back into VWAP as well, but let me just get the order in. A little bit of stickies there on QBTS. So if it breaks that high, then we'll let it fly, and we'll see if it can hold on to that $6 level on QBTS. NVIDIA holding out nicely off VWAP, Robinhood holding off VWAP, but I guess I'll get to this before I get to Palantir.
All right, guys, there's your first dollar club. It's a 10% winner right there on Rigetti. So there goes Rigetti, man, in and out. I mean, and this is what we're talking about. I've already said my piece, and it's because we're at peace. And it's just like, this is what we're doing. VWAP supports this trade. Wait for pullbacks, play it. So we do that basically on Rigetti. It's a sticky note. Go find it. It's at Trader TV Sean. And there it is right now. It's the trade that I have on board. It's going to be huge. Well, it is huge already. $1 and change in the money. NVIDIA, though, starting to come back in. There's the breakdown through 130. So I know you were in this. Yeah, here comes the levels in again. So breakthrough down now. Now the market comes back in as the NASDAQ really falling into the 200 period moving average. So it's a good thing we have the banger on Rigetti. We're still in NVIDIA.
I am not. It broke the quarter, so I'm out of NVIDIA. Not going to hold it through that one. JP Morgan's actually cratering as well, but we'll get to that in a quick little second. I have to consider Robinhood with the banks pulling back and with Bitcoin holding steady. But we lost 133. It tried to bounce. I was getting some out in front of 34, but I need to see a rounded bottom, hold the 133, and then I'll jump back in. I don't want to be catching a falling knife. 132 would be the next one. So while I just keep hearing about JP Morgan in my ear, okay, Bitcoin's holding up. That's not going to matter for Robinhood. If Bitcoin holds up, then Robinhood will be just fine. This bounced off VWAP clean, headed right back into 44.40. Now keep in mind, this is all-time highs at Robinhood just above 44 level. So it failed to break out this top. It's not just 52-week highs that it's got going. It's also all-time highs that it's got going on around here in Robinhood. Palantir might have been a miss. I know it's still at VWAP. Okay, let's see if it can calm down and hold on to this VWAP. So another one that we liked off VWAP here in 68. So Palantir didn't take it through me, but it's giving you that same entry as we speak on PLTR. I'll give it to this lower high at 68 even, and let's see if it can hold on. What's crazy is like Bitcoin is holding up much better than most of the other things I'm looking at.
All right, over 11,000 of you right now. So we want to say thank you everybody for watching. Almost 11,000, soon to be 11,000. All right, we just we're holding on tight, man. We talked about this level that we like for NVIDIA, so we're long right here, right now on NVDA. We did not stop out. Well, I mean, we could have stopped out, but our stop out is 132. We talked about that earlier, so we're going to stay strong and long here on NVIDIA until that happens, and when it does, we will lose if it does stop out. And we talked about this yesterday. You gotta have your plan, and ours is right now. And we're not going to layer I was going to say we have a much bigger order right down here right now. Well, we just got filled. So here it comes back in. You see our average price now, 70s. So let's take advantage of that. There it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's a nice little reload down below there on NVIDIA. Go, young man, go. To the upside right now goes NVDA. So there it goes, man. We put on a bigger position down below there on NVIDIA, down near that level that we liked. So, oh boy, Neil, there it goes to the upside. We're doing it again here on NVIDIA, but will it hold? I do not know. Good couple outs there up to 133 and change, but we're just getting excited here. It's fun to make those trades. Now let's wait to see. I don't think it's time to get heavy into any positions yet, so just slow down. The NASDAQ isn't doing too much. Got to take profits when they're there. This NVIDIA could still fall out and be a red stock, man, so let's just wait on it, take some profit on that one, feel lucky that we're able to get something out there on the upside because the market's still coming back in. If this is falling down, I really wonder what Tesla's doing.
Tesla is through VWAP and absolutely cranking to the downside. So a little bit of a cautionary tale for a few other names here. QBTS obviously didn't break. So Robinhood is trying to bounce off VWAP a second time in here. So it looks like it's pretty good. The 44 is starting to hold. It still hasn't broken the all-time. Okay, it'll be an all-time high, obviously, if it gets through that top, but it still hasn't broken it yet. But not a very good look for QBTS. Part of the over-under is what it is. Part of the over-under is you're supposed to short it if it fails underneath. So I was only looking breakout on QBTS. But now all of a sudden, you're through VWAP. I should probably look for a short if this can't break that high of the day. That would be following the rules, right? Like I didn't reverse over-under on Tesla yesterday. And probably shouldn't make the same mistake with QBTF. But Robinhood doing absolutely fine. Bitcoin's underneath 66,000. Sorry, underneath 99,000. That's my concern right now. Is Bitcoin pulled back off 69, off 99?
Right, there goes the break.
So if we cannot hold this high, follow your rule. I'm just going to get out. Got to be able to get out of this one. It doesn't look very good here on Robinhood. I don't like everything is breaking down. You just double tap wick the high on Robinhood, and you're underneath 99,000. Should be a little bit more patient to let these set up and look a little bit better. By the way, on the banking side of things, Citigroup is bouncing off VWAP, and Goldman's call is happening right now, and it just broke $600. So if you're watching the bank stocks, I mean, a couple of them are doing absolutely fine, but everything else, I shouldn't say everything else. A lot of other things absolutely bleeding. NVIDIA is about to go red on session as we speak.
Yep. NVIDIA, so we're out of that one as it fell through. We talked about that potentially being a fail, so we'll flush that idea down the toilet. Okay, but here it comes. We finally got something back into the below VWAP there. We talked about where we'd like this trade into Tesla. If you're coming over here, I mean, I was just looking at this 404. We might be a little bit early on, we probably are a little bit early on this trade. But again, I look at the futures and I say we may bounce off VWAP. So we'd rather be in this name just to see if Tesla wants to give us a chance here. Sorry, that's not Tesla. I went into NVIDIA. This is Tesla right there. I don't mean to be short NVIDIA right now. We got to get out of that one. So there's Tesla. I just want to talk about it. It is starting to run out now to that upside. So we do put out a few shares here. Let's see if we get some out at 07s. Yes, we are. We are starting now. We didn't get out of enough there. It just popped up through 07. We didn't get anything on that. So now we're at 407.05, and there it is, a nice little runner now to the upside for Tesla. Oh boy, this is the most amount of shares I've had in Tesla in a hell of a long time. Tesla's starting to go back up to the upside right now as we'll switch it up, right? I mean, you don't have to just stay on NVIDIA. There goes Tesla. Let's go. Nice move for Tesla. We do buy NVIDIA back through that 132. So let's not give all our profits away that we just really cashed in nicely there on Tesla. Let's wait to see what NVIDIA wants to do. There it goes. Neil, it's another big one on NVIDIA, but we got excited last time and it faded back out. So let's wait now. NVIDIA's going, and there it is, Neil. It is a $3 winner on Tesla right now. You were long. Okay, you're flat.
I had one trade after NVIDIA, and it was Robinhood. It's going right back into the highs. When we lost Bitcoin 99,000, I got out of it, but we're going to jump right back on the bid here. Just try to stay focused on the name that's been strong the whole way. Everything else downward trending. This one upward trending and looking very, very nicely. QBTS is now back toward that high break, so it looks like it wants to make a run at that 610 level. Looking pretty good. They just shook into VWAP on the overall market. For the longs, look like they are back on. Today, determined to be a little bit more patient with some of the dip buys. And looks like that's going to end up working out here. So 610 break. We're still getting a possible breakout here on Robinhood, all-time highs in about 10 cents or so. And now NVIDIA does. Now you have a bottoming tail candle. Bottoming tail candle on NVIDIA. Not have to catch the falling knife. We can try to catch a higher low and not just bleed it a couple of dollars against us.
Neil, we're $7 in the money right now, so let's props it up, man. Some good trades over on that side. Hey man, what are you supposed to do? It's $7 there and $1 on NVIDIA right now, back up to the upside, over $8 over $9 in the money right now, because I forgot about our friend with Mom Spaghetti over here and Rigetti. That's $1 in the money as well. So I don't know, man. I just things are working out for us. We're up more right now today than we were yesterday. At this time, it's 9:40, and yesterday we had one of the biggest days for me this month. So it's starting to really work out for us now. Almost $8. I mean, Neil, when you're $8 in the money, great look. It's gonna. No, I'm just saying it's gonna be a good day. I mean, it's just like that's why I'm sitting here like talking about this stuff. It's just all these are just monster trades. The NVIDIA trade, now NVIDIA's $1. The Rigetti trade right off the open. We'll go 3 for 3 and just smash things around. We only have 10% of Tesla left.
Adara?
QMCO. It's worth noting, Quantum Corp is not a quantum ticker. QMCO tends to trade in sympathy with these quantum tickers, likely because of its name. But either way, just under 1 million shares right now, so be cautious. Not a ton of volume, about 834,000 shares traded on the day. No catalyst that I could find of its own, but a 4.1 million share float. 32.25% of that is going to be sold short, so massive short float, relatively small float for QMCO, guys.
All
That's
right.
a big quant name. By the way, that WNW, it is... Yeah, it's now at 35 cents, so obviously it never got back into VWAP. This is, if it does halt, I'm looking to make a halt play off of this. Ideally, it would be a down halt reversal play, but right now it's putting in a little bit of a reversal candle at 35 cents. I haven't seen a big bidder on it. I'm going to take several shots at this one. It's a bit of a different type of name that I'd be on, but if it holds on to this 35, there's your bottoming tail candle. Obviously, if you're down 62%, you're going to be SSR. That goes without saying, but it is a penny stock, and it's going to trade and move a little bit more differently. Like if this moves 5 cents, that's huge. If it moves 10 cents, that's huge. So your stops, you want to be at like the 1 cent range.
All right, guys. Yeah. We have Rigetti on the sticky note today. Here are the ideas that we have today. Let's just review them. I mean, it's only 43 right now. Yeah, it's only 43. So here we go. This is Rigetti. Play it back to VWAP. So let's see, just right there. And I'm only going over these because, again, it's going to sound like we're trying to be here and we're talking about teaching and we talk about all this stuff. So let's just take the opportunity to do that. I would... Oh my God, Rigetti right now. What exactly, Neil? What world are we living in right now? We have $9 in the money in total off the ideas posted right here. Tesla dip buys, Rigetti to VWAP right now. NVIDIA was a problem, but we got back in now and no more problems. So far so good there. We'll go 3 for 3 on the day, but yeah. It's more waiting for NVIDIA to go. I mean, we just, we got stopped out there at 132. We talked about that. We thought we maybe took a chance breaking back through 132. So that's what we did. Now it goes boom to the upside. Tesla, again, we talked about it. We wanted the long. I said, if the market dips, this is the one long that we need. And I appreciate this, man. Look, if you're here for winners, I mean, records speak for themselves, but this is, to me, is important. Sean always gets you jacked for trading. Look, that's what it's about. You have to be excited. I don't care. And look, Neil and I did this yesterday, and we talked about this a little bit. We talked about how hard this job is that, some of you have chosen. And I actually thought about what we talked about, and it was like, I think if you're entering this job, and I said that nobody should basically try to be a day trader for a living. I think I still stand by that. I'm going to talk about it in a second right here because we have over 10,000 watching. I think what you need to start with, and this is, Neil and I have been fortunate to be able to do this for many years. But the thing is that we've seen so many people come and go so quickly. Now, what you need to have is you need to have the ability to be able to put screen time in. And if you're looking to start a business, you're going to need to, do your market research, get into the right space, know what you're doing. You shouldn't open a restaurant if you're not a chef, so on and so forth, things like that. Maybe that's not true. I don't know.
Well, I think you.
But the most success from day trading, I would think, comes from the casual trader where you're not stressed out trying to make a living doing something that 95 to 98% of people fail at, and that is day trading. Can it be a very profitable career if you can find that needle in a haystack? Yes. But do I recommend searching for that? No. I think you sit down and you trade. If you're able to make consistent money, which 98% of the people cannot, then I think you can step it up and start to become a day trader for a potential living. But as I said, ask us. We will be honest with you. From the trades that we are showing you on our screen, and this is why, and I hear Sharif say it all the time. He'll go, guys, this is a great trade, but I'm red on the day. Yep. Right? You'll hear me say that all the time. I'm up on the day, I'm down on the day. That is what's important. And then you go to the next most important part, and thank you for all the love in the chat. You go for the next important part after that, which is share size. So we're going to be honest. If you ask us, with everything that we're showing you on here today, are you green or are you red? Neil and I, Sharif, Joe, all of us, Adara, everybody, will tell you if we're red or green on the day. And then at that point, you can see if that makes any sense for you to get in there and hop in and try it. Everybody has to try their own thing. Not everyone, as Neil's analogy was great yesterday, not everyone's going to be a baseball player. You may want to be a baseball player. That's great. Go out, try, practice, become the best baseball player you can be. But to put all your eggs in the basket of saying, I want to play professional baseball, that is the next level. So that's where I stand with all of this. And I think that that's something that, if you guys ever have any questions specifically like that, please put them in the chat because I think it encourages this great talk and it gives you guys an opportunity just to see exactly how real we are, right? So I think that that's the most important thing. And, that's why I'm here and I've been talking this way since the jump. So there's NVIDIA right now. Are we green on NVIDIA? Yes, we are. Are we green on Rigetti? Yes, we are. Are we green on Tesla? Yes, we are. So there it goes. So far, so good here to start the day. Thank you for allowing me this space to, give it to you hopefully the best way we possibly can. Neil, it's $6 in the money on Tesla. It's $2 in the money on NVIDIA. It's $1 in the money on Rigetti. So with that being said, how's it going over there? I'm going to take a minute to chill.
I'm looking at one thing and one thing alone. I'll tell you right now, there's no way I'm going to be green on NVIDIA. You know, it broke 133. No, it's just, there's never, my style of trading will absolutely, of course it's not New York. I'll just go to the black chart there. You know how it works. There's no chance I'm long in front of 133 and it goes down there and I'm green. Because my over-under is 133. I'd have to break a rule for that to be true. But just going back over to QBTS, this is the name that I'm on watch right now. Because I just said over-under has to be a rule for me. And right now, this stock, load, give me a couple seconds here, QBTS. I don't want to have to give the black chart again. There it goes. It's failing to make the breakout of 615. So if it's not going to make this break, there it goes. It's now underneath VWAP. I have to be willing to actually short this name. So we talked about this being an over-under play, and I want it to break. It is not breaking out. I did not reverse into Tesla yesterday, so I'm going to reverse into this one today, although I was never even in the long trade. So going to be short. This is a very simple strategy. It's breaking the trend. I had a trend line drawn. We break out the high, I reverse from short to long. But otherwise, this one just doesn't want to go. I had a 3 million buy imbalance and couldn't go. I think there's room to 550 in here easily to get a 1-to-1, but if it breaks out that 610, I do not mind reversing out of it. Robinhood is about to get the $45 level any second now. Looks like it is going to be a massive run on the hooded one. Bitcoin still at 99. I do not want to be taking a breakout at any highs if we're underneath 100,000. That was a rule of mine. As a matter of fact, when we lost that top previously, Robinhood was chilling out and failing 44.50, and it failed a high break. That got me out for a 1% gain. That's now like 3%. But I'm not taking a 45 high. I'm just going to be buying dips on trend with Robinhood. That's going to be the plan of action. These were the two names. These two and NVIDIA were the three names that I liked. So I want to try to stick with them. It's just Hood, it's going to be QBTS, and it's going to be NVIDIA. NVIDIA with a bit of a rounded bottom, but it's still not really showing me what I want to see over 133. Like, this is all it has to do is close, one more test, do a bit of a rounded bottom, not going to chase tops. I want to see consolidation. I want to see that lower high start to come in at that 133 level, because that's my over-under. So we'll see if we can get a fill there, not chasing Robinhood. And as far as the other names that we should be watching here, like things like Apple, I know there's other things moving. This is on an absolute train to the upside, Apple. Unabated to the quarterback, essentially all green. I'm not a big fan of this 238, 239 level. As I see this start to scream up, I'm reminded that this is a fade zone for me on Apple. Probably has to break the 39 to get into the 40 to 41. So I'm going to put that one on the back burner. So just QBTS, Robinhood, you know what's up with those names. They are absolute flies. And just another thing on this QBTS, Rigetti did get into resistance and is starting a bit of a trend reversal. That's the other thing that's got me trying to be not stubborn about that long trade, because this one's not going. As a matter of fact, if we get a pop into 590, I should like this even more, maybe take a few more shares at the 590 and just give it a chance to be able to work. So, if the long doesn't set back up in Robinhood, I don't take it, but this time we're going short in QBTS. What we didn't do in Tesla yesterday, we're going to do today with our good friend QBTS. We'll see what happens. AMD also making some power runs, but that's not the one I'm focused on. It's can NVIDIA hold on to VWAP?
Right,
and that's a pretty simple proposition. Like, it's on a 15-minute, it still doesn't look bullish to me yet. And if it doesn't look bullish on the 15, I don't want to jump back in. It ran stops at 33. It needs to close this candle above, and then I'll like that long.
As we had Jeff Mendel on yesterday from the OTC markets there, and today's the launch of Moon, so we'll have to wait to see what happens there. We won't have here.
Well, obviously tonight.
Yeah. We won't have access. I was just ran into our surveillance. Anyways. Somebody over there, and was telling me that we are actually extremely at Real Trading, extremely active, and you've already talked about this, Neil, a couple times, in the blue ocean. realm of things. So he was talking about that and how well sort of that's been going and the kind of volumes that we're doing as a firm over there. And so just really excited about it. We talked about that yesterday with all of you and Jeff and so on and so forth about Moon coming through. So that's the overnight trading there that you can obviously take part in over at OTC markets starting tonight, I hope. Anyways, not for our system. We will get locked and loaded up on that very, very soon. But for right now, no. NO on Moon for us. But watch out for Blue Ocean. Again, and that sort of gives you that opportunity. And we do talk about this quite often, obviously, here. To trade maybe outside of trading hours. And that gives you that little bit of a bump if there is news. You know, again, earnings, you know, things could be hot throughout the days and whatnot. So, you know, just have a quick look at all that stuff here. And I'm having a problem with an order entry, so I'm going to throw it over to you quickly.
Yeah, no worries. Obviously,
oh, yeah, there it goes. No, it's
we've had a few hiccups here and there the last couple of days, but it's just usually
boo. All right.
Your stop order is just you hit the refresh button. So VWAP is not going to happen. You got to be kidding me, Robinhood. I'm just going to cancel some bids when they're $1 away. I'm pretty much not going to care about them. I hate looking at trend reversals on stocks that I want to go to the upside. So all I'll look for here when I like the trend is a dip buy on the trend. Is what it is. That's where we're going with it. AMD, I know we alluded to this. Yesterday, I said I wanted to short $120. I feel like it's a little bit of a different story today. Now, obviously, you've had a couple of days worth of a rally. The trend is a little bit different from what we're seeing. You know, at the open, you were kind of a one-day fade type of deal. Now you're higher low, break back out. I'd be inclined to be a little bit more bullish on AMD. The fact that it's up 3% when NVIDIA's up 1.3 is another factor for me. So I'm staying away from this trade. This was the one that I missed at the open because it never got to 120. I am not touching this with a 10-foot pole. It just looks relatively strong compared to NVIDIA right now, up that 3%. And NVIDIA is still...
There's actually nothing better than that.
NVIDIA is still... It hasn't closed. It's trying to close this candle green.
NVIDIA sucks.
If it can, I'm all for it. But I'm not bullish on this stock yet. I can get there, but 1.2, barely holding on to VWAP. This can easily be that higher low that absolutely jams it out to 135. Just don't think that we're at that point yet on NVDA. So I don't necessarily want to chase this. I mean, now I'm jinxing it. I should look away from NVIDIA because now it's losing the 133 altogether.
Yeah, man, stay away, Neil.
There might be something here on Intel because this is a stock that I can get with the short.
Yeah.
Same high as yesterday, lower highs underneath VWAP. This might be something on Intel. Forget that. Like I should be short a chip stock right now and not just QBTS. So it might just be Intel off 19.5. This is where it failed yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the market not acting great. We said that the potential for the NASDAQ was like a 21.4. We got to 21.360. That, I mean, 40 handles away, but then there's the flush. I mean, we were not looking short. So I'm still not really. I'm just looking to sort of maybe regroup a little bit. We still have about 7 or 8% or so of Tesla here. It's the one that's holding up, but in this talk, I'm going to get a piece out. So there it is. We get a piece out there at 74, your chicken dinner winner of the day. And as Neil mentioned there about being red on NVIDIA, I'm flat on NVIDIA. So just to that point, it's like we both had the same ideas down here. We basically both got out like on these breaks, but it's just like I took the long again, and it doesn't mean like, if that long doesn't work, then you're adding. So this is what, I mean, and that's why it's important when Neil says like everyone has a different style. It's like, I'm willing to lose again on that trade. That's not always the best thing to do. Sometimes we get stopped out and then it's like that same level that we like. If it breaks again and I'm still thinking long in the market, like that's the hidden piece of all of this. It's, for me, if the market's really bleeding, like, and this move is associated with over here and the NASDAQ, and it's just like, okay, here we go, man. We were really, really starting to crank. Like, we didn't even break through VWAP. If the NASDAQ is under VWAP or under and it's really starting to go, then I'd be like, okay, let's stay away. That's why I put the stop order in. I'm not getting long unless it breaks back above 132. So it's not like we're catching those knives anymore. We're trying to play the exact momentum that happened. I mean, we'll lose, and that's what I'm saying to you. We'll be flat. Like right now, if we got out of everything right now, and I still have 25% left, we would be flat on NVIDIA. because we lost here. Like, we had put on a big position. I told you at 132.30 when it came in, we were able to get a little bit out because we were panicking, and then it dropped out, and we got out at 132. Once it retakes that was a keystroke error because we thought we were in Tesla, which we were. That once it broke 132, that's when we re-engaged the trade. So I just wanted to go over that, and I'm going to get out a piece now at 47 right now to now put us green on the stock and go that 3 for 3. But that's the point: is you got to be careful on waiting to get back into knife that has been falling. We have now on Rigetti 10% left. So it's a very, very small piece here left on this name. And we sort of have the bottom of the day and sort of the top of the day. So it's been a good day on Rigetti, up 20% today. And we'll just continue to play the game. Were you in Intel? Because I was looking at that.
No, I haven't been in Intel yet.
I think that's setting.
I'm more focused on, we get this close on NVIDIA in 1 minute on the 15-minute chart. And it just did a bottoming tail candle underneath the 133. So if it's an over-under at 133, this is our spot. I'm actually on it now. Obviously, if it closes above and I can nibble in, then I can get the rest after 10 o'clock when we've confirmed. But that looks like a heck of a reversal candle to me with the higher low. So you have one big dip and then a hold of a higher low. You have a second one at VWAP at the level we like at 133. If you're wondering why do we like the level at 133, just pull your chart back a little bit further. You had resistance underneath yesterday. Go back to Friday as well. Bitcoin 99.5. We're going to get to 100,000, everybody, it looks like. So NVIDIA is going to make that close. Just going to check
Tesla
back in on...
is $10 in the money right now.
TS is still working. QBTS still refuses to go up. So I feel like this might be the right... I don't know what's going on in Rigetti, but that battle at 6, they're still selling. Somebody is selling $6 heavily on QBTS. If this is an obvious... Just take shots, scalping the short. If it breaks 610, reverse into the long. It's going to be that simple. Someone's selling a boatload of these shares at $6, so shorts underneath it, and then a long breakout above is going to be the play here as long as it lasts. At some point, QBTS is going to break away from this and go 10%. And I don't care which direction it is. I just want to be in the stock when it moves away from $6.
I go get a coffee. We're relaxing. We're talking about everything. This has been one of the better runs for me. In trading, basically, I feel like for my career now, we have really, speaking for myself, I mean, I've really adapted now to, I feel like, a style that we are really, really comfortable with. I mean, yesterday we banged out the trades yesterday. Let's do this for Ozan. We like Ozan right there for that one. And then let's do this also for those of you that like clubbing, maybe like my guy Joe right there. We are now up $11 on this trade. Let's just get some more out at 117, Neil. Why not? $11 in the money plus another 2 on NVIDIA sends us to the moon today. That's $13 in the money right now on these 2 names plus Rigetti. And we got a little bit of an action here at 134. Adara, what's good with you?
The S&P 500 is doing great here. We are up about almost 2% here on the SPY. NASDAQ faring pretty similarly here, up more than 2%. So NASDAQ leading the way. We did have some pretty well-received inflation data today. So CPI up for year-over-year and month-over-month coming exactly in line with expectations. Core CPI year-over-year and month-over-month, both 0.1% lower than expected. So slightly cooler core numbers here than we were expecting. JPM here, and a lot of these banks on watch with earnings. We know that the bank reports usually signal the start of earnings season, so keep an eye on Goldman Sachs, JPM, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo just began their earnings call. We also have a firm here on watch, AFRM. This one struggling a little bit here, but still on watch with an upgrade. And also Tesla, we do have on watch as well with those EV market share numbers here from Kelley Blue Book, which is a vehicle-related research firm. Tesla actually having the top 2 cars with the largest market share, guys. Back to you. And make sure to like and subscribe.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, so make sure you do hit that like and subscribe.
Actually, I should reshoot that because I don't pity the fool that doesn't hit the like or subscribe button.
He's just a fool.
No, because pity would suggest that I have sympathy for But I don't think there's a reason why I should have sympathy at this
Right.
point. Early on, yes, not anymore. We'll shoot a new one. I keep saying we will, and then Fabian and I don't actually lock up and get a new one going, which I do have some ideas for a theme. And we'll see. Are we ready, Fabian? No? Okay, you let me know. I'll get into it whenever it does happen. You just said 15 seconds, so we'll get to that in a quick little bit. So you follow a rule, and then right when that bar closed on the 15-minute, this is what happened. The second you got a new high break, it broke the local high on NVIDIA. That's when order goes in for an entry point, and now you're heading higher. We can still try to join it. You've now got an up-down move, which looks pretty solid to me, above that 134. I'm not going to take any 135 breakouts. QBTS is the one thing we're in. I am reversing this one. There's been a swath of sellers at 6. If they do it again, then I'm going to short on the way back underneath every single time. If it fails at 6, short back underneath. If it breaks 610, break out long. But the other thing you got to consider is if you are a trader but lacking capital, then prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500,000, and you can start with as little as $200, or $20, I should say, not $200, $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop floor for yourself, or firm for you. It doesn't have to be a floor. Most of them are going to be remote, so shout out to them. We do appreciate them. You can also check the link in the description of this video. The QR code is working for sure. So I said if we did not break the 6, we'd jump in and add again, and then try to take some out in the 570 range. We're pretty much at 98 right now. Each time it's gotten to $6, it's made a small break and then come back underneath. So I want to get it on weakness on the way down. That's the style of trade I want in the opening rush, so I'm going to be able to stick to that. Hopefully patience will pay off here with NVIDIA. That's starting to pull back in. So we're not chasing 134. Going to play the first available dip here into VWAP on NVIDIA. So you didn't want to chase it up there. We can always play the trend by buying said dip. So we're going to try and play the dip into VWAP now that it's confirmed some higher lows. Robinhood is now gonzo. So Hood is the one that got away. Robinhood is absolutely gone. It's now 8-9% to the upside. Please tell me SoFi is doing the same thing. Please, SoFi. Damn it, SoFi is actually not looking very good. All right, it doesn't matter. I wasn't planning on trading it. I just don't like that price action in my long-term account on SoFi. The fact that it's not going today, I think, is of some concern myself on SoFi. I took some out recently. My question is, did I take out enough?
Oh, man, my question is, what the heck is going on with Bitcoin right now? We don't have any other questions right now. We are in the same positions that we've been in for about 20 minutes now, just letting them chill and watching out. There it is right there, 99.4. Wow. As IBIT does its damn thing again. There it goes, man. We had Brian Shannon on yesterday talking obviously all about, not all about VWAP, but one of those things again. And I like when there's gaps in these stocks, man, we just try to play it back to that infamous VWAP. And then when that happens, we celebrate, right? And it did that today. So a good little trade there on IBIT off of that level. But again, you had to be there. You had to really expect, I feel like anyways, hard to predict Bitcoin bouncing, but that's why you gotta look for some of those levels and pick them when you see them, right? I mean, and right there, that VWAP was a play, but up to 56.8 again. Just looking, so all right. I mean, I think at this point, and again, we're gonna have Joe come on. They talk about crypto on the midday show as well. What is the topic for today? All right, get back to me on that one right now. So
it's a surprise.
Exactly. I don't want to.
Unknown topic.
Right. Of course, we know what the topic is.
Dealer's
We're not
choice.
giving it to you.
Dealer's choice.
That's what it is, right? So, all right. So, yeah, dealer's choice today. As I was giving Randy dealer's choice, and you're like peppermint. Remember that yesterday?
Wow.
Or 2 days ago. All right. So, okay, let's just talk about Bitcoin.
But then he got analysis paralysis and couldn't pick a team.
I know. He got we were watching, what were we watching yesterday? I forget what it was. And then somebody said they had it was an old Simpsons episode. And Lisa couldn't play her saxophone anymore. And I go, she has the yips. And then my wife is like, what the hell's the yips? Like, well, I only know it from sports, right? And it's just like, and all my kids are like, this guy's nuts. And then all of a sudden, Lisa's Googling it and trying to figure out like, what does it mean when all of a sudden I can't do something that I used to be able to do? And it just comes up, yips. And then my family's like, what the hell? I was like, so I actually finally looked smart to one of them.
We had a friend that had,
yeah.
seen the yips.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty serious thing. I mean, some of the pitchers get it as well, and some golfers.
There's a buddy of mine, and like I won't name any names. By the way, first I'll get to the story in a quick little second. So very quickly, QBTS, they managed to break it out. So I was only adding if it could fail the $6 level. Did not fail 6, reversed into the long break. This does have a lot of room to rally. Got to remember, this was an idea for originally short at this level, but it's got room 6 to 680. So this is about 60. It's a 10%. It's a 10% room to the upside. So I got to give it a little bit more room to the downside than we would have the short trade, because I think the short did not have as much juice to it. So I have to give this to at least underneath about 595 to make it work. NVIDIA is trying to hold on, but we just got the dip by there. Let me just set my stop order. No, well, we had a friend of ours in baseball. His yips weren't that bad. It was just that the first practice of the year, when he was warming up, or the first couple of practices, every single time he's just airmailing everything.
Yeah.
And it was like it would take him like 2 or 3 actual practices before he could throw a ball, and he threw a ball all his life. And it was kind of crazy to watch, but we would joke about it all the time. But,
it's not a funny thing in the next line that you say.
No, like it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad. Okay, QBTS, let's join that party. I want to double check on Rigetti, because if Rigetti is falling, okay, Rigetti's on trend. Rigetti's bouncing VWAP, so it's still going up. I think it looks good if the group is going. What I don't want to have happen on this reverse is Rigetti falling off, IonQ falling off, IonQ. Load, a little bit slower. I'm going to restart this PC. 25% up and at the high. So that makes me like the quantum plays a little bit better on the reversal. NVIDIA, as I said, is trying to hold on to that dip. There's your higher low. On trend, at least for now, is NVIDIA. And I am now involved in Intel. This is what's going on with the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ took 2% at 21.4 and just continuing to absolutely rocket ship. Intel just put in another lower high on exactly the trend line down. Like that. So, I got to take that shot. I mean, if it's going to stay on trend down, then you can scalp inside of the range. It's kind of an easy out. If it breaks a couple of pennies higher, it's a $20 stock, so you can stop out for a couple of cents, and you can try to scalp 10 to 15 and then hold some for the dream if this just absolutely craters. So bit of a relative weakness play here on INTC. I see Hollows making some moves. I had one small cap that I wanted to trade today, and it was W. It was going to be that WNW. And I still want to take another crack at it. I was in and out for like a half-cent loss when it did this bottoming tail candle here, but it's trending to the downside here, and I don't think I want to jump to Hollow just yet. So we're still in names that we wanted from our plan of action, with the exception of Intel. That's a little bit of a new one because of its relative weakness.
All right, yeah. Again, we're trying to and I did some trimming there of the position on NVIDIA. As it just went in through 134 back and forth a little bit there. So I wanted to have a quick look over there at NVDA and see, sort of if there was going to be, again, that hold the view up, as Neil was mentioning. I mean, we're talking about the same things a couple times here. So I just want to make sure that we watch out for those stocks coming and going. So, all right, NVIDIA, yeah, so that's the play. We'll see if it breaks back above 134. Hopefully it does, and if it does, we'll be there for that. So right now that's going to be NVIDIA trying to get backside trade there on that name. So that's going to be that. All right, SMCI was another name that I wanted to look at today, SMCI. So let's have a quick look right over there if we can. Hold on a second. I need to get, okay, that's fine. Out. So, all right, $31. We'll see if it can continue that move there, back up to 31.20. I think that's a good fade spot. But again, just because it's lower than the market, we also said that we were not certain of this market move here today. And what I mean by that is all right, The market's up 2% now. Is that going to hold? And we had both sort of mentioned that what we wanted to look at earlier on was exactly that fact. Are we going to hold this level on the day? And it looks like right here, up 2%. We talked about 21.4 maybe coming into play right there. Here's the NASDAQ, and there's 21.4 right into this level. The high spot would be 21.450 or so. So that would be something for me to potentially have a quick look at. If we do fade out from that 21 area, look to go short into 21.450. So I think you got another 60 or 70 handles upside, which puts the NASDAQ really mooning like up 2.5%. But if Bitcoin breaks, then, I mean, I think that could really help spark some of these names. I mean, you're seeing IBIT. I think you take out the high.
Holy Robin.
So that's 56.80. Robinhood's probably busting out. We have news.
Just be aware here of crypto. I'm not sure if this is going to be a huge news breaking catalyst just because we're so close to 100,000. It is worth noting Reuters out here reporting that Trump's new SEC leadership, being led here basically by Paul Atkins, as announced a while ago, is poised to kickstart a crypto overhaul, according to unnamed sources. We kind of expected that Mr. Paul Atkins would be a pretty bullish look for Bitcoin because he is viewed as pro-crypto, but regardless, Reuters reporting that there will be a crypto overhaul started by the new SEC administration led by Donald Trump. Guys, back to you.
An overhaul. Like, I mean, that's just being a little bit dramatic.
You got to overhaul it, man. Yeah, we'll wait to see. I mean, I think we're all waiting for those.
Sound regulation is smart.
When does that all happen? Like, when do
overhauled.
you start to get all that appointing? Because, like, he's going to be in there.
It can happen pretty fast. A lot of things can happen. You can start making announcements. You get to have confirmations for a lot of, like, the big positions. But, you know, things can start rolling pretty quickly after the 20th. It's just, obviously, the 20th is going to be a holiday. So, like, the second he gets inaugurated, literally nothing's going to happen until the following week. But I like crypto in this space. We keep getting to this 100,000 level, and I'm gonna show you Robinhood in a quick little second because it's setting up one heck of a trend reversal. This is IBIT, and it just broke trend and couldn't break 100K. So 100K is probably around 57 something and change. I'd have to double check exactly what it is, but Robinhood is unabated right now. And if it's gonna dip to VWAP, I mean, it's got to get there first. If we don't break 100K, this is a pretty good opportunity. This is past 10 o'clock, so mean reversion trade, close underneath the bar, give it to the high, risk 15 pennies, VWAP's $1 away. It's probably that simple. QBTS is chilling. I was able to get something out there in the 20s, but the high is not 33, which I see on my chart. I think it's like the 22. So it's kind of like 10 cents in the money. Right now, it's pretty much at that same breakout price. But here we go on Robinhood. It's probably going to close this bar underneath this mean revert, and then I will take a shot. But this is one of those trades that I like the long better, but that's just a parabolic move up, and I want to take my shot here, stop there. Even if it gets to 45, that's good enough. Let's go to Adara and take her some biz.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Back to you.
WKSP.
People are all about clean energy these days. I think it's a good idea.
Well, I would hope so. And you're going to need all kinds of energy sources. I don't want to say necessarily clean energy sources for the data center build out that's going to be happening. That's why I like nuclear. I think you can't sleep on traditional. Oil is going to look good as well. So just a couple of updates. One, the market does not have any 15-minute red candles since the open. I mean, the NASDAQ. I haven't looked at the Dow or the ES. And Intel just continues to do the same thing. So until it breaks this trend, going to hang on to these shorts. But it's been doing lower highs. The second it breaks out the local high, I give it a penny or two, and then we'll just jump out of Dodge. Robinhood will put on a mean revert. NVIDIA has yet to do anything crazy. It's just holding the trend since it made that higher low off of 133, but you still have 135 to reckon with. Like 135 up in here, that would have been yesterday's open range resistance. I think you get there, take a couple outs in front of the high of the day, take one in front of 135, then hold for 136 on NVIDIA. So it's finally making a bit of a move. Kyle Burdett, thank you for the super chat, brother. I don't know what this one. I swear I thought turkeys could fly.
Oh, I know that reference.
Adara gets that reference. I feel like I should know it, but I don't.
Yeah, it's that WKRP in Cincinnati I just heard there.
Well, I know the show. I've never
WKRP there. Yeah,
I never watched that show. I know the show. I never watched it though.
All right, more oops, yeah, there's the cash out sign. More cash outs. Okay. I mean, it's getting better. You have to have that, first of all. I mean, right now Tesla's $12, Neil, in the money, up to $4.18, and continuously going. Oh boy, if we had, I mean, ifs and buts, but that would have been, oh man, why do we get out so much so early? But that's the style of trading. We get a lot out at $4.13, so we actually get most of our outs there, $7, $8. But now you're 12 and still going, and then Nvidia's caught something underneath itself as well there today, and that is still going. So we're on this name today, and it's been a good day of trade. So hopefully you guys are still there and still watching. For everybody that is on board with us now, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We have free watch list. Follow us all over Twitter right now. Hit the share button and all of that. I feel like. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. All your friends. Yeah. We always talk about all the friends, friends and family discount as well if you do that. So yeah, hit it all. Get going right now on all of this, man. Rigetti, just to check back in. Quantum still holding out good. There's the VWAP trade again. So you could have had that right there at 1060 again, right there on Rigetti. So, just being not even distracted, but, watching out for different things and really resting. And that's part of what I've been doing lately is having these monster wins. Like right now we're at about 2.5 times our daily goal that we try to set for ourselves. So that's another way to monitor what's been going on, right? Is because like if you on average make a certain amount of money, you want to make sure that you don't on average lose more than that amount of money as we continue to talk about, day trading as a career and as a successful venture. You never want to be, and some days this will happen, right? Like, for example, for today, like you'll have your losers that are bigger than your winners. Right? Like if that happens to you, sure, as long as it's controlled, right? I mean, you just want to be able to live to see another day and keep on going. So what's up, Elon? Morning, Sean. What should we watch out if NVIDIA breaks 134.69? So, always watch out. The upside break right now, I really like the futures up 2.3%. We only have long ideas today on our board. So if you're asking me about longs, I'm going to say yeah. To all of that talk. So for right now, yeah, I do like the longs, and I think that you're going to be okay if you look at that as a break.
134 half, or is that 135?
Yeah, he wants the very top there. I don't. He's saying 134.69. So
I have 70.
Rate, whatever it is.
Whatever it is, 70s. Well, actually, I'm looking exit liquidity on the break. Like the breakout happens, and then exit liquidity on those that take the break. That would give you fills into that range in front of 135. So. I'm kind of thinking like stay on trend with that bad boy. Now QBTS is starting. The volume is finally starting to kick back up on this. Let me just show you guys the vol. It's a little bit extreme, but better idea. Like it was actually dwindling on volume as we got back into that high. Now it's starting to curl back to the upside. So volume coming in. The other quantum names have already gone, but now it's starting to come in here. So I have an order in front of 640s. We'll make sure we get some out there, and we'll go to the small cap recap with Adara. I am aware that Hollow is moving, everybody.
Before we get to the small cap recap, there actually is a catalyst here for GM, which did get some volume and is pushing higher. Basically, we have the National Highway Traffic Safety Association. That's the same group that will issue those over-the-air recalls or updates for Tesla. They basically have said they've ended their probe into GM's Cruise robo-taxis that had been going on for a while here. They basically said that they've closed their investigation and they're not going to be taking further action against the company. So GM getting that nice volume spike to the upside, bit of a rounded bottom on that news. But let's get a look at some of these small caps here, starting with BKYI. This is BioKey. It is a ticker like a lot of these small cap runners. It's run before BioKey. Great look here, announcing that they are basically having their Portal Guard platform deployed by the National Bank of Egypt. So BKYI with about a 13% short float on watch. Then we have Rigetti. We're getting all of these quantum names actually coming back to the upside after a pretty rough tumble last week when Jensen Huang said that he thinks we're about 15 to 30 years from a practical quantum computer. Now, though, NVIDIA, Jensen Huang's company, is starting this. They're going to have Quantum Day on March 20th as part of their GSC conference. So keep an eye here on RGTI. Then we have Quantum Corp, QMCO. This ticker is not a quantum name, but it does run in sympathy because of its similar name to a lot of these quantum tickers. So QMCO, zero catalyst, near days highs at $34. And it's worth noting for this one as well, we have about a 30% short flow, guys.
I thought that was the one that had I thought QMCO had some kind of a connection to NVIDIA. I'll double check that. It was you guys in the chat that I think were mentioning that the other day when we were talking about that particular name. But if anyone in the chat remembers the name of the stock that had quantum in it, and it wasn't technically a quantum stock, but they had a bit of a deal with NVIDIA, let me know if that's actually that QMCO, because that would be of interest. I think that could get some juice, because NVIDIA is now trending to the upside. So even if it's not a quantum name, going with the other ones here, QBTS 32%, Rigetti bajillion percent. If NVIDIA is going up, and it does have a reason if it's connected to them, sentiment-wise, you want to pay attention to that. So no top break yet on NVIDIA. We're able to get some out in front of the high. Just want to be careful if this does. You got some higher lows in here. Like, you are making a general trend. I feel like if it breaks the trend, the reloads have to be deep into VWAP and, of course, that 133 level. So let's just be a little bit patient with it. QBTS is now starting to play its catch-up game. It just tagged the 35 level, so that's the offer in front of the 40s. I think ultimately still looking for 680 in here. I said I wanted to short that level. If we got to 680, said we'll over under $6. So we shorted it initially, and then we reversed into the long, but we're playing for this 675, 680 level. Has to get to 50 first. I'm going to get an offer in front of the 50. Make sure every single quarter that we're getting something out there, maybe even every 10 cents. We'll see what else is going on. Oh, it's QSI. Thank you very much, Andrew David in the chat. It was QSI, not QMCO. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks for double checking all of that, guys. All right. So just on that NVIDIA, I'm going to take some more out right now. JP Morgan. Let's take a look at some of the banks to see what they're doing today. So here goes JP Morgan again. All right. So up that 1%. So kind of a snooze fest. If you didn't look at it, you wouldn't know anything different. I mean, it's basically right where it opens up. VWAP not really holding. So I don't really like that name. We did talk about potentially one of the better names being Citigroup. And yeah, I think that was pretty good right off the open. It does hold VWAP and still near the day's high. So if we, when we were asked to pick our poison, we did that. We picked it with Citigroup. And it looks like that would have been the one there, bouncing off VWAP. So I'd say you want to look for a 77 retrace over there as well. Just checking out on the sticky note and what we were doing on that. SoFi, I'm going to slap a fail. I don't have any trades. I don't think you do either on this one, but nothing really happening in SoFi. I still am bidding that down here at the 200 period. If it does come in, I just want to indicate that is another trade idea that I do have on board. So if that does break through there on SoFi, I think I like that trade coming in at 15 or so. If that comes in, but I'm still bidding 12, so maybe we'll up it just a little bit. Look, I don't know what's going on with Tesla, but like if we can let's just put just a magical number of 420. Let's just do that. So let's just go to 420, put out another offer right there. If it rips up there, it rips up there. This trade is $13 now, and it's just like still looks like it wants to go. I mean, Rigetti looks like it still wants to go. We talked about it maybe a stop out, or potentially this was where we would stop. I can't believe we were long $6 this yesterday, but down there at 11, talk about a swing trade, down there at 11.30, I mean, we already broke through that daily of 11.10, so that's already gone. NVIDIA, we already talked about it, so I mean, it's like on to the next. We indicated a little bit of Intel action maybe. So again, JP Morgan, I like Citigroup back to 77 if that hits right now. The market's up 2.2%, maybe looking now for a little bit of a retracement in the futures, potentially now. I don't know, but we're at that 21.4 level that we've dinged a couple times. We can go short TQs against 81. Why don't we do that potentially right now? So we do want to get out of some of the positions before we do that, though. Let's get out some more right now. Let's get out of 32s, some more here on NVIDIA in case we do turn around. We'll still hold a little bit, but maybe we focus on shorting the futures against this top of 14, 21.4.
21.4 in that future, 2.25%. The ES also doing some power moves. You're still not breaking 100K yet on Bitcoin, but I feel like it's still relatively strong. Here, I'll quickly show you. High that it breaks out of Robinhood, mean revert. It's holding the line. Every time I look over, if there's a small bounce in Bitcoin, Robinhood makes a move up. If it tapers off a little bit, it makes a bit of a move back into the downside. So look, 100,000 could break, and Robinhood's already broken the high, and that just sort of is what it is. But you've kind of made this false breakout, not a false breakout, but just false take through 99.5. And until we regain that, I want to respect the mean revert. It's just Robinhood was a parabolic mover to the upside. NVIDIA for that top break, it's just not happening. So NVIDIA, I'm in here at 34s. We took the dip, we took the higher low dip buy, and it cannot seem to break out that high of the day. But the plan is still to have it break the high, get some exit liquidity out in front of 135, and then go from there. QBTS, just to go over the positions here, QBTS tagged 640 and is now coming back in. VWAP sits at 590. So I was able to scalp some out. Now we look to see if we can hold on to VWAP here. It's still an over-under at $6, and VWAP is right around that $6 level, so we can take a dip buy into QBTS. That's pretty much it. If there's something else you guys are looking at, let us know. I know that Hollow was a big mover. SOUN, apparently, according to Tobes in the chat.
Tobes.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, sound, you know this one's going to move when NVIDIA moves. A lot of times it's going to do that. But 13%? Sheesh. Well, that explains it. That's a technical hold if I've ever seen one. I mean, if you got long in this stock, I can't see. Like, this is exactly the same move all the quantum stocks made yesterday. Go back into prior high or prior support, go right back into a 50-period moving average, and catch a bit of a dead cat rally. So there you go. Pretty good technically. I don't know why I have a line here drawn at 15, but that's probably old. Yeah, you're a little bit top heavy in here, but I like that look there on SOUN. There's no way I would have looked at these over quantum. But if you happen to be, you're looking very, very solid. So just came back into the highs. This wick bottom is 45.67. So I feel like I got in and do not have the price I want, took the trend reversal, but usually want my entry price to be in here, which would be 45.67. I'm short at 57, so it's like 10 cents extra risk to the high of the day. So I'd say it's a bit of a misjudgment there, but it's still within the bit of the range. I'm not getting anything out until we test this bottom at 45 and a third. So I'm not looking for 10-cent scalp on this trade. Let's get the crypto update because 99.7, Adara.
99.7 indeed. If you're looking for crypto plays in this space, MSTR might be a good place to start because they've been bouncing off VWAP on the 15-minute chart since the open. Bitcoin, though, also bouncing. Like, look at this beautiful crescendo up from that intense drop we had on Monday morning. We get just below that 90 level, and then we push higher. Next resistance for Bitcoin, I would argue, is not even 100,000 because the last breakthrough of 100,000, this would be back on January 6th, was pretty uneventful. It just kind of popped up. So I think what we want to see now is a higher high on the daily chart. That would be just above 102.5. So that's what you want to watch out for. Also here, just be aware, we do have comments from Fed's Barkin coming through saying that the latest CPI, the ones we got today, suggests that there is still a decline in inflation. So slightly dovish remarks coming from Fed's Barkin. But yeah, Bitcoin, great look here. Also be aware too, as we mentioned earlier, Reuters reporting that Donald Trump's new admin here specifically for the SEC will usher in some crypto overhaul. Just be aware of that. Also here, let's be aware of some of these other tickers. XRP up 15%, so that's certainly one to keep an eye on. We know that anything related to the SEC that is not Gary Gensler is very bullish for XRP because Gary Gensler and Ripple were kind of in battles for a while there in courts. So great look for XRP. Ethereum up about 4% as well. Solana and Doge up about 5%. Cardano up 8%. There's very little here that is red or that is not exponentially to the upside, guys. Let's see if we get that Bitcoin break, and make sure to like and subscribe.
Down on it. Okay, so we do engage in a new position right now. I mean, we're just trying to watch it. We still have we still have Tesla, but we got, so again, which might have been a wrong move. We got out of some NVIDIA there. It did dip down into 134, but the problem is we were 14 to 15 handles in the money on the futures handles, but we didn't take it. So the VWAP, the 50 period is right there. We'll look to see if we can get something on that 50 period moving average. Hopefully there'll be something there for us, right? But if there's not, there's not. So we'll wait to see on the TQs in and around that area, the 50 period moving average. I like that. We'll see if it does play for us. So right there, we are bidding some low 60s, then we're bidding some 50s, and then down into here into around $80. So we'll see if there's any sort of love back in there for that. So yeah, that's our play right now as we wait to see what's going to happen here. here in the broader markets as the NASDAQ just kind of hangs out, right? Crypto is the one to look at. We just talked about maybe playing some IBIT on the breaks, but I don't know. It's kind of breaking right now some different levels. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with IBIT.
It's consolidating.
IBIT is?
Yeah, like it's consolidating. Well, I mean, Bitcoin is consolidating off of that high. Like it's just holding, no breaks, just steady dips. If it doesn't break out, I feel like it doesn't, like Robinhood off this high for the reversion is basically whatever Bitcoin does, I think at this point. Like if Bitcoin breaks 100, this stops out the top. Or it could just do it anyways, but if Bitcoin actually does a reasonable pullback, this is gonna, I think this flushes into VWAP. But it's NVIDIA. NVIDIA just tried to run the top again and then failed to do so. So here it comes back into VWAP as we speak. Yeah, we'll see if we can get back into some intel to the short side there. Jay Lee, short Rigetti, you just said.
Yeah.
But I'm not really there with the quantum names. I'm looking for VWAP to come back in on the quantum names. So eyeballing this Bitcoin at the 100,000 and asking myself if I want to just go to Mara, which usually I would short Mara in a case like this, but it's so bullish today. Like the stock is so bullish, and it hasn't done any kind of a mean reversion. Like it hasn't broken trend. And I don't like shorting parabolic moves up unless it's a trend reverse. So I guess I can't do it until it breaks this trend on Mara.
All right, Mara going. Yeah, look, I'm just, we were trying to look at, okay, so here it goes, the TQs. So nice little move back down into the downside here. Let's see if it wants to work out. There's a fill. We'll take that 15 handles. We talked about that. So hopefully we can get that, now maybe to settle down just a little bit here on the TQQs. So let's get going on that name. All right, 1950 on Intel looks like a possible break. Is there anything else you guys want us to look at right now? Palantir, maybe. I just saw that name in the chat. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on over here on Palantir. Again, name I like, but we already talked about that 68 level. Wow, it got up to 69 again. This is one of the picks that I was thinking about for the new year. I just feel like it's been beat up a lot and does have enough room to run in order to make a little bit of money on it if you're not in it yet. I still do like Palantir. I think there's some good potential here for that name. So a dip into the 200 period, another decent buy. Did Citigroup get into that level? No, not yet.
It's about to get to VWAP now.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. That's like 77.25 right now. So we'll have to have another quick look over here.
Goldman's the same chart.
Yeah, okay. So there's a lot of like...
Goldman VWAP is exactly at $600. Exactly at $600.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, that might be the one. I knew this might happen. I should be trading Mara instead underneath 100,000 on Bitcoin because Robinhood can break the high without Bitcoin doing anything. It's not the right proxy. It's the wrong one. Like Mara should be, like Mara is going to make those moves a little bit better. You reject the high on Bitcoin and Mara comes off a little bit, which is a very different story from Robinhood, which I came in as like literally the stock I wanted to go long in, then play a mean reversion on it. But yeah, Mara should be the one here. But also those bank names pulling back into VWAP. I think you pick your poison. Citi looks pretty good. We already talked about the 600 level on Goldman Sachs. The one that doesn't look the same is Wells Fargo because it never broke the high. So Wells Fargo is the only one that didn't make a new high on that last little push up. Goldman Sachs much stronger, straight upside, and now a bit of a reversion back into what I think is going to be the 600 level. Still nothing doing on NVIDIA. If it doesn't go soon, like you got to ask yourself, like put up or shut up. Like, are we pulling back into VWAP for reload or are we breaking out that top? Make up your mind, NVIDIA, because this is the one I want to be able to go here, and it just doesn't want to do so on NVIDIA. Oh, that's what I did. No. All right, let's get back in. Did not actually add on QBTS in front of VWAP.
Yeah, there's... We're going to talk about eSignal in a minute, but that's why the thing is like you need those scanners, right? Because like you're going to miss out on trades that are potentially there. So yeah, get ready to enhance your trading experience with, of course, the best of the best. That's going to be eSignal. Scan that QR code below and get involved today with eSignal. Again, a platform that allows you to. Are you going to run it, or you just want to? Okay, there he is. Thank you very much, Fabian, for that. Again, a platform that, in our estimations, is one of the best. Neil, could you take this over if possible? Right there, I can't.
No worries. Look, if you're looking to scan for opportunities, ideas, if you're looking to be able to take any single indicator out there, test for its veracity for your strategy, back test, forward test, all those tools are available to you with reliable quotes, and I can't stress that enough. The reliability that if the market is open and you are trading, e-signal is going to be there for you. I cannot remember a time when if there's issues at e-signals, there's issues market-wide with data. And that's generally been true as long as I've been around the markets. But shout out to e-signal. Do remember tick replay is a very valuable resource. We talk about this on breakout trades and liquidity trades. You don't know what liquidity is like until you're in a liquidity event. And you want to be able to replay them so you can go back and refine your trading. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you. Check the link in the description for e-signal there. There's QBTS. Now, see, here's the thing.
I mean, there's futures. That's what we were going.
Now, I might have had an accidental stop out there, but the plan was not to be out unless it lost VWAP. So, yeah, I jumped back in at the same price, then moved myself to VWAP. I'm going to lose an extra 5 cents on the trade. But the rule was VWAP. VWAP is a bit of a moving target, and I kind of misread it there on QBTS. NVIDIA, so the market just came back in. NVIDIA caught a bid. That's good. I always want to see that happen. So NVIDIA holds trend while the market did a little bit of a dip. But it's got to run the highs. We need to break this high of the day on NVIDIA. It's great to have relative strength, but you got to do a little bit more than that. And I want to thank Drucifer.
Drucifer.
Is that right?
That's the best.
Yeah, it's Drucifer on the chat for the super chat, or otherwise known as Dunlop. Or Dulop, sorry. Dulap?
Yeah, I like
Dulap. Thoughts on Meta? Well, without having looked at the chart today, I can tell you in a general sense I like Meta. But I haven't looked at the chart today. So let's do that right now. No, I like Meta. The August Black Monday, this was a stock I bought on my personal account on Black. That August low was this. And, you know, it was a missed opportunity on Apple, I think, that day. But Meta, 50-period moving average. If you like the stock, you buy it at the 50-period and you don't look back. And I think that's been the case for Meta for the last couple of weeks now. You haven't really broken out of the range, so it's been a range 50-period to the high. This looks really, really good today. Can't argue. We just talked about NVIDIA continuing to go higher when that market did a little bit of a pullback. What more can you ask for? Meta's doing exactly the same thing. Market does a bit of a dip off the highs, NVIDIA continues higher. This is exactly what you want to see for an upward trending stock. So, yeah, I think you've got yourself, I'm making the assumption that you're long if you're asking the question because the market's going up and you're asking about a stock when it's at its high of the day. So, yeah, I think you got yourself a good one here with Meta. Still some room to go. I'd watch out for, it's this time of day where you've got to watch these trend reversals. So you maybe not buy the high of the day. I still think that can be a thing. And Daryl Flinch still holding the AMD short.
Daryl is?
Oh, I knew it. 120. No, it is. I said I wasn't taking the short at 120 today. This was the level yesterday that it just never happened. We never got up to the 120. As far as I'm concerned, AMD's in the penalty box until it really proves us wrong that the stock is a short. You know, like it's a short till it's not. As far as I'm concerned, you can see the downward trend. You break this trend on an AMD, and that is the day that I start favoring the long trades on it. But today, I did say I wasn't going to short the 120 today. I would slap a huge fail on myself because that was pretty darn good. But like I said, it's a mean reversion type play. If you're making higher lows into this pullback in the market, great. That's NVIDIA. But if we don't break this high, I should be taking something out in front of that high. I think we have to respect this high of the day. You got to break it now. You don't break this double top now, then I'm going to take another piece out and wait for VWAP on NVIDIA.
Yeah. I don't even know. And thanks for covering. I just wanted to, right there, we did get, so the futures did move down into that level right there again. So you got to watch out for that. What we were also looking at was FMCC right here. It just had a pretty dramatic move. So we were actually trying to buy that bottom there. We just had a couple trades in there, a little bit of a stop there, and then back and forth. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, we brought that to you earlier. It is starting to move around a little bit. So watch out for that one. Tesla's still $10 in the money, but Adara is over at the big screen.
I suspect this will be a very short sector watch because pretty much every sector is sharply green. We have lots of strength here in electronic technology and technology services, though it's worth noting here, Honeywell over here in electronic technology, they're red on the day. They are actually a larger cap quantum play. So as a lot of these smaller cap quantum tickers run on some initiatives from Microsoft and NVIDIA, HON actually to the downside here. All the Meg 7s are green, Amazon and Tesla holding up their respective sectors. Finance, though, also really strong. A lot of these bank names running in sympathy on earnings from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup. Consumer services, commercial services, Producer manufacturing, utilities, transportation, all green. But health services a little weak here ahead of UNH earnings tomorrow morning. And health technology a little bit mixed as well, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. So NVIDIA did make that run. So right in here, it did wick the high. I said I'd get some out if it wicked the high. It did wick the high and come back in. We're still going to hold on to the long and look for the next available dip. The trend is different from VWAP than it is from, obviously, the highs. So I think you hold on to the VWAP trend. You could maybe dip back into 134. That would be pretty reasonable. That QBTS is starting to accelerate a little bit. So it hasn't convinced me that it's the under part of the over-under yet. I'm not there. I still feel like if you can hold on to VWAP with this little bit of a wick and still be good, especially with the market finding some strength and finding a little bit of pep in its step. So I don't want to give up on QBTS just yet. That WNW, this was the small cap that I'm watching. Well, you really got to zoom in here. So it just pulled back in. I took one long here. You can't even see the out, but it's like right in the same candle. Like I said, risking 0.7 cents, I think it was, something along those lines. But it's got a nice little push back into VWAP. Somebody's selling it at 40 cents. There's a bit of a wall there. If it does catch another push down and doesn't get to VWAP, which I said I wanted to short VWAP, I might just take the 40 cents. It's 2 cents difference on this stock, whether you short 40 or whether you short 42. So it's not a huge difference on this particular name. But we'll see what happens. NVIDIA is starting to look okay, but that QBTS, I'm not going to give up just yet. We're back above VWAP. I think you're starting to revert that trend. And as I see it, let me see if I can get something just at that 5.95 to 6 level. Bit of a rounded bottom. Don't mind getting out and then trying to get in with the same or similar stop on QBTS. Let's go to the desk again with Adair.
Bit of an interesting note here coming from Sean Duffy, who is President-elect Donald Trump's nominee to be the U.S. Department of Transportation head, basically saying here, as we know, there are some confirmation hearings at the Senate right now. Rivian getting a topping tail, though, because this individual here, Sean Duffy, potential head of transportation, saying that, quote, electric vehicles should pay fees to use roads. So keep an eye on some of these EV tickers as we get a little bit of an interesting take from the potential head of the U.S. Department of Transportation, guys.
What?
All right, so yeah, I mean, these are just, I mean, whatever. If they're going to build more roads, I don't know. Taxes is what it is. Okay, so we did get into another position. And by the way, guys.
That's a terrible, whatever. We don't get into
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that either. Today, NVIDIA, check. That's a big win. Rigetti, come on. Big win there. SoFi, we're in it. We're waiting. So we're long at 11s. We told you where we were bidding. So there it is right there. So we're only in the money 6 cents, but we'll take a little piece out there, nothing much. And then the futures, let's go on the futures, guys. And again, this one, I'm gonna take another piece out right here. We had talked about this trade, right? Where was our stop? If we can recall, we were gonna get stopped at 81 break. That's 20 cents. So a nice downside move. Hey, what's up, Randy? A nice downside move there again as we start to go lower and lower right now. Oh boy, this is another trade on the futures right there. Now 30 plus handles in the money and trying to go just a little bit lower. We'll see if we can get out of this. We are out of half of this trade, actually out of a little more, out of about 60% of this trade right now as we look to get a little bit lower. Our best outs were 40s on this name. We'll see if it can get there. All right, SoFi is what it is. Rigetti, and then Tesla, Randy. We bought 406. Okay. We sold 416s. That's $10, $11. It does go $13 in the money, but it bounces off of 420. So in what is the biggest, yeah, we saw, we conquered. Good point there, Fabian. That is exactly what happened. We stepped out into that, and there it goes right now. The most money I've maybe ever made on Tesla. Besides maybe that rebalance day. So there it is right there on TSLA. So yeah, good, pretty good trade there and happy with that result. So yeah, so far so good there. Rivian, huh?
Is it? I haven't checked.
Well, Rivian, Tesla up 5. We can check out Rivian. You want to take out Rivian?
6%?
Go over to Neil. Oh yeah, you have it.
Go to 15, Rivian.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, 14, 12, 14, 20 high of the day right now on Rivian. 5% looking good. It held the line. It didn't quite get to that 12.75 on the daily that we liked, but hold on to $13. I think that looks, hey, it's reverted this move back in. You like to see this. Higher highs with the same support level. Why not retest it? Forget about 15, Rivian. You should be trying to get to $16 on RIVN. D-Wave, not qubits. So initially doesn't hold V-Wave, then it doesn't hold VWAP, then it does. So now it is holding VWAP, and suddenly looks a heck of a lot better for a bit of a reversion the other direction. Like it reverted down, now it's reverting back into the upside. Do want to respect, remember that 610 where it originally broke back out? Try to respect that. There were sellers all the way in the pre-market at that level. Then my default assumption is there's probably going to be some sellers there again. So I want to make sure we're scalping some out in front of it. There was a buy imbalance on D-Wave, but there was also one on Big Bear. And worth noting, it's got the same looking chart on Big Bear AI. Similar, reversal play with AI, quantum, all of those did the same kind of reversal, and then bouncing off the 50 period. All these did almost exactly the same thing. Let's go to Adara. We've got news.
Beware some of these social media tickers. Meta actually about to have a bit of a flat top breakup, 4% on the day. TikTok announcing that they're planning an immediate U.S. shutdown on Sunday if the Supreme Court does not halt the federal ban. Users will receive data download options and ban information pop up. But either way, just to know, Meta looking really strong here heading into that breakout. Watch out for Pinterest and Snapchat as well in this catalyst, as well as potentially Google, because GOOGL does have YouTube, which is one of the sites that people are likely to go towards should the ban go through, guys. Back to you.
Way more someone that's on it. We were just talking about Mr. Beast, who will be your next owner of TikTok, I believe. We'll see.
I would
He's trying
say,
to get a bunch of money together.
No, it's infinitely more probable than Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Because there's just no chance the regulators ever allow things like that.
That's the other thing.
You got to know how they operate.
They barely let him buy Twitter to begin with.
Yeah, like, come on. They're not letting... And look, I have nothing against, like, what it is what it is. Like, I'm neither here nor there. Like, would I want Elon to own TikTok or not? I don't use TikTok, so I don't have a dog in the fight. I just think from a realistic standpoint, the second I heard that story, I'm like, why does that even make any sense? But these headlines, they're not hurting Meta.
Nope.
Like all of this, you can say whatever you want about this. I think Google does fine, obviously. Meta does fine. Snapchat is, I think, a bit of a different story because everything I hear from my nephews, one nephew that uses it and then a niece that uses it as well, is that Snapchat's not much of a thing anymore, but I'm old, so I don't know. It's up 8%. I'm just more skeptical about Snapchat because someone's selling the boat here at $13. So, yeah.
I think Snapchat...
Popular in India? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's popular here too. I mean, my kids are still on it. I mean, they're sending snaps to each other all the time.
Don't they all use the gaming stuff to communicate now? Like,
yeah, there's a bunch of
like you can talk.
The world is a funny place right now. Yeah, you can talk on Discord now.
Discord, Reddit.
Yeah.
Name your gaming platform or game, I guess, in general, and that's where the kids are going to be talking. You got to watch out for it. There's some stuff on Roblox I was learning.
Oh yeah. There's lots of stuff. I mean, anytime there's going to be all that sort of.
Don't call after 3 a.m. There's I don't know, whatever. There's this.
They do a good job of blocking games and stuff. I feel like it's the, like you have to sign up to let your kids be part of like the vocal, like the chat. That to me can get dangerous because like you don't know who's on there, right? Anybody can sign up for an account. And I don't know. And to everybody, like to me, that's not. Like it is important, but I mean, our kids, I just feel like it's the most important thing is to teach your kids the right things, and then hopefully they'll be able to react appropriately when the right time is there. I mean, that's how I'm, living my life with my kids. It's just like, hey, look, I'm going to trust you guys,
give them
and just go for it and make me proud, not the other way around. And as long as that keeps happening, then I am good with that. And I think it's balance. Too, right? I mean, I think you got to have balance with your kids, and you can't just say no this, no that. Like you have to let them do some stuff. But anyways, okay. So SoFi not really reacting the right way. If this breaks through $15, we are now below the 50-period moving average. We could have our first loss on this. We didn't get out of that much, man. It only went up to 16 cents. That was the high that we got. So we went 11 to 16s, and we're only out of like 20%. So I'm hoping for a bounce in SoFi. It's actually a little disappointing. The market, I mean, it's not disappointing. We're, like I said, we made more money today on Tesla than I think we ever have. So for myself. So I feel like we did really, like whenever that's the case, I think you did really well. And it's not I'm just talking about that. Again, I'd say most of the traders that traded Tesla today probably had made more than me anyway. So it's not about how much you make. What I'm talking about is the ability to kind of hold this, let this kind of trade happen, and then like that out is 12, that out is 15, that out is 17. So it's like instead of getting out every 50 or 60 cents, we were getting out of every $1 or $2. So it's like that makes a huge difference. So I'm really noticing that. And we talk about, changing and getting better and getting worse as traders. I feel that the more reps that we get on these active names in this kind of a market, the better it is. And we have so much more to come. I mean, this is just the beginning of many of these bumps, right? Like once Trump is around, you're going to just start hearing some crazy stuff, man. I feel like all about different regulations. And one day this is going to happen for EVs. The next day there's going to be some sort of a play in the chip names. And by the way, right now, it's NVIDIA. Right now, what's up, Ozan? There's the cow for you, my guy. Right now, it's 1, it's 2, it's $3 in the money on NVIDIA. So we'll go 11 in the money on Tesla. Sorry, 9 in the money on Tesla. We're about 11 in total. And then NVIDIA right now 3. So we'll take another piece out right there on NVIDIA and put that one right up there as it goes right into the high of the day. Good call. Whoever that was before that had said, what about NVIDIA near the highs? We go bang right there and we hit that. So there it goes. You did hear your name, Ozan. And what's up, Kyle Burdett? Thank you so much for all the support. And I'm guessing, wow, this NVIDIA trade, man, that's a face slapper right now. Palantir not doing much. This might be the next one to go. I'm really proud of the damage that we did on the futures, man. That was a pretty brave call. I like that one for sure. We'll get out if it breaks maybe above the 50 period as we're getting light on the tooth here. We got to get ready to go. But let's go over, and then we'll come back and see what Neil's talking about. We're a little bit late on Money Talks.
Great uptrend here on the wider frame for the daily chart here for the US dollar with these higher highs and higher lows continuing from that base in late September. But we've actually been in a 3-day losing streak for the US dollar. And I think certainly the fact that we had another slightly softer than expected inflation print today did not help matters for the DXY. Once again, market popping up, DXY pipe popping to the downside on this weaker inflation. It's worth noting though, this CPI print was actually completely in line with expectations. However, the core prints were slightly lower than expected. We know core inflation is something that a lot of these Fed speakers, for example, Michelle Bowman, have spoken about watching particularly closely as of late. So you definitely want to keep an eye on some of these core prints. These core prints certainly well received by the market and potentially poorly received here by the US dollar. We did have some Fed speak as well. Barkin saying around 10 a.m. that he sees basically confidence that we are continuing to see inflation go down. We also have comments from Fed's Williams at 11 a.m. and Fed's Goolsbee at 12 p.m. However, at 11 a.m., another thing to watch for the market, but also for the U.S. dollar is Citigroup earnings. They're going to be having their earnings call at 11 a.m. a little bit late here for C. Guys, back to you.
So we're going to change the government. Oh, thank you very much, sir. We were just again talking about...
We're talking about like what you can and can't hold in registered accounts.
Yeah, like our...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, our TFSAs, which is our tax-free savings account here in Canada, we're unable, like I can't, neither one of us, like we can't go into like an OTC name. And like, look, you're going to allow, like, you fill out a few forms and anybody can trade options. Like I think at some point you've got to let people have more control over their own finances. And that's the way the world is going. And it's just my 2 cents. Like if you put every single disclaimer you want out there, make me click 27 different warnings, or make sure you read this, or these ridiculous. Are risky for that. Like I have no issue with all of that stuff, and then just let me make the investment I want to. Like give me a little bit more control over that account, because I feel like that's the way the world should be going. But we were just sort of talking about the dip in Fannie, and I'm like, oh, it'd be nice to buy into my TFSA. Beginning of the year, you're able to contribute some things. I wanted to put some stuff in there. But we can't. But we're going to get a new government, and maybe they will change that. I have no idea. So just very quickly here.
Be nice.
NVIDIA 130, like yesterday's high, Friday's close. Yes, Friday's close was at $136. So if it gets to 136, I'm not looking revert, but I am looking to cover in front of 136. So it's a V-shaped recovery. The V ends at $136. Would make a lot of sense here on NVDA. What are you doing, Palantir? Oh my goodness. Why is Palantir not? So I tried off the 68 level.
But maybe it's not.
I'm like, I tried it here, the first bounce off VWAP, and since then, I expected to look back and be like, yeah, there's going to be another one where I get in, does the wick under VWAP. I get it on the break of the prior high, put my stop underneath. I'm like, then that one I should have held on to. No, actually, it's still kind of not good. It's a bit weird here on Palantir. I'd watch this if the futures roll over, but I got the eyeballs on Mara now. I sort of said before, like Mara is usually the place. If we fail on Bitcoin, if we pull back on BTC, then it's Mara that I want to short. So go back to the well. It was good for me yesterday. Fail breakout of the high, and it's got a bit of a flat bottom break in here, just underneath the 1820. And what was 1820 yesterday? It was where we shorted in front of. And today, it's barely holding on to this line at the same 1820 level. That's going to lead me to look for the short breaking down on Mara here. So we'll see what happens on Mara. And for someone just said in the chat, where's the stop on QBTS? Stop should always, my stops are almost always obvious, so I don't think they're usually rocket science. Opening range bottom. Not this wick, because I don't care about the wicks at 930 to 935. I care about the consolidation level. So if we can't hold on to this $5.70 level, then I'm out of the trade. It's about a couple of cents underneath it. I don't like even dollar stops. So it's either at, you can guess, it's either at 67 or 60 or 68, but not at 69.
Yeah. It's like when I was like getting all cute there with Tesla, and it was like, I'm gonna wait for 420. And again, we could have just got out right there at 418 and change. Maybe we should have, but that's okay. That's why we make decisions and we figure out the consequences of said decisions, right? And that would have been one of them there, having to wait for this pullback. But you know what, man? No Tesla, no cry, because we got props up right now with over 60 handles now in the money on the futures. This was one of the best trades. One of the best decisions I had made was going over to the futures not too long ago, and it's really made a big difference in my own trading and sort of being able to top off on some of this, because we often get people watch our trades, and I'm always watching the chat as well, and I appreciate everything that people tell me, and it's like, dude, these calls have been great on the futures. Some of them aren't, right? But, generally speaking, if we're going to watch the futures and try to make equity calls on that, why not just go into TQQ? And I think what got me away from it is the fact that it's a different trade, right? Like if you're going to look here at NQ, so here's like what our NQ looks like, H25. So this is what a level 2 looks like for the futures. It's a completely different fee structure here at Real Trading. It's a completely different bid ask. There are different keys. There are different stop orders. Basically, it's different. So as soon as I was able to chart and look at the TQs and say to myself, we could just trade this just like an equity and don't even worry about anything else. So we went over to there. It's triple the move. So you got to watch out for that. I do not think it's a great long-term investment. We've talked about that a couple times here on the show, of course. You don't want to hold levered products because you have the time degradation based on options.
Yeah, you don't want the decay.
So time decay. Yeah, so you got to watch out for that one. But anyways, good trade there on the TQs as we start to go downside. Hey man, we're almost $1 right now in the money on the futures. So I mean that's. Here we go. We take some 05s out there. So, yeah, man, the trading just continues on this side. Wow, we just got some out at 05. We are now on this trade. We have 5% left. So we just bled it out right there. It's 11 o'clock, 5% left on that one. Tesla's trying to go. Rigetti's pulling back a little bit. And our SoFi trade comes out at $15. So today, NVIDIA, Rigetti, SoFi, TQQs, and Tesla. And we have our best day of the month. So join us again.
Yeah, great look there. I did jump out on the retake of 135 on NVIDIA. It was a bit of a trend break.
135?
The order back in. No, it over-undered that level.
Right, I see it, yeah.
So, yeah, there it goes. Now, obviously, NVIDIA early on did a big-time bottom tail candle, waited for it to confirm on the 15-minute. I think it still has a chance to go, obviously, but we'll look for the next available dip. It's room to 136 on NVIDIA. It's just distinctly different from some of these other chip names, so you got to put it into its own bucket. Like in AMD might be up 2%, which is the same as NVIDIA, but AMD is not breaking highs right now. AMD is relatively weak. So make sure that you're trading strong stocks. It's a simple thing to say. Strong stocks, try to be looking long. Weak stocks, to me, Mara is relatively weak compared to some of the other crypto names. That's why I'm back into that short, but yeah, just be very, very careful. This is the kind of day when you're extended to 2% already that any pullbacks can be nasty And if a stock is not a strong stock, you should not be just sitting on the bit of it because the rest of the market's going up. Let's get on over. I forget what the lesson is already, but we've got the professor, we've got Joseph, and you guys are going to get a great lesson either way.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And we gotta wait, because YouTube likes to take their sweet you-know-what time before they weasel everybody on over. So we're gonna wait for the chat to come on over from the other stream. Shout out to Mateus Dang Lane. Yo, 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 right back at you, brother. What a great day we have on these here markets. We got I can't read that. Sorry. Benson, Juan Padilla. We got D-Loaf, Mr. Long Shorts, as well. You know, Stuart.
Blackhawk.
Yeah, my bad. Couldn't read that. It was just moving too quick. We got Cairo. We got Soul 1 Queen 88, as well as Odyssey Fights. We got, I'm going to try to read some names that I haven't read before. Juiced, The Rock 17100 saying BBAI. We got Fully Tilted 4. They're not having a good day, or their name denotes that. Cass M, Robert Woods. We got, who else? Officially unburdened. I have to say that one. We got Reg. Jimmy J. We got Simmer Down, T-Money, Brent Roth, and Bill Perrette. Shout out to Benton, CCOIG. I can't skip over that one. Benton. Shout out to Diggity Risk, and who else over here? Let's get MJA. We got Joseph Birch Music, The Basket Case, Damien, Stanley Game, and Bree Curry. Sure. Brandon Townsend, one of the OGs there. We got Saddle B and Diggity Risk again. One more here. Let's see. We got Mighty Mike 671. Shout out to Mighty Mike. Hope you're having a good day. These markets are doing things, Joseph, and by things I mean they're going to the upside.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. It's been a fun one. Nothing short of fun this morning. We know we had the banks reporting in the earlier hours in the pre-market, and then we had that CPI print come in a little cooler than expected. So here we are. Market doesn't need much to get a flame up under it. So here we go, and things are buzzing, guys. But we know we have a lesson. But let's take a look at how the top performing sectors are this morning. So up about 2.25 here, we have the financials, XLF, led by Citigroup and JPM and Goldman Sachs. So those guys are buzzing this morning, having a good time. Technology sitting in second place. We know what NVDA is doing. We know what Apple's doing. And we know what Tesla's doing. We're up about 2% on that one. And then we have consumer discretionary, the XLY being led by Tesla and Amazon, all right? And then let's take a look. Here, risk on. Just from looking at these these sectors and how they're performing, it seems like risk on. Because in last place, Sharif, we have consumer staples down about 0.25%. So, okay, we're not as defensive there. Healthcare up just under 0.5%. And then materials up about 0.6% on that front, guys. And yeah, absolutely buzzing. Everything's moving so far. We're holding view up extremely well. Let's see what the rest of the session has in store for us.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good one, Joseph, because like you and I were talking about before we went on camera, the long term, the swing accounts are buzzing today. So I hope everybody's in a good mood and we got a good lesson for you guys. So Joseph had a sick VWAP lesson yesterday, but the day before that, we were talking about moving average convergence divergence, but we were talking about it from the crossover sense, because there's two lines there on the MACD. So we're talking about using it for crossovers. Today, we're going to talk about MACD again, but we're going to talk about it through the lens of divergence. So I'll explain what I mean in a hot second. So welcome, traders. Today's lesson dives into MACD divergence, a powerful tool for identifying potential trend reversals in the market. So let's get right to it. As we always do, explain things from a high level. What is MACD divergence at a basic level over here? So imagine you're looking at a stock chart with a MACD indicator on the bottom. Normally, the price movement and the MACD tend to move in the same direction. Tend. That's really the operative word here. But sometimes a divergence between price action and MACD occurs. This means the price and the MACD move in opposite directions, hinting at a possible change in trend. So there are different types of divergences. So before we get really nuanced, let's explain what these are. There are two main types of divergences to watch out for. The first and the foremost is the not foremost, but bullish divergence. This occurs during a downtrend. So bullish divergence takes place during a downtrend. The price keeps on making lower lows, but lo and behold, the MACD is not making lower lows anymore and starts forming higher lows. This is suggesting that the weakness is starting to come into the downtrend and hinting at a potential upside move. The opposite is also true. The bearish divergence. This occurs during an uptrend and the price keeps making higher highs, but the MACD starts forming lower highs. This is suggestive of a weakening uptrend and a potential for a downside move. So let's start with the bullish MACD first. So look at the price action over here. We make lower lows. So this is an area trough followed by a lower area trough. But when we look at that exact same area on the MACD chart on the bottom, it's not a lower low, it's a higher low. And so typically what we expect after that is sometime in the future, obviously, that we're gonna make a higher high and break this area crest over here. You didn't see it on this one, but that was not really the point. The bearish MACD divergence, same thing, but in the opposite. The price action, moving along its merry way, making higher highs, area crest, another area crest, higher than its predecessor. But when you look at that exact same area, again on the MACD chart on the bottom, you see a lower high for the second area crest. And then usually what happens after that is you have a move down. In this case, you got it. So understanding divergence is important here. So a divergence by no means guarantees a trend reversal, but it is suggestive of a shift in momentum. So here's why it's important. Let's look at the first point. Losing momentum. So when the price keeps going up or down for bullish or bearish divergence, but the MACD weakens, it's suggesting to you that the trend might be losing steam. So you don't need to be selling immediately because there could be a shift, but you should be on guard at that point, okay? Maybe move up your stop, throw in a stop if you didn't have one involved, etc. Okay? Now, here's the other one, the potential reversal. This weakening momentum can sometimes lead to a trend reversal in the opposite direction. So those are the two things we really need to look out for when we see divergence. And remember, guys, it's not set in stone, right? You definitely need confirmation. Divergence is a warning sign, not a guaranteed reversal. Look for confirmation, obviously, using other technical indicators or price patterns before taking action. And there's obviously false signals. The market's full of them, baby. Divergence can sometimes be misleading, especially during those volatile markets. And today I would submit to you we have one. So beyond the basics, the strength of divergence is important here. So the greater the difference between the price movement and the MACD, the stronger the divergence signal. So what do I mean by that? So in the picture we saw before, we didn't have too much of a difference between the price action high and the MACD lower high. But the more pronounced the difference between the higher high and the lower high, the more sound, I would say, the indicator is. And then there's also the issue of hidden divergence. Sometimes the price makes a new high or a new low, but the MACD doesn't quite reach the previous highs or the previous lows. This can also be a sign of divergence. So basically what I'm trying to say is here, the bigger the difference between the higher high in the price and the lower high in the MACD, the more sound the indicator is, the less the difference, the more you need to be wary that what you're seeing is just noise. Okay, and this is kind of what we're looking at over here. MACD makes basically an equidistant low, and we end up getting a higher low on the price. Same thing in the opposite, obviously, with the bearish hidden divergence. And just the final word, guy, MACD divergence, certainly a valuable tool for spotting potential trend reversals by understanding the different types of divergence and using it with caution. Of course, you can improve your ability to identify potential trading opportunities. Remember, though, practice with paper trading account before risking real capital. If you can't make money in the sim, what makes you think you can make money IRL? Just some 2 cents and food for thought. Hope everybody prints up a storm. Joseph.
Good point there, my guy. We're sitting in here some IBIT, but I want to touch on what Sharif just said as well too. If you can't make $1 in sim, what makes you think that you can do it live? It's a whole new game. I remember when I first started my trading journey, I didn't touch a live account until 3 months in, and then even so, it's kind of like hitting the restart button once you have kind of established a little a playbook or something along those lines. But then as soon as you get live and things start to get real, then the palms get sweaty and you get nervous and you're kind of starting from square one again. So make sure you get those reps in with the simulator, and then you can obviously grow into a live account if you're ready. But you want to get uncomfortable, especially you need to push yourself, continue to push yourself, but start there, because that's how accounts get blown up. When you first start out, you have the inability to control those emotions, even though you may think you will. Trust me, when it gets real, it gets a lot more difficult. So just keep getting those reps in, get that saddle time in, and then sure enough, you'll be able to achieve what you will and want to, guys. But let's take a look at some Bitcoin. Just some basic some TA here. Let's see what happens. I formed this wedge that we had held this support level really well. I think this is going to be key leading into this 102, 103K level into Bitcoin. I think that we might reject this because we're going to have to punch through this with some momentum at that point. And again, multiple tests, but the inability to breach this and head into the low 80s. So here we are, just again, recovering off this cool CPI print. This is positive for Bitcoin. It's positive for the overall market. So I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from here. And again, don't force it. Let the setup pull to you. If we sit up above this, then maybe we can consider this secondary trend broken, and then we can continue to the northeast. And that's something I would like to see. But again, be patient. Let price action tell you when it's time, and don't necessarily force it. We are putting in some solid sessions right now, but again, don't feel FOMO too much, because all of us are always like, I wish I had a little more, I wish I did this. And don't put yourself in a horrible position just because you have the fear of missing out. Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. We will do it live. Yeah, exactly. We'll do it live. We'll do
Bill
it live.
O'Reilly's
We'll do it live. Yeah, but good stuff there. I know Adair's looking at MSTR as well. A lot of people talking about MSTR. We're really forming this bull flag here that Sharif mentioned not too long ago. So price compression here. Let's get some trend lines going here, my guy, and see what we can do from that standpoint, because eventually it's going to break. And then which way, you want to be able to identify which side this is going to break. And I think the volume will tell you that, right? So here we go. No, we don't want to buy any of those, but here we are. Guys, again, break through that, then I think we can continue to the northeast. I really like MSTR. We are quite a bit off of the that all-time highs, but here we are sitting on top of this wedge that IBIT is forming as well too. So that is an absolute positive signal. Let's see what we got going on with these guys. We got some big tech rolling in the coming weeks as well too. So earnings is going to support that, but JPM just blowing it out the water for another quarter.
All right, just throwing some stops, Joseph, putting them up over here. So I'm obviously involved in QUBT. We're going to talk about that in a second, but I just weaseled into a new one, BKYI, small cap gapper. What is this up? 115%. So look, this one came into the 10 exponential, and I like the fact that it also has price action support right at that 260 area. So look, the first area for me is going to be this 10 exponential, at printing at 285 currently on my chart. I want to see if it holds up there. It was a bigger retracement off that 368 HOD. And then it dipped all the way down to about 283 around there. So we'll see if it holds up there. But this is the one that we're doing well on right now, and this is the this is the one that we added into. Okay, so initially entered at 1031. I added at 10, and now we're at 1044. So we're scalping out here of QUBT. Let's hang out since we got no more orders until the high 50s. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hang out in the high 40s. And the reason I'm going to do that is because you know how these 50 penny areas work on these smaller price stocks. They tend to act as areas of both support and resistance, at least intraday. So if we can scalp out on this bad boy, I'd be pleased as a dang punch. There we go on BKYI. All right, we're going to take out some over here into the high 3s. Let's set up at, no, that's not right because I already took out some there. That ain't gonna work. We're gonna hang out in the mid-teens here on BKYI. Entered at the 10 exponential dang moving average. Let's see if it can break that. Appreciate you, Joseph. Let's see if it can break that 10 penny level. The volume is good on this bad boy. In other words, it's done. There it is. Boom. 146 million shares on the day. We take out 15s, but now we're gonna set up at the $0.25 level. So let's go all the way up to 24s. I ride on 22s, but I wouldn't mind riding on 24s, right? So, you know, it's all good there. But here we go. We're going to set up at 3.25. I'm sorry, I don't know why I did that. Set up at 3.25 on this bad boy. There's Max. I miss Max. Was he at poker night, by the way? Did he come to poker night?
He was, I don't think the last one. He was at the previous one before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was at the last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, eidetic memory at the big desk over there. Shout out to Adair. So that's what we're looking at right now on BKYI. I've got a few more outs on this one. So it's going to have to hold the 280 area now that I've scalped out here and it's bounced up. Now, if the reason I move up my stop in this situation is if it gets a perfunctory bounce off that 10 exponential, then chances of it failing are a lot higher. If it continues, you know, reaching about that 3.5, 340 area, then the chances of it going are a lot better. So I don't want to give too much back on this one, having entered in at 94. So I'm going to put my stop at 82s, which accounts for this area low over here. Let's go back to QUBT. Sadly, did not get the print yet at 48s. Going to keep packing my patience here. QUBT looks good, I guess. What I like in this situation is you get the big move up to 1150, right? Then you retrace down, you hold up at a specific area. What's that area? The volume weighted average price. That is always a solid white line on my chart. And look how many bounces here we have off VWAP. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's on the 5-minute chart. No wick, close, or anything else below that level. Doesn't mean it's going to hold up forever and ever more, but it puts the odds of it continuing up to the upside a little bit higher in my estimation. So we're going to keep watching BKYI and QUBT, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. Yeah, it's funny. You're looking at some of these mag names, and we're all kind of hovering around the same area. Let's take a look at the Qs here and see what we got going on, just hovering above the volume-weighted average price. So, I mean, we're starting to run into some retracement territory here, especially if we break the VWAP. Apple in the same area, Tesla as well, too. And NVDA just kind of slowly grinding to the top side. Let's take a look at NVDA and see what we got up here with Jensen and company. So, yeah, nice little run here, but now heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Again, strong market. Really strong market. This pullback is on really low volume, which is a positive sign. So again, just look for those turnaround signals below VWAP, and if we get that continuation in strength, then so be it. Look to participate on that front. So yeah, let this pullback wave out a little bit. We went on that monstrous run earlier in the session. Really strong opening drives. So this pullback is justified. So just be patient, let it wave out, and let those signals display themselves in order for you to start participating in the trend to the long side. Or if we get a capitulation, you're going to see that selling volume really step in, kind of like what happened yesterday in the latter half of the session. You get that rug pull, and then you see that volume step in along with it. But other than that, if that volume really doesn't step in, I'm going to look for a turnaround and price action at some point. So kind of getting slacked on IBIT right here, but that's okay. Once we break VWAP, I'm at a dodge. Totally fine. We added up here, looking for the continuation and then the move up to the high a day. Not getting that right now, but I think we do continue to move higher on IBIT, sitting around 99,200, on spot. So yeah, I think we're going to continue in this strength, as I mentioned multiple times before. But let's take a look at some of the top volume scanners here and see what we got going on. NVDA usually at the top of its class, and sure enough, it is this morning. IONQ putting in some shares as well, too, guys. And then SOXL sitting in third place. So not a bad look. Let's see what we got going on, guys. Continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Someone says RGTI. Yeah, let's take a look. RGTI. Spaghetti. Okay, yeah, starting to break down here is RGTI. and zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective, like, ouch, you don't want to be trapped up here, do you? A-Street, that, yeah, you know what I mean? That'd be tough. At the lows, 72% at those lows off of the highs, guys, which would be a tough look and extremely difficult to sit through, in my opinion. You'll definitely have some palms sweaty on that one there. Yeah, for sure, and I would be looking to get out. So after those multiple gap down days, a little bit of a tough look, and I forget which company I was reading it on, but they issued like, I forget it was like 50 million shares or something along with that and raised $1 million, which is just like, that's a tough look on that front, but it was something to do with quantum. I know, what's his name, Kramer doesn't really love them right now. So yeah, but again, they're in play. You can't debate that, but are the fundamentals supporting them? We don't know, but let's see what Adara has.
What we have here is our sector watch, but this time we'll take a look at some of these names sharply underperforming the S&P 500. One really cool thing you could do with the sector board is you can look specifically at tickers that are especially weak on today. As of right now, there are 4. We just got a 4th, but we're going to focus on these 3, 2 of which are in health technology, one of which is in retail trade. So what are these tickers that are really underperforming the market today, especially with the market up as much as 2% at the highs? Well, first we have Waters Corporation. I couldn't find any catalyst on WAT. This one, though, did take a little bit of a pullback, especially here with volume around 1109. So beware here. WAT in the laboratory space down about 4%. Then we have Viatris, VTRS, much like Waters Corporation, is also in that space here with health. They also announced yesterday, apparently they're going to be in a unique position to be able to be a long-term player in the obesity market. Not sure if that's what's moving it today because that did come out yesterday, but either way, VTRS grinding to the downside. And last but not least, Lululemon, LULU, actually had a gap up on Monday, but gave up pretty much all of the move when they did announce here higher than expected guidance going forward. They did get a slight price target increase here from Wells Fargo, but equal weight rating over maintained here. So basically, even though we have a lot of strength in this market, not every name is having a great day today, guys. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Adara. All right. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on QUBT. For BKYI, I got stopped out of the remaining amount. It did break the 10 exponential. I've set up now a hold at what I perceive to be the area crest. So let's talk a little bit about BKYI, because that 10 exponential, well, it looks like it might hold because it's a hammer candle right now, but I'm not going to get it in on the first 5-minute candle. Will make a new high. So here's what I mean by that. Typically what happens is you have lower highs, lower lows into a key area of support, okay? And then the first 5-minute candle that makes a new high is usually how I enter. But look what this candle did. It really got the longs involved. There was a bull trap there. It goes in all the way to the 10 exponential. You feel like it's going to hold up. It makes a new high. Lo and behold, ends up being the mother of all topping tail candles. And then it drops down even further, stopping me out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up at the pre-market high, that 261 area, which is also really close to VWAP. So that pre-market high, 260, VWAP, 255. So I've set up already my dip trade to account for that. Anything below the mid 40s, I'm gone. So I've already set up my entry and my exit on BKYI. So we'll set up or keep an eye out on that one. I'm also setting up here on RCAT. RCAT's up about 14%, was up higher at the top there at 1114. Here's the deal. This one also coming in quite aggressively into that volume weighted average price area. I might get the fill here real soon. 1055 is a volume weighted average price. And there's also another area crest right at the beginning of that 935 area. It got into about 1050. So you have that 1050 area with VWAP as well as an area crest right at the opening print, that what we call the implied balance high. Well, it's not actually the implied balance high. That's the opening price spike. Here we go. It's coming real close into my area. Maybe I'll get the fill by the time we get back from Adara.
I'll be pushing to the downside with volume. I'm not seeing any news on this yet, but just be aware I'm seeing this on X. Now I want to talk about Tesla and some of these EV and self-driving names once again, because we have more comments coming from Sean Duffy. Sean Duffy is potentially here, if the Senate confirmation hearing goes through, he will be the new head of the Department of Transportation under the Trump administration. Now he's made quite a few comments over the last few days. Yesterday he said that he wants to really help bring Boeing back into public confidence, have people confident in Boeing. Earlier, he said that electric vehicles should have to pay fees to drive on the roads. Just now, though, he's actually saying that the industry needs, quote, clearer rules for self-driving cars. He also commented, apparently, that he wants to work on self-driving car rules. So apparently, Mr. Sean Duffy going after some of these self-driving electric vehicles. He also said earlier that Boeing needs some tough love to get their act together. So keep an eye on Boeing, Tesla, and all of these transportation names as Sean Duffy's hearing continues to be underway, guys.
Should we call that guy the Duffsters?
The Duffsters, Duffman.
I'm good with that. Adair seems to be okay with it too. So
Duffman.
yeah, we can go with that.
Yeah, beers. Yeah. Someone in the chat here, Nautics Robotics. Okay. Nauticus Robotics. Let's take a deeper look in this because I was talking to Sharif about this, about RR. So maybe it's that time to get into some humanoid plays here. Robotics Inc. develops autonomous robots for the ocean industries. Its business model includes using robotic systems for service, selling vehicles and components. Interesting. Here we are, Sharif. Did this one pop up on your scanner here today? KITT?
Now it is.
Now it is. All right, so there you go. Looking pretty nice here on the daily. You're getting that breakout and then that volume supporting it as well too, guys. So I'm always going to keep an eye out on that front. So this is looking pretty good thus far. Let's zoom out and take a look from a daily perspective. I mean, look where it's come from. Not the prettiest of pictures, like at all whatsoever. I don't know if there was any splits or anything along those lines, but that doesn't look too good from that standpoint. You don't want to be bag holding this one, but here we are bouncing off these lows here, guys, up over a couple 100% on KITT. Let's see what we got here at the peak. So 615%. From peak to trough there. So really good look. Again, recovering that volume, supporting these moves, but that pullback is awfully deep. But from an intraday perspective, it's looking pretty good. So hopefully you're involved in that one slightly earlier. Don't chase it all the way up here. There will always be another chance for an entry. And just take your time. Wait for that setup to show up. Don't chase because it usually doesn't end. It doesn't end well if you do decide that you want to chase something. But let's take a look at Google here as well, guys. Alphabet moving pretty nice. Again, creeping in on those all-time highs. We're not too far off that, just a couple percentage points here. And I mentioned this time and time again, about 3% off those all-time highs. I think this thing is going to continue to crawl higher and higher. I know when I don't know when the report comes out, but it's around the same as some of the other big tech names. But I think it's going to be a solid report once again from Google. This company is honestly, what it consists of is absolutely amazing and one of my largest holdings. So looking forward to seeing what's going on with Google. We got Willow, we got Gemini, we got Waymo, we got YouTube. So this thing is absolutely on fire, and I think it'll continue to burn, that's for sure.
Your friend Neil just put in the chat there that Google is February 4th.
February 4th.
So mark your calendars if you're involved in that. You want to know what Sundar and his crew over there are doing at Goggles. And yeah, obviously I'm not involved in Google in the long term or the swing, but I'm going to be all ears and everything else because they're a market leader and I want to be very apprised of what is happening there. All right, ARCAT. We just got the first fill there in the mid-60s. Now I'm waiting. You know where I'm waiting if we're in the 60s. I don't need to tell you guys again. I'm waiting at 69s. All right? So we're going to hang out here in 69s. I'm also setting up in the mid-70s. And if we get those prints, then we'll look at the 80 area. The 80 area concerns me, though. That $10.80 area because there was once, twice, and then dang thrice, we finally broke down below that 1080 level. So if we used it as support for a hot minute, I am concerned that it acts as resistance for that similar hot minute. So we'll see what the situation is with our friend ARCAT over here waiting for the print. It's print in 70s and I still it hasn't crossed though. And we all know what the spread, there it is. Now we got the 69 print. So now let's see if we can get the 75 print as well on your boy ARCAT. This was a volume weighted average price retracement drop and pop. So this is the white line. If you guys have been watching the show for a minute, you guys know the white lines on my chart are always VWAP. And the beautiful thing is, it's nice when VWAP and the price action previous area of resistance conflate, okay? When they are in and around the same area. So my observation was at 9:35, 5-minute candle took us all the way up into about 10:49, right? And then VWAP over here was at 10:56. So it's a good look. let's keep an eye out on this one. I think I just got a print on something there. Oh, yep. We just got another print on RCAT. So now we have no more resting orders on this one. So here's the deal. I don't usually set up at 79s and 78s, but I'm going to, in this case, again, because I am concerned about that 1080 resistance level on RCAT. It could be nothing and it could be something. So we're going to take some off there if we get into 79s. Right now, we are having issues with that $0.75 area at 1075. Let's move back though to QUBT. So I was singing this one's praise. Oh, look how many times it's bouncing off VWAP. What a great VWAP hold. Well, you know what? That was a good VWAP hold, but what's not good about QUBT right now is the umpteen amount of lower highs that we're getting. We're getting it. You can see it clearly on the 1. You can see it clearly on the 5. Now, this is looking like a descending wedge, and Joseph was talking about this pattern yesterday. That is typically when you have a flat base, a clear price, that the price keeps bouncing off. Let's, in this case, use $10. But then when you look at the highs, not the lows, you have incrementally lower highs. That is telling you a story. The story is that the sellers are getting more aggressive and pushing it down and down at lower and lower and lower price increments. Usually that leads to a flat bottom break, and usually it's quite violent, whether it's 30 pennies, 40 pennies, obviously depends on the price of the stock. So keeping my eye out on that one, Joseph, as it's coming down now into my entry. We are printing 1005s, and I've already moved up my stop to account for a 10 break. So we'll give up 5 pennies on the last little amount here if it does breach there. Let's go back to our friend RCAT. What's RCAT doing? So we didn't get the print yet at 80s. But let me tell you, anything below that $0.50, I'm gone. It's going to have to hold the $0.50, not because it's VWAP, but it's VWAP and price action, previous resistance, looking for support this time. All right, so I'm a little disappointed with how I executed on BKYI because, look, it got into that $0.75 area, and now it's rocketing up above $3. I'm going to have to get into this one if it settles down. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Madeira.
As the whole market falls here, worth noting, GoDaddy, GDDY. This one is actually up 1%, but it's worth noting. I just got this news coming through just now. It looks like this reaction happened a little bit earlier. Basically, GoDaddy is having action taken against it here by the FTC. We know the FTC is trying to get everything coming through here before the administration changes hands. So either way, US FTC taking action against GoDaddy, basically alleging that they have lax, or I guess, chill, not strict enough data security policies for their website hosting services. So GDDY under attack here from the FTC for some of its policies, guys. Back to you.
You're under attack, bro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, geez, yeah. Revive Call of Duty.
I like the responses we got when we asked everyone what their first person shooter game was. Their favorite first person retro. I think we asked retro. No, we didn't.
Retro?
You said COD, and that's not technically retro.
Yeah. I should have said GoldenEye, to be honest with you. Yeah, because GoldenEye was a good
one.
Yeah,
Pierce Brosnan. I remember back in the day.
You got the golden gun. It was game over. Once you got that, it was game over on that front. But yeah, guys.
Katina May says that was important.
Yeah, it was mad. It was mad. Yeah, exactly. You need that. So, yeah, you need that thing. But yeah, guys, we mentioned kind of the breach of VWAP here. So here we go on NVDA. Let's take a look at the cues though, because I think this is really important. That volume is starting to pick up on this 5-minute time frame. So as we head to the south side, we have this really nice run in the earlier hours, now breaching. So that volume is starting to kick in a little bit here, guys. Let's see what kind of prints we get. You want to break it down and be able to read the detail here in the price action prints. And if you see kind of any dojis or anything along those lines below VWAP, and then that's where that elastic effect can come in on the volume weighted average price. And that's something I'm going to be keeping my eyes out. But as of right now, I think we continue to the southeast here, especially because that volume is starting to pick up, and we had these monster runs, kind of leg 1, leg 2 from CPI this morning. So this pullback can totally be justified. Nothing to be overly alarmed about, unless that, like yesterday's session, if you get that rug pull, then it's like, okay, now you're scratching your head, like, okay, we run up for the first half of the session, and then now we just sell off as well too. So yeah, and you also had to be odd jobs so you can get hit. Yeah, exactly, 1 shot, 1 kill, and that was it with that on GoldenEye. Good stuff there. So yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. And we will sure to go over it. Yeah, we went over MSTR earlier. Let's go over ADTX ADTX, what is this one? Addicts. Okay, so this thing is moving. I don't even know if Sharif would even be playing with this thing. Here, it's about 16 pennies.
What am I? I like how you put that, eh? It's like, not even Sharif would trade this. Like, what garbage is this?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is, man. If it's garbage,
Really, bro,
hey, of course, but like Sean was saying, man, we just try to be as straightforward. I don't want to tell you guys I like something when I don't, right? If I'm looking at it 16 cents, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even bat an eye at it. But if this is your style of trading, we're going to go over it without a doubt. So don't question that. But it is moving extremely well. Not really in the wheelhouse here, but you can see from a daily perspective, like if you were to show me this earlier in the morning, like it popped up on your scanner, you were like, Joe, hey, look at this, ADTX, check it from a daily standpoint. I'd be like, no, I think there's more things in play, especially like the banks and the overall market, because we have macro data and then we have earnings reports. So for those are a bunch of high-level catalyst, something that I want to keep an eye on and look for the continuation in whatever direction the market decides it wants to go, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. So again, we are moving higher on the session. So what am I going to do? I don't want to necessarily fight the trend. If I'm wrong, that's fine. But at least when I collect my data and I go over my previous trades, it's like, okay, well, A, B, and C all lined up. The system just didn't work today. Totally fine. You come back tomorrow, and who knows? It may work. But again, we have those high-level catalyst with JPM and the bank's earnings, and then CPI coming in cooler, which is really, really good stuff. And you want to look to participate in where the volume is. So I'm not going to try to fight and try to milk a stone if something else isn't really popping up. So yeah, that is my 2 cents. But let's see what Adara has going for us.
We do have here some of these social media stocks on watch once again. As we know, there are a lot of potentially market-moving comments being made during these confirmation hearings for many of the different potential members here of Donald Trump's cabinet, including a potential Attorney General Pam Bondi, that is Donald Trump's nominee for that position. Apparently, when she was asked here whether the Department of Justice will continue defending the TikTok divest or ban law under her rules, she refused to comment. So no comment here as to whether or not the Trump administration under potential Attorney General Pam Bondi will continue to defend this TikTok divest or ban rule, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Adara. I got a great question from Kay Shaw. I did answer you, Kay, earlier. I think maybe you missed my message, but let me answer your question now. Kay asked a great question. Sharif, how much volume is ideal for these small cap tickers? So my answer to you originally was it really depends on the price. And here's what I mean by that. So if we're looking at a 50 penny name, and it's done about 5 million shares on the day by 11 o'clock, that's really not that much. Okay, it's really not that much. So it's very price dependent. All right. Now, if you're looking at a $25 name and it's done 5 million shares by 11 o'clock, well, then that's decent. So it really will, number one, depend on the price, but also look at the price action and look at the spread. Here's what I mean by that. So have a look at this over here. So on the left side is the bid. That's the most amount anyone right now is willing to pay in the market. And the ask is on the right side. That's the least amount anyone is willing to sell. It's not so clear cut like that, but just take it for our purposes right now. Just let's use that. So when the spread between the bid and the ask is very wide, it usually means it hasn't done that much volume on the day. That's a generalization. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's something that you can use for small cap gappers. I wouldn't necessarily want to rely on that too much for the large caps. They have their own dynamic. So the point is, there's really no specific minimum amount of volume that something should have. Having said that, I do filter my scanner right now. So my small cap scanner right now is set to only show me small cap gappers that have done more than 250,000 shares. And the reason I put it at 250 is because I'm looking to filter them in the pre-market. So when I sit down, I want to see what's moving in the pre, so I can't be expecting the same amount of volume I'd see at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the pre-market at 7, 8 a.m. So my filter over here is specific to me, or not just to me, but to my trading style, where I'm looking for certain small caps in the pre-market, so I filter it in a certain way. I hope that helps. I know that was not a very clear, specific answer because there is really no clear, specific answer in this case, right? I mean, it's going to be very dependent on the stock that you're looking at. So small cap gappers, obviously the more volume, the more liquidity, but the more volume, obviously there's more volatility as well. So there's that side to it. All right, so RCAT, we just took the print there at 80, so it did break that 80 penny level, so I'm happy about that. It actually worked up into my next area, which is 88s, but it didn't cross 88s, and it's about a 3 penny spread, so we'll have to pack our patience. Right now showing me 85. I am next waiting at $10.88 for the print there. All right, what else we got? We're still involved in Qubit, but I'm still, I've gone unprintless, or I've gone printless for, I don't know, the better part of like 15, 20 minutes now. I'm waiting at the lofty areas of 48 and 53. We're long 05, so keep an eye out on that. BKYI is confusing the hell out of me. And now that I'm looking at it, there's just so much to digest here. We got lower highs in terms of the wicks, but we got higher lows in terms of the bottom wicks. It's holding, kind of in between the 20 and the 10. I tried to get into this again. I'm 0 for 2 on BKYI. I don't feel like I have the right read on it. So I'm going to let this one do its thing. It's got all the right stuff I need to see. It's above the pre-market high. It's trading above VWAP. So from a technical sense, like in terms of following my rules, it's good, but I've executed poorly on it for whatever reason. I think that my stop placement is suboptimal. So, I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, BKYI, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, guys. So a couple stabs here on IBIT, not working out thus far. That's okay. Shot 1, exit 1, shot 2. We add, looking for that high day break. We don't get it, and then we just punch out again out of that full size. And now we're back in it again. I don't want to say that I'm trying to milk a stone here because we're moving to the top side, but as we continue to pull back here, I think I might be a little bit early on the gun. So again, we'll just be patient, wait. If we break these lows, then we're going to have to abandon the thesis right now, be a little bit more patient, sit on our hands, and then wait for those true signals to come and display themselves. But guys, let's take a look at XLF. It's funny, I was doing some calculations last night, and I'm like, okay, this thing on average, Sharif, it puts up about $10 a year. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Aside from kind of what happened in COVID, etc. But I'm like, okay, $10 a year. How much is it going to cost me for 10,000 shares? And I did the math, and unfortunately, I don't have that type of capital. So that dream went down the drain real quick, but still having fun with it. Gapping up really nice here on XLF. I think if there's one ETF, other than the Qs or the SPY, if there's one ETF that I want to own, again, it's sitting up there in top of the ranks. So American banks, you're going to get the best in its class here with XLF. I think this is a great investment for the long term. I'm pretty sure they offered a dividend as well too, so even better. But yeah, really nice gap up on XLF. So if the banks are strong, American economy robust. So here we are trading slightly higher. Now pulling back, but that's totally fine. Let's see what we got going on from a 5-minute time frame and just consolidating in this range. So again, forming some lower highs here, some higher lows, and then putting in this wedge. I want to hold on to this because the banks are in play today. I do think that volume is going to step in at some point. So now it's just to find and be able to identify in which direction this is going to go. And the volume will display that, okay? So I'm going to be focusing on XLF, going to look for the continuation within the strength. We know how those earnings reports came out. Really, really good numbers across the field. So looking forward to seeing what XLF does in the coming minutes. I do think that we can only compress for so long here. So let's just do a little rough TA and see what we got going on from this wedge that I'm referring to. And I think that you guys have to keep an eye out on that too. I love these price compression plays because it will help you depict a direction. And then when that volume steps in, then you can really be like, oh, okay, as Obi would say, there's more confluence within the setup. So there you go. You have more conviction. And especially if it goes to the top side, I'm like, all right, we're just going to continue trending throughout the session. That gives me more conviction within that setup. So I have more confidence. And then that way you can push more size in those underlying trades. All right, guys. So just take a look at that. As we breach some of these key support levels, there's no volume there. So that's a positive signal as well, too. So keep an eye out on XLF, guys. Let's see which way this one goes because we know that even the overall market was starting to form somewhat of a wedge. So we'll take a look at that. Let's take a look at SOXL as well too, just from an intraday perspective, because I know a couple people were talking about it from an investment standpoint, and it's not that investment. It's not an investment vehicle, all right? It's an intraday trading vehicle. You can swing it by all means, but again, tough. It's just the decay and the rebalance of every session when you have this 3x leverage derivative, okay? So you want to keep that in mind. Look what Broadcom's been doing. Look what NVDA's been doing. And then look what AMD has been doing as well too, guys. And then now you're just stuck in this range. So this is not something you necessarily want to be a part of for the long term. Just use it as that intraday vehicle. Let's zoom in here and see what we got going on. And here we go. Nice, really, really strong session on SOXL, but let's see what Adara has up to.
Let's take a look here at earnings. We basically just bank earnings this morning. We talked a little bit about JPM and Citigroup, but let's talk about Wells Fargo because they had, in my opinion, one of the more interesting reports. And that's purely because they had a pretty significant sales miss here, missed by about 0.2 billion. So reporting sales of 20.378 billion versus expectations here of 20.585 billion. So I think that is pretty interesting there that they did beat on GAAP earnings per share. Also, though, we know net interest income is one of the biggest metrics that we look for in bank earnings. And Wells Fargo did actually have a 7% year-over-year decline in net interest income. So I think that's a pretty bad look. They did actually have an increase here in some other metrics. They do expect to have about a 3% increase for 2025 net interest income, but either way, the 7% decline in NII for Q4 could potentially be of concern. I also, speaking of earnings, want to look at this semiconductor revenue chart. This has been just posted on Trader TV Research, TTV Research, and it's a brand new original graphic from TTV Research that I've been working on here. I have NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, and SMCI revenue, basically starting in winter 2023, so 2 years ago, and then ending here with fall 2024's report. SMCI's revenue here for this last metric is actually, of course, just the preliminary number because they haven't filed their report. But either way, really interesting to see how Intel was actually above all of these until NVIDIA usurped them in summer 2023. So take a look at that graphic. You can find it on TTV Research on X, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
That's excellent stuff there, Adara. Definitely excellent infographics. I just want to add some color to Wells Fargo. So if you've been trading for a while, you know Wells Fargo was in a lot of trouble back in 2017 for creating fake accounts, stuff like that. I am not going to go into the details of the charges, but they do currently have a $1.95 trillion asset cap, which means that they cannot hold assets exceeding that amount. That's obviously put a damper on their ability to grow. That now is being questioned whether or not that restriction on them will continue into the new administration. It's widely expected that because of their good behavior and the deregulation kind of trend that Donald Trump and his new incoming administration wants to bring in, that asset cap will be removed. So be on the lookout. There could be an arb trade here for Wells Fargo. All the stuff Adira said, obviously, with respect to financial, all sound stuff, but this is a possible tailwind. Again, underline possible, because we haven't gotten anything yet. So we'll find out, obviously, in the coming days and weeks and months once the new administration takes hold. So keep an eye out on that. All right, what am I doing over here? Did I get the print on? No, I'm still printless here on RCAT, waiting at 88s. It seems to be selling off aggressively at 85s now for a hot minute, and I'm really unsure what the situation is with that. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can get it. It's still putting in higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. With respect to Qubit, we've been holding up at VWAP since I got into this trade. We haven't broken VWAP, nor have we started making higher highs. So, I'm just going to let this one cook, see what the situation is. If it wants to bounce, fantastic. We'll get involved in that one. I'm crazy, but I'm in BKYI again. I'm 0 for 2 on it and likely going to go over 3, but it gave me a VWAP retracement. So I want to try my hand at this one in at $2.50 because this is the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it bounces up there. I'm looking to scalp into the mid 70s. I've got my first possible beak wetter, I should say, in the low 60s there. So packing my patience with respect to BKYI, QUBT, as well as RCAT. RCAT's, it looks the best of the three, but then, on further analysis, You have multiple topping tails into a previous area of resistance. I'm talking, let me show it to you guys on the 5, on the black charts here. So this is an obvious area bottom. We kept bouncing off this area, right? Then we break down, we go into VWAP, that's where I get in. Now, lo and behold, that same area we were bouncing off, we seem to be rejecting off. I misjudged that resistance area. I was looking at the wicks, I said 1080. So that's why I took the print at 79, when it really looks like it's more like a 1090 or 10 mid-80s. The reason I feel that way is because that's where the closing prints are all at. They're all mid to high 80s. So we'll see if this one wants to continue to the high side or not. It's well above VWAP right now, so I've got a bit of a cushion with respect to my entry and the current price action, but you got to be on the lookout for the bottom coming off. Like, look at this. QUBT does look like it's going to flat bottom break. I mean, that $10 area has defended. If I take it out here and it pops up, I will be furious. So I'd rather get stopped for a 6, 7, 8 penny loser below that $10 area than have it, taking out 10, 1005, 1010, whatever, and then have it move up into 1060 and 1070. That would really frustrate me. So I'd rather take the small L than give up the huge win. I mean, it's all about preserving mental capital too. So if that irks you a little bit more, to let your potential big winners off the hook early, then do that. If it doesn't bother you, then you're good. Everybody's going to be a little bit different. All right, RCAT, we just got the print. So it just broke through 1090 there. Good move for RCAT. So the higher highs continuing here on our friend RCAT. Now I'm waiting at 95s. And then if it takes out 11, I will not be taking it out at the high of the day. I will be holding the piece for the dang dream, which is the break and take of 1114. That is currently the high of day on our friend RCAT. So it's good bounce off VWAP, good higher lows, good higher highs, but we're still off the top right now at least. And so that's the situation with our friend RCAT. Yeah, QUBT still doing the same thing. No print yet on BKYI Joseph.
Hey, good one there. There's a good question here, Sharif, for you.
Yes,
I need your help, Sharif. Bag holding NMHI, what would you do? Cut it? My price is at $2.
MHI?
NMHI.
Let me load up that bad boy 1 second here. NMHI. Let's look. NMHI. So first and foremost, Nature's Miracle Holding. What do we got over here, Joseph? Let's find out. So it is, it's not loading for whatever reason. I'm sorry about that. Give it a second here. $1.38 million market cap with a volume of 2.21 million shares on the day. What do they do? What does this company do? Agricultural technology company, provides controlled environment agricultural hardware products to growers in the controlled environment agriculture industry in North America. Okay, good luck. There it is, finally loaded up there on the chart.
Froze mine.
Yeah, let's do the daily on this bad boy. So where is he in at, Joseph?
$2.
Oh, okay. Well, $2 is a good hold, my man, because you definitely have a lot of support at $2. Look at the amount of bounces over here at $2, and here, when you broke $2, you quickly reclaimed it. So I like the $2 area. You're also locally, anyway, you have higher lows, higher highs. You weaseled above the 200 exponential moving average on the daily, but you did it very briefly. But the most important, what I would say was, you didn't tank right back into lows. And you're still definitely dancing with that 200 exponential. The 200 exponential is a blue line on my chart. So that's an important area for the longer term picture. I don't typically use a 200 exponential intraday as much, or almost at all anyway. So $2, interesting area. I put maybe my stop below that 175 area, risk 25 pennies. $2 looks good. I don't know exactly where this goes. Obviously, it's a very ugly chart coming from where it was back in July and September of 2021. Since that time, since that pop into September, we're down only 95%, not that much. Now, I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, the point is, it's not a good looking chart, but I guess maybe that gives you an opportunity to recover even more. Adara, what do you got?
I have some news here in NMHI, and I want to credit the chat for bringing this to my attention. I did look it up, and NMHI, as of yesterday, has actually received a NASDAQ delisting receipt. They got this notice around 6 p.m. yesterday, so NMHI facing delisting. We talked about how small this float is. It actually looks like the float has shrunk since yesterday, according to Trade Ideas. We know sometimes there's different metrics. Yesterday, I remember it being 798,000. As of today, it's 698,000, 18% short float. So this was already really set up for volatility. And it's interesting because we got the delisting notice after a rally yesterday. They did receive a about a $27 million plans for investment there. So NMHI, quite the sordid tale for this one, to the upside and then to the downside. Make sure to like and subscribe.
NMHI. You were looking at plug, not NMHI, really? Oh yeah, you're right. How did that happen? Oh, here we go. Thank you for pointing that out.
That it's delisted as well.
That's why it's not loading. Okay, it says attempting to retrieve data. I apologize about that. Yeah, it's not loading up on my chart, so I don't know if it's yeah, here it is. Okay, here it is. NMHI. Well, it's freezing again. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this. Yeah, guys. Okay, look, it's just gonna freeze my platform over here. So once it loads, then I'll be able to chime in on it. I do apologize for that. So kind of just ignore everything I said there because I thought I was looking at NMHI, not plug. Obviously, I don't care for plug power either. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good stuff. Money Talks 914 is asking me to take a look at SN for them. Let's pull it up here real quick. I'm gonna just do a quick overview and see what this is because I'm not overly familiar with this group. So. Shark Ninja. Okay, Shark Ninja is a global product design and technology company which offers lifestyle solutions for consumers around the world. The company product portfolio spans approximately 31 household subcategories across cleaning, cooking, food preparation. Okay, interesting. Let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. I mean, wow, okay, since inauguration here, October 23, or August 23, trading really well. Looking for a dip buy, you're going to get the nod on this from me. So if you can grab anything lower or in the bottom of this range is more ideal. Let's see how this breakout of the all-time highs occurs, or if it does occur. That's also a good strategy as well, too, because if we go to the all-time highs, maybe there's going to be some new price discovery on Shark Ninja. So on that front, hey, you got a nice turnaround signal right here after a big gap down day. Maybe this was earnings or something along those lines. Or, yeah, I would probably go with that. But as of right now, I look for that dip buy. Be patient. Sit on your hands. If you can catch the bottom of this range or even at the breakout here, you're going to get the nod from me on that one. So Shark Ninja, not looking too bad there. So nice find and nice look there. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Tesla on watch. More comments from Sean Duffy, who once again is the DOT or Department of Transportation nominee from Donald Trump. He's already made some comments about Boeing and about electric vehicles as a whole. Now he's saying that if he is confirmed, he will allow this probe into Tesla's autopilot or FSD to continue. So he's basically, I guess, declaring a sort of war on all of these EV names here, including specifically Tesla, saying that the National Highway Traffic Safety Association and any other body can continue to probe into its autopilot should he be confirmed. Also, AbbVie, we talked about this one, having a little bit of a pop to the downside. I couldn't find any news on it, but now it's actually popping back up. Turns out they are actually at the JP Healthcare Conference or JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, and an executive from the company said that they actually plan here on reducing their capital allocation in the psychiatric drug development. Apparently, this is well received. Nice little recovery, potentially, for ABBV, getting some decent volume.
Great, thank you for that, Adira. Let's check what the situation is over here. QUBT, I'm really kind of, I got stopped out there through the break of 10, so we ended up losing exactly 7 pennies on the last amount there, but it is still holding above VWAP, but it's got an obvious resistance area at 10.5, so I want to see if this one can clear that 10.5 area, and then I can use possibly 10.5 as support rather than trying to fight with this one at resistance. But if it dips down into 10 again, I could certainly be persuaded to get in with a tight stop, like in the mid 995s, 996, something like that. We'll keep an eye out on that. I'm happy with this RCAT trade though. Right now we got that 1095 out. I've got one more out on this one. I'm going to hold a piece for the dream. So it's going to have to either break that 1114 area or I'll get stopped out through the break of my entry over here, which is around 10.5. 1057 to be exact. Elon says SOUN is popping. Soundhound. Let's check SOUN, see what the situation is with that. What are we doing on the day on Soundhound over here? Up 7, almost a 7.5%. Not bad. Let's look at the 5 minute. Okay, so looking awfully head and shoulder-ish right here with a big bulbous head, and then this guy's got to clearly hit the gym. Got weak shoulders there relative to the head. But no, seriously though, guys, good area of support, it seems, at around 13.5, 13 1/3, more like it. We definitely use that 13 1/3 for the initial bull flag pop at 830. Don't break through that. And then we do basically an upside down V retracement all the way back down into, you guessed it, that 13 1/3. So we're holding that area. I'm not going to trade this because it's below VWAP. VWAP is above around 405. 1405, excuse me. So around that $14 area, it's going to have to reclaim the area before I get involved. I know it's not technically a small cap gapper; it's a $5 billion market cap, but it's gonna have to trade with the same kind of. I'm going to trade it with the same rules. Put it that way. So we'll throw in the ticker in there for SoundHound, and I'll throw an alert out as well. So if this one approaches that $14 area, I want to know about it ahead of time. So we'll throw that out there. Shout out to Elon for pointing that out to me. Now, BKYI is just holding. I'm break even on it, about 2 pennies out of the money actually. It's trying to hold this area support level that we kind of rejected off last time, that 250, 240 area. I've already placed my stop. We have one out on this one. Otherwise, if it drops below that 240 area, we're done with this trade. So it's going to have to either curl back up, or we're going to get stopped out. One of the two here. We'll keep an eye out on BKYI. It hasn't been respectful of the trend. It hasn't been respectful of the moving averages or the volume weighted average price. Quite frankly, I don't know. It's been disrespectful to everything. Price action, support and resistance as well. Try to get it off a clear area of support, and it ends up dropping. So this one might be just destined to retrace to where it came from. So it's breaking down now. If it breaks down below 40, the stop's already in place. It's still up 78% though.
Hey.
What do you got, Joseph?
Hey, good look there, guys. We're in some JPM. Just looking for the continuation in the strength here, guys. What we got is some resistance, a flat top here where we like to refer to, but now we're breaking through that, which is absolutely beautiful here. So forming that wedge, now climbing a little higher here is JPM, but these are the type of signals I'm looking for. So we're starting to move extremely nice here. Going to start trimming here, guys, to see what we got going on. Beautiful look there on JPM as we climb higher, up 2%. And I'm just reading a little bit about the report here on JPM as well too, guys. So just staggering numbers as always. And I was going back in the past just to see how many of the past quarters they beat. So I think it was something like they're 9 for 10 or something along those lines. So yeah, continuing to just put up staggering numbers is JPM. But these are the type of signals I'm looking for here, Sharif, on Apple.
Sure.
So let's see what happens. Really strong trend, holding above the volume weighted average price.
Really?
And then now we got this doji right below VWAP here. So let's see if this can be confirmed for a potential turnaround. Otherwise, the break of 236.50, Gonzino, you don't want to be a part of that thesis, invalid, and that's okay. Those are the signals you want to look for, and then just look to play them as well too, guys. So good look there. But let's see what Adara's up to.
Let's take a look here at the S&P 500, which is certainly a little bit more depressed from when we last saw it. We were up almost 2% when we did happening, or the earlier happening now here. Then at 10:15, we made that topping tail candle. We have not been the same since. The NASDAQ looking pretty similar, though. It's actually finding a little bit potentially better support, up about 1.73 compared to the SPY, which is up about 1.4%. So we started the day here with softer than expected core CPI prints, which we know the Fed has looking at core inflation. So that is really key to remember. We also had some comments from Fed speakers, including Fed's Williams, saying that the views on the neutral rate, which we know are questions that we get a lot from specifically during the FOMC conferences, Fed's Williams saying that the neutral rate views are not a huge issue when setting monetary policy, amongst some other comments, and echoing what we've heard from a lot of these Fed speakers. They cannot really react until they know the policies that are made by Donald Trump and his incoming cabinet, which we'll talk about in a second. Now we have here Citigroup, this one probably the best of the banks, trying to potentially flat top break here in this bull flag. They did have a revenue beat, EPS beat, higher than expected revenue guidance for fiscal 2025, and a $20 billion share buyback, though CEO Jane Fraser did say the company does have to do some work here on some of their regulatory reporting. And then Tesla, also much like Citigroup here, looking potentially for a flat top break in a bit of a bull flag. This seems to have been watched because it's been mentioned quite a few times by Sean Duffy. That is the potential head of the Department of Transportation under Donald Trump during his confirmation hearings. He's basically made a couple disparaging comments about EVs, saying that they should be having to pay to use the road, and also saying that he's actually willing to have the probe into Tesla's autopilot continue. So keep an eye on this. He's also made some comments about Boeing. But right now, before we send you off to Neil and his always exciting lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you could start with as little as $20 with over 500 prop firms. How do you find the ones that are best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So just scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect prop firm for you. But before we go back to the Bash Brothers, we're going to hear from Neil during his lesson of the day. Without further ado, please take it away, Neil.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Always pay the heat bill. Why do I say that? Because it's like 5 minutes ago, something it just got real cold for me. I don't know what Sean's feeling over there. My hands are freezing. Haven't had my lunch yet, which is going to be a cold salad. So it is what it is. But no, in all seriousness, I was going to start with QBTS, but I realized if we're going to talk about first principles and why to go back to first principles, you have to have a reason to do so. So when you look at, like the things that you want to have happen today, NVIDIA, Hood, QBTS was on my radar, that WNW, which I didn't actually end up getting into off of the open, which we all know. Sometimes the first thing that you look at doesn't work. Like NVIDIA, 133, like you can kind of see what we're going for here. Stops out. Eventually, it gives us a long later, but that's not kind of what I'm getting at here. I'm talking about that first move where we don't get what we want. When I say get back to first principles, do not scrap your plan because the first couple of things don't go right. Go back to what it is that still looks good, or maybe that you haven't paid attention to, and then jump on that bandwagon. So yeah, okay, fine. We're back into NVIDIA a little bit here, but part of what that ended up meaning was QBTS, like this stock, I said over under at $6. Well, there was a heck of a lot of both of those things happening. Initially short underneath the $6 level on this 15-minute. Then it broke out the top on the long. Then it held bouncing off of VWAP in the $6 level again. Then it broke down the low. Well, you know what? I'm short, I'm long, I'm trying it there long again, I'm reversing into the short position. Yesterday, I refused to do that with Tesla, and that was obviously a mistake when it failed and then trended downside. In this particular case, when it lost the opening range bottom, you then got a flush right into some pre-market lows. That's a 570 into 530 move. So you got to be able to take those. The other thing which, obviously could have been done a little bit better by myself was this, what is the name of this company? That's why I'm not saying the name of the company. MyWoo Technology Company Limited. Technology Company Limited. That's a weird. But anyways, we saw this essentially in a halt fest to the downside last night. This morning on my note, I was like, I don't have anything incredibly complex with this, except for the fact that look at it, respect VWAP as it dumps on in. If it gets to VWAP, then short the stock. So this morning, I went for an SSR bounce, but lo and behold, if you're patient enough, this thing went from, like $3 yesterday to flushing 50 cents to 30 cents to actually managing to get to VWAP on a bounce. Goes right into VWAP, and then you short it, 41 to lows. It just wicked VWAP again. Go back to first principles. Like the A, B, C, D might not happen for you, but if it comes back and it's right there an hour later or 2 hours later, then you want to make sure you're jumping into it. And the other part of going back into first principles can just be something as simple as, hey, is a stock at a price level that didn't work before setting up there again? Like that would be the red to green example for Intel. Like yesterday, this is the level that Intel couldn't break out from. We saw what happened. Today, it tried to break out from the same level and rejected. The first time through didn't work. The second time through does work. So when we talk about sticking to a plan of action, it doesn't necessarily mean stay in that thing forever, but it does mean if it sets up again, or it comes back and looks better or as good the second time through or the third time through, then just go for it. Because ultimately, you're not going to have 100,000 ideas every single day. You might have 4 or 5 that you like. And those 4 or 5 that you like might set up multiple times that day. And those should be the trades that you have. It's so easy, I think, a lot of times to jump away from a stock just because your first take wasn't a winning take. You know, like I could have said I'm not getting back into NVIDIA after what happened earlier. But you know what? NVIDIA just pulled in and is pulled into VWAP, rejected that low, trying to break trend, and then it broke trend again. So we jump back into the trade. So it holds VWAP not the first time, it holds VWAP the second time. And now we have a long on NVIDIA. It just comes down to, sometimes you have to let these things work. Like, don't worry about what happened on the previous trade. All these things are going to be independent. The stock doesn't care what happened to you before. It's going to do what it's going to do, regardless of what happens to you before. Now, there are some very rare circumstances where caveat, it might care what you, like if you ever find yourself trading, I don't know, 5 or 10% of the daily volume on a stock, well, in that particular case, it probably cares what happened to you before. But since we're not going to be in that position, hopefully, barring any fat fingers, then you should just stick to your plan of action. It might require reloading at a level because it's set up again. It might require taking a third swing at a stock that you're 0 for 2 on. It might require waiting all morning long for a stock to get to VWAP and not trying to FOMO it because you wanted to be short for 2 hours and it doesn't happen until 11 o'clock. That's all part of the game. Patience, stick-to-itiveness, which I think is a word, and going back to first principles. Those are the things that are your lesson of the day. And go NVDA. I was going to say NVIDIA, but that rhymed.
This be hit immediately. What was it called again, Neil? Stick-to-itness.
Stick-to-itness. We like
Good enough for me.
Good enough for me.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with
I'm going to use it every day from now on.
Good with that
I like
too,
it.
my guy.
All right. So what's the situation on your end, Joseph?
Yeah, well, JPM stopped me out break even. These NYSE stocks move slightly different, which is okay. Maybe we look to get back in here, but one thing that is starting to work out for us really nice here is Apple. It's IBIT. Yeah, we took a little bit of a beating there on IBIT. Totally fine. Still slightly red on the session, but I'm sure enough if we can get Apple to start moving. Let me edit this candle here. I'll send it to you real quick. While I do some
Absolutely,
editing
okay.
of some dark pools.
No worries. So I'm still keeping an eye on ARCAT over here. I also weaseled into Apple at the volume weighted average price. This is going to be like kind of a very tight trade. I'm keeping an eye on the future because obviously the future did get a bounce off that volume weighted average price. Apple did breach VWAP, but it came into an interesting area. Now, this is by no means we're rocketing up from here, but look at the pop up that we got on Apple right when we got that CPI print at 8:30 Eastern time. We popped up into 236 1/3. Lo and behold, look at this low, the bottom end of that candle there at 11:55. The low of that candle is 236.50. So we were 11 pennies off that initial area resistance, and it ended up popping back up off that level. Now, you got two good-looking green candles with that doji candle separating in the middle, but this current candle, the one that we're on, 1210, right now, really unable to take out that 50 penny level on a closing basis. It did take it out on a wick basis, and I did end up getting a couple of prints on the dead one Apple above that 50 penny print. We're long 39s. It's showing me 50s right now. I'm hanging out in the 60s for the next print.
Oh, you're in Apple too? Nice. That's
I weaseled in to AAPL. I was just about to mention SoundHound in a second over here, but Apple, what I'm looking for here on Apple is impossible another 238 retracement. I don't have too much invested into this stock just because Apple's been weak lately. It's up 1.8%. The market is up 1.9. I'm talking about the NQ, so it's underperforming the market on the day. So I'm going to trade this cautiously. It's above the $0.50 right now. Let's see how it does. Are we able to close above the $0.50? For whatever reason, we've been kind of dancing with that $0.50 right now, at least locally. Here we go. Just popped into 59s. I'm still waiting at 61s. I'm not going to move down my trade. Rather not get printed. So we'll see exactly what the situation is with the dead one right now. AAPL 1.82. Let's have a look at our friend ARCAT. ARCAT's now knocking the door of $11. All right? So it's a good look for our friend ARCAT right now. With an 11.13 HOD. And I said to you guys, and I'll say it again, I ain't taking it out here. I'll get stopped out on the $0.50 break before I take it out before the high of the day. All right, so I'm gonna keep my word on that one. And if anything, we get anything above 11.13, then we can chat after that. But right now, we're gonna hold our position on ARCAT. Let's wet our beak here, Joseph, on the dead one because it's being very dead as it usually is.
I like that. I like Apple Strafe, and I mentioned this before. Not too long ago, I said we were strong and we were trading above the volume weighted average price. And before any of this played out, I mentioned look for those indecision prints below VWAP, and then sure enough, you get that elastic effect with it, and that's what we've seen on Apple. And what'd you see there? You good?
No, I'm talking to Andre.
Okay, Andre, yeah, beautiful. Okay, because you never know when just someone's giggling, you want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
so
you laughing at what I'm saying?
Yeah, you laughing at me?
I feel you.
You laughing at me? But yeah, guys, this is what I was referring to earlier. Were these indecision prints below VWAP here, and then that's when you get that elastic effect in the underlying assets here, like Apple, and sure enough, Sharif's in it, I'm in it as well too. So let's see how high we can climb here, or if we reject this high day. But someone in the chat, Stevenson in the chat said, Joe, that swing on SPY head and shoulders yesterday, and bang, 275% on those options contract gains this morning. Keep teaching, bro. Doing wonders for me. Much appreciated, Stevenson. But I think we're headed off to Adara. No, we got some bills to pay here. Sorry,
we're introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, guys. Worksport trading under ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with our friends at Worksport. Okay, guys, we don't usually, well, we do. There is likely now a ceasefire in the Middle East. We'll have to see if this holds up. Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal. Sources say this obviously doesn't affect a lot of what we trade. Likely, though, may have a bit of a look on oil. Let's see how oil is doing. Well, no, oil's still up 78.15. Up 2/3, 2 2/3%, not really retracing. I'll submit to you, though, the oil was moving up lately, not because of the Middle East this time, but because of Joe Biden's new sanctions on Russian oil, obviously having a bit of an upward effect on the price there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Anything that, has an effect on these markets, we're certainly covered, but doesn't really seem like it's having much of an effect now. So keep an eye out on that one. Now, we're still involved in Apple. Apple's still dancing right now in the 40s, coming back down into VWAP. I'm unsure what to make of this, right? Like, I don't even know where to put my stop. I think that the right area here is to put it below 237.20 because there was a consolidation area there, perhaps a print below that, and I'll get out, but we shall wait and see. RCAP back into 11 bucks. I'm happy with this one. We're going to keep watching to see if we can get a break of the top. But as I see it, $420 is coming in right now for Tesla. And we know Elon's affinity for 420 and 469. So here comes 420 awfully soon. 419.92 is the high of the day. Did breach that 420 level yesterday, but very, very quickly got into 422.65, and then all hell broke loose as it broke down below 400 bucks, actually trading in the aftermarket yesterday, Joseph, in the 393s. Okay, so definitely had itself a volatile day. From the top to the bottom, now we're here. No, seriously though, from the top of the closing print yesterday the top wick, I should say, on Tesla to the low of the aftermarket, we were down 7% from the high to the low yesterday. Again, that's including the pre-market and aftermarket on your friend Tesla. So we'll keep an eye out on that. How are these small cap gappers doing? Yeah, okay, not much going on there. I wanted to also look at SoundHound because our friend Elon in the chat was talking about SoundHound, and I told him, Elon, I'm not going to touch this until it breaks and takes volume weighted average price. And here it is, a 3-candle holdup right now on SOUN. Lo and behold, guess where it's holding up? Yep, you probably guessed. The volume weighted average price acting as a local area of resistance over here. Here's the deal, Elon. If it gets above VWAP on a closing basis and doesn't have an ugly looking topping tail inverse hammer candle showing up on the 5, definitely going to get involved in this one for a possible take of 1470, but it's going to have to work its way above VWAP. The one that you pointed out earlier, Joseph, KITT. And yeah, I remember us trading this because we were talking about Kit, the car. And I remember you were like, what? Because, yeah, it's from the 80s, so
Yeah.
don't blame you there. But in any event, it's back above VWAP, Joseph, and it's doing a nice little rounded bottom. It looks like it got into that 235, 240 area. And then I said, that's as low as I'm going to go. And now it's looking back into that low 60s to mid 60s with the high of the day at 285. So I'll keep an eye out on Kit. It's looking good over here as a possible trade. Yeah, Apple's coming down into the 20s, so it might be time to weasel out of that. What do you got?
Yeah, good one there, guys. Just speaking of giggling, and I showed this to Sharif. He's like, what are you laughing at? And this is just my sense of humor, right? So, like, I found this, like, just utterly hilarious. So, our good buddy Wayner sent that. So, yeah, funny stuff. I think that stuff is... yeah, that gets me going. I was even like giggling thinking about it off screen. So yeah, there it is. That's the type of day we're putting in. But I mean, shortly lived. Everybody has fun, exciting. Lock in those gains, have fun with it, because sure enough, the market will probably pull back at some point. But again, enjoy it while it lasts, guys. Apple's starting to pull back as well too. Mentioned 3 stabs here on IBIT. Couldn't get the ball rolling on this one. That's okay. Let's see what we got going on AAPL. We'll hold on to this until otherwise. If it comes to our break even, then we're going to get out of Dodge on that front. No need to cry over spilt milk on IBIT or what we got going on here. So hopefully this will continue to drag higher and we go and test those highs of days. And I mean, let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because I feel like we haven't touched on it too much through the midday. I know the boys are trading it. Sean had a monster day on it as well too. But let's zoom out here, and I want to look at it from this perspective, okay? Let's see how far off those all-time highs are. We are about 488, so not too far off that $500 price target, but down 13%. Are we going to start to bounce on this thing? I think so. This was just an aggressive selling, considering what we broke out from some key levels and continue to move higher. Then you have that indecision print that I always refer to at an extreme high, and then now we've pulled back. Kyle Burdett and I have a little bit of a bet going here. He said 300, and then I said 500 or something along those lines. Kyle, remind me what it was, but I think we're heading towards that 500. If we go and test these all-time highs here, then sure enough, I think it's only a matter of days until we break and then continue to the northeast. I'm bullish for for the foreseeable future on this company and stock. So there is the look on Tesla. Not too far, only 13% off of those all-time highs is Tesla. And see how far off these bottoms we are as well too, because I think that's equally as important off this consolidation low. Sitting around, yeah, so there you go, a 12% bounce there on Tesla from that consolidation low, continuing to slowly climb higher from an intraday perspective on that 5-minute time frame. Now testing a new high a day, pulling back now as the Qs and the SPY are as well, and Apple pulling back aggressively. Sharif.
Oh, hold on 1 sec, guys. I just want to load up something over here.
Yeah, so I
want to show people something. Our premier, which is like the governor, right, for my American friends out there. He's been, he hasn't been very pleased with what Donald Trump has been saying about Canada, right? He's been, getting a little offended. So he showed up at the premier's meeting with this hat on, Joseph. So we all know that Donald loves his MAGA hats, Make America Great Again. So this guy's trying to take a page out of Donald Trump's book. Canada is not for sale. But I would have Make Canada Great Again or something like that, just to like be really on the nose with the troll.
Super troll.
You know what I mean? Look at him. He's not even smiling. Put on a smile, Big Dougie. I saw him at the gas station filling up his 6.8 liter V8 supercharged Yukon there.
No.
And then I said, I'm
when
like,
was this?
Big Doggy,
How
right?
long ago?
Like 6-7 months ago, maybe
yeah?
even more. And he's, hello, friend.
Yeah.
Right?
Friend. All right, buddy. Yeah.
You joker.
I
he had
remember
like
when
OPP detail with him, and
his brother Rob Ford was getting caught over at the Steak Queen there on Rexdale Boulevard. Or I think that's the name of it, Steak Queen. Yeah. So.
Remember some of the commentary his brother used to say. It was a good time for Toronto, bro. Good times for the laps. Anyway, shout out to him there. All right, guys, what's the situation with RCAT rejecting 11? Apple, we're break even on this trade as it comes back down, though. We were able to get a couple of more prints in in the high 40s, but now it is breaking down into 20s again. 20s is the area where I'd like it to hold up, given what it did over here. It used 20 as support, between 20 and 237. So if it was, kind of a resistance area over here, I'd like for it to act as support. So far it has. Not on a strict basis. I mean, it's wick below it, but all the closing prints above or at that 20 penny area on AAPL. Not much happening right now for that one. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can extract some more profitability. I'm also keeping an eye on this small cap gapper that goes by the ticker MASS, MASS. Let's look at this one, because I saw somebody call this out in the chat, and I had a look, and it was okay. So a bit of a real obvious double top there. I mean, 299. Let me just throw the ticker in here so you guys can follow along. Mass. So obvious double top there. What's going on? There we go. 1105, we got into 299, and that at 1220 again, we got into 299. Both of them have sold off. Neither wick touched $3. We're above VWAP. I would submit to you, there's obvious level of resistance at 3, but there's looks to me to be a level of support at 275. Wick reject, double wick reject. Also, the volume weighted average price, 273. The level I'm gauging, 275. So I could absolutely be persuaded to get into mass here at 275, 273. If it comes back down to that level, it's up 41% today, about $100 million market cap, a little bit less than that. 7 2/3 million shares traded on the day with a float of around 32 million. So we shall keep an eye out on that, just like we're keeping an eye on Apple, because it's right back down into 237.20s again, Joseph. And as I look at my blotter to make sure that my stop is in place, I do have my stop at 14s. So we've given it a bit of room here on Apple, but it does look like, likelihood is we do get stopped out. Shout out to Jay Lee. My main man, Jay Lee, out from the west end of Toronto, well, the greater Toronto area. RGTI, Rigetti, caught a bid. Let's go. Let's have a look at Rigetti.
It's Jay Lee from Ontario? That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to say the city from where he's from, but yeah, he's in the west end. RGTI, here it is. Okay. You know how I feel about these, Jay Lee. I love these quantum names, but it's going to have to get above that 10.5, that VWAP area. It's working its way back into it right now. So we'll see if it's able to clear it. It's kind of the same look on Sound. Sound is at $14 and VWAP. Rigetti, arms are sweaty, at 10.5, 17% on the day. So if it clears that area, then I could definitely be involved with Rigetti. My palms and my arms are sweaty.
There we go.
Well, I don't think this one really makes me that nervous, to be quite honest with you.
Rigetti?
No, it doesn't trade like one of those names that... The Katina Man's long 10-10 on Rigetti. 10.04. Same. Where are you looking, bro?
I'm reloaded.
No, that's the wrong screen. That's a dare screen. There we go. Yeah, nice entry, Katina Man. Where are you taking profits? VWAP?
VWAP now, so I've already got out of there.
He said VWAP now. He's already got out of 10% of the trade. So he's holding it. He's taking that one. There you go. Punch in again. There you go.
But bang, bang.
Let me know how that goes on your end, Jay. What else we got over here? Russell Archer Kit was just nearing all-time high day. I mean, that one we actually had. Yeah, that's another one that's interesting here because it didn't quite make it up to that 285 level. I'm talking about Kit. It got up to 275, double topped this time. I mean, it's certainly still in play. There's no question about it. Above VWAP, near the high of the day, much closer to the high than the closing print. Closed out at $1.98 yesterday. Yeah, I could absolutely be persuaded. But it's IonQ, guys. That is the best looking right now. I don't know if these quantum names, small cap gappers. It's printing the high of the day, 39.50. It's up 33 2/3%. What a rocket ship. Even the retracement couldn't make it down into the volume weighted average price. The only thing that this one doesn't have going for it as a small cap gapper is the price. A bit more expensive, 39.50. Not that single digit, low double digit that we're used to with these small cap gappers. Joseph, we'll keep an eye on this.
Good look there. Just doing some candle edits here. And then, here we go, guys. NVDA continuing to crawl higher and higher, guys. going to go potentially test those highs of day. Moving really nice on the session, up about 2%. Over 2% here, just under 2.5% on the session is NVDA, moving extremely well. A little leg or two. We had that really strong opening drive with the overall market, and then NVDA had that 5-minute, and then sure enough, it was like waving around, but then eventually picked up steam and continued to move with the broader market. But here we go, Tesla continuing to put in a new high of day just under that 420 benchmark there, guys, that everybody was looking for. Let's see what happens around that 420. And the more that I talk about that, let's take a look at the at the chain and see what we got going on that front. What's the open interest looking like around that 420 benchmark? Okay, 20K open interest right now, a little bit just under 21, but we got a lot of open interest around that 440 strike price, guys, expiring in 2 days. Interesting look. Let's see if we can get up to there. The highest up to next to the 450, so that whole $0.50 really coming into play. Dragging the rest of the market up with it is NVDA and Tesla. Let's take a look at Meta, guys, as well, because we have that going on. Okay, so just hovering above the volume weighted average price is Meta. Pulling back, put in that kind of that wedge formation into VWAP like the broader market. Hasn't yet started to recover. If this thing starts moving, I think it's going to drag the market up with it as well too, guys, as Tesla and NVIDIA are thus far. So let's see if we can hold these levels on AAPL as well too, guys, because we are both in our, you're out of Apple there, Sharif?
Yeah, I got stopped out.
You got stopped out. Yeah, you came to that 227. Yeah. So again, let's see if we can punch through. If the market continues to drag higher, I think Apple's going to start to participate. We break through this 237.60 level, then I think we can go and test that high a day on Apple. So we'll pack our patience, hold our horses on that front, and see what we got going on. But guys, we have the Playmaker poll. Yeah, we got the Playmaker poll up, and it's 12:30, Sharif, and we only have just under 400 votes,
that
guys. That's not going to cut it at all. Let's pull it up here real quick for everybody, because we're going to be working on something else as well too. So Shri, you got to put those tickers. You got those tickers in on on the spread. Oh no, not for the for the other thing. We're going to track performance on our three picks that we did.
I only chose Nat Gas though, didn't I?
I don't know.
Yeah,
you got to go with what you chose. I switched it up.
It was only one.
You only did one. Nat Gas. Okay, all right. That's all you want to. Okay, but do you want to pick three then, or
no? That gives me two more opportunities to be wrong.
All right. No, he doesn't. It's all right. He doesn't want. But here we are, guys. A nice look there.
If you want me to pick a couple more, just so that everybody's on the same level.
So around the same level, we'll get you in there. Yeah, because we don't want you too underperforming. The rest of.
I'm gonna have to think about that one. Like Nat Gas, I'm sticking with 100%. I like that. I think it's almost. I was telling Neil. I'm not sure. It's either 7 days or 11 days above the 200 now on the daily Nat Gas. On the
I like the Enbridge play. We were talking about, like, just from economic standpoint, we know that south of the border, Donald's going with the drill, baby drill, and that's where my thesis stood, was like, okay, well, we might have a new regime coming in as well too, a new administration, and I think they're going to go with the same narrative, Pierre, with that drill, baby drill, and just try to take advantage of Canada's natural resources and try to rebuild this economy that has been decimated. So yeah, here it is, guys. Yeah, nice equity curve here. Really huge bounce on the Playmaker poll. So get those votes in. We're gonna document our 25th trade and positive 484 paper dollars right there, Sharif, with a high of 460, but now surpassing that. Nice. So really good look there, guys. Make sure you get those votes in. They're starting to come in right now. Really nice, and that's what we want to see, that participation from you guys. That's why yesterday I was like, hey, do you guys use VWAP or not? And sure enough, the chat chimed in. We asked other questions. The chat chimed in as well too. That's what we want. We want you guys to participate so we get a general understanding of what you guys are looking at, your styles of trading, and where you want to take it. I think one of the next webinars we're going to do, and let me know if you guys want to see this, one of our next lessons is just kind of building a playbook, defining criteria, and then implementing and selecting which data we want to put into that playbook, all right? I think that's going to be really important and a good one because, again, you need to build that. Eventually, it all gets stuck up in your mind, but you need to start somewhere, and with that is starting to collect data. I said from before, break it down in time frames, break it down in sectors and stocks, and then break it down from your style of trades, and then you can also include other criteria such as the level of the catalyst, the time that you entered, as I mentioned before. So I think that will be a good one, guys. But let's see what Apple's up to on that front. Still just hovering around VWAP as the market is slowly crawling higher. We got Tesla at that 420.45 now, so we broke that 420 benchmark on Tesla, and NVDA trading around 135 and change.
The Katina man just came up with an idea here. He's speaking some sense, as he typically does. He was suggesting that for the Playmaker poll, both you and I weasel into a small percentage, a small amount of shares. Why? Hold on one sec. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it would only make sense for one person to do it then. Why would everyone be? Yeah, that makes sense. That's true. Good point. So, yeah, we could alternate one day. So I get into, okay, so when we do the Playmaker poll, we enter. One of us actually takes a trade per day with a small share size, so we don't have trouble. And then we both take it, so we actually put our money where our mouth is.
Okay.
Hey, man. The firm's money.
Yeah. I'm all about that.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
I'm all for that.
We'll
talk to the big boss there and see what he thinks about it as well.
Absolutely.
Too. So if we get that approved, then hey, I'm a gamer. I don't know. I'll go. You know what I mean?
All right.
It's all right. It's approved.
It's approved,
baby. All right. Then so there we go.
All right. I want to read a couple of different comments over here. Shout out to Havana Woody. Can you have a look at Canadian EV truck company EIX? I had been waiting to get in under 60 and did not get the alert a few days ago when it hit 55. What do you think about the 61 long? Say less, my man. You say Canada. I say, well, that's not going to work.
What were you going to say?
No, I can't say it anymore.
Can't say it?
It sound like an idiot. Right. It's a good intraday trade too, Havana. Shout out to you. I had no idea this company even existed. Edison International. Here's the deal. They're a holding company of Southern California Edison Company, EIX. Did I type this right? I think so. Yeah, he wrote EIX. Says the company's engaged in providing clean and reliable energy services through its independent companies. SCE is a public utility primarily engaged in the business of supplying and delivering electricity to an approximately 50,000 square mile area of Southern California. Okay, it doesn't say anything about EVs here, but in any event, that's a big drop. No idea what that was. I don't know if that was earnings or with the market reaction. I do like that $55 area hold there, and I see your point. Look at this. Back in September of 2022, we did defend 55. Your question was, what do I think about a 61 long? Well, let's see with, that's the thing though. Let's see, what's 61 here? So you have resistance, what I see to be resistance at this area trough at around 64. So that's the first area you're going to encounter resistance. And in fact, looking at what we did today, we already did encounter that resistance, 63.90. Let me have a look at this one a little bit more, but we're going to send it to Adair. I'll give you my opinion when we get back.
So actually what's happening here with EIX, I remember hearing about this on Monday. They've basically been on watch due to the California wildfires. They do have a subset here, a subsidiary, or to their segments called Southern California Edison. So Edison is the parent company of Southern California Edison. And on Monday here, with that big drop to the downside with volume that Sharif mentioned, basically they announced that they're being investigated by California fire authorities because they could be potentially linked to the Los Angeles wildfires. So this is related to the California wildfires. If you're looking for a stock to play, potentially in relation to this ongoing catalyst, EIX could be it, though it has been bouncing a bit with lower volume since that drop on Monday, guys.
That's fantastic. Thank you there, Adara, for that information. Bless you, Neil. Jeez, my God, I felt the vibrations on that one.
Brother, man.
55, though, a hell of an area, man, whether it was September, October of 22, or whether it was this consolidation area low in the summer and fall of 2021. Your point very well taken. Let's have a look at what happened with HE, Hawaiian Energy. Remember that? When it tanked on the Hawaiian fires, it still has not recovered. The contingent liabilities that this company likely faces are going to be, around for a decade until all the litigation is done. So we were trading at around $40, $45 on HE, Hawaiian Electric, not energy, before the wildfires in July of 2023. So we're going on a year and a half, and this stock is still trading literally at the lows of July, August of 2023. The low there was 1171. Bro, we're below that. We're 8 something. So, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be so quick to jump into the thesis that these ones recover, once time goes by. HE still hasn't recovered. Now, maybe HE has some headwinds that I'm not aware of that are keeping it down, and it's not just exclusively the fires in Hawaii of July 2023, which was crazy because I was in Waikiki, July 2023. That's where I was for my vacation, and literally 3 weeks later, but it wasn't on the Big Island. The fires were somewhere else. But it was just like such a coincidence.
Did you surf?
I did actually surf for the first time ever.
Oh my God.
I'm not very good.
Well, I don't think
Body
it's that
surf.
easy. Yeah, it's hard.
I body surfed. I couldn't stand up on the board, bro. It's
I have
just
a
too
horrible
hard.
experience body surfing.
Yeah?
Oh, dude, I was in Dominican one time and I was body surfing and I got caught in the wave and smoked my head so hard on the ground.
You didn't hit coral, did you?
No.
Okay, good.
It was on a beach, But yeah, it was all a good time. It was all fun and games, but then that
Until you end up with like a concussion.
You don't want that. You don't want any of that stuff.
Sorry, just one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got to answer D-Loaf as well. Sharif, you guys should have your 3 ideas, but then weight them. So it's not all 1/3 of your performance. In that case, go Fubo, nice catalyst behind it. But only put 10% weight or so on it. Not a bad idea at all. Obviously, we know that they have that headline now with Disney. Disney with that definitive agreement to purchase them. And Disney foregoing. Yeah. Tesla broke 420?
I got filled at 420.
The Katina man just got filled at 420 on Tesla. So obviously...
It broke 5 minutes ago. I didn't even...
Yeah, it was 420. Yeah,
it broke 5 minutes ago. He said he got the print, but he didn't realize it. It's okay.
I was saying that, but
he wants to show us the chart. There it is.
There you go. Here's the end.
Well, you can't see the outs there, but yeah, we get the point there. Katina man, great out there, 420. It breaches it quickly, but it's looking like it wants to go back above it. But to build on the point, Joseph, with respect to Fubo. Disney, if you'll recall, they did have a deal with Warner Brothers and Fox to kind of create that sports streaming conglomerate. They were being sued by a lot of people who were, alleging anti-competitive behavior, this, that, and the other. They have foregone that, joint venture or alliance, whatever they were calling it, and now they're going to focus specifically on the acquisition of Fubo and include it to the other streaming services they have, Hulu, Disney Plus, whatever the hell else they have over there. Shout out to Big Bobby Iger. What do you got?
Hey, good look there. We got a $2 super chat as well, too, guys. We already did. We went through Kyle's, but yeah, he said playbook yes to the lesson. So yeah, we'll work on that, guys, and maybe we'll bring that as well too. But yeah, let's touch a little bit on yesterday's lesson as well too. So what I was referring to, guys, is just how we were talking about in that lesson how the volume weighted average price can act as support and resistance. And if you just look across the board here in the overall market, look how a lot of these stocks and tickers are respecting the volume weighted average price. All right. So what a bounce off of that on Meta, which is dragging the overall market up here. So we had the inability to break it, but then here's the elastic effect on the Qs, which I was referring to and looking for, and sure enough, with Meta crawling higher, Google crawling higher, NVDA going to test those highs of days, all acting as support in a strong bull market. VWAP is. So that's the look. That's something that I'm looking for consistently on a day-to-day basis, especially in these bullish trends. And someone in the chat as well said, yeah, I love VWAP. It's changed my trading. So I'm glad to hear that stuff. It's good. I mean, if you're just starting to implement it, there's obviously some things you're going to have to iron out along the way, but you're on the right path, and that's something that you want to look forward to because again, it's just 1% better every day and just discovering something, modifying it. A lot of trial and error is trading. So there you go. I'm glad that that's starting to work out for you. Let's see if IBIT can start respecting the volume weighted average price as well too, guys. But here we are sitting in this Apple still. Let's see if we can break 237.60. That's going to be one of the targets on the session. But here we go. Q's trading really well. IBIT around that same level I just mentioned, but NVDA slowly crawling higher, putting in an amazing session thus far, acting as support. Here is VWAP, and now going to test these intraday. You're still long 132. Yeah, so Katina Man's 132. on NVDA. So again, just sitting in the trend, letting those positions cook. He is, so there it is. Nice look there, Katina Man on NVDA.
Yes, sir. VRME's breaking out again. Okay, so this is one that we've seen before. It's a kind of a holdover. We've seen this trade both high and low. Obviously, yesterday was a bit of a tougher day for it. It started off well, then it ended up tanking. So we closed out at about 320 yesterday. The high of the day, 458, but here we go again with 450. So I missed this. I should have had eyes on this at 415 level. That was an obvious area of previous resistance, and this time it did act as support quite well. I'm talking about that 415 pop at 1055, and then the 415 drop at 1225. So this one looking at like it wants to take out that $0.50. I'm talking about VRME. It's up 40%. Again with a 458 HOD. This is a good one, and let me just double check the details on our friend VRME over here. What's the deal? $46 million market cap with 9.1 million shares traded and a float of 8 million shares. Let's see what Trade Ideas has to say about the short flow. VRME, 0.1% negligible. Nothing to write home about there. But if this one comes back down, now, when it does this, I'm unsure how to trade it. Obviously, I've missed my entry. My entry was at 415, 420 area, maybe even a little bit higher. How do I trade it now? Do I get in here and then do I DCA into 420 or 415? Then if it breaks that, I get out, or do I wait for the break of the high of the day at 450 or 458? So when it does this, I always have trouble figuring out how to enter the trade. Let me know how you guys, for the small cap traders in the chat, how would you guys enter, if at all, on VRME right now? Make sure to tag me so I see it. Adara's at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here. We actually just have released a new original graphic here for TTV Research, and it's going to be the top NASDAQ performers here so far this year. Constellation Energy leading the way up, about 34% so far year to date. This is as of today's performance. Micron number 2 here, about 21%. MicroStrategy trailing closely behind, also up about 21%. ARM, KLA, Intuitive Surgical, BKR here, Baker Hughes, Applied Materials, CDW, and Diamondback Energy rounding out the group here. So let's also, if you compare here to how the S&P 500 was doing so far year to date, there are some names in common. Notably, Constellation Energy, which has gained since I last did this graphic for the S&P 500 2 days ago. Now Constellation actually outperforming. And then Micron also on this list. I'm also going to be doing a look here at the top 10 worst, I guess the bottom 10 year-to-date performers for the SPY and the NASDAQ, so stay tuned for that. Also worth noting here, Tesla was number 11 for this NASDAQ 100. So Tesla, as of today, the 11th strongest name year-to-date on the NASDAQ 100, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Dara, as always, guys. Yeah, so slowly crawling higher here on Apple, guys. Let's see if we can go and test those highs of days. Bitcoin not really necessarily doing what I want, but again, we got a lot of the big names starting to encroach on those levels. So again, time will tell. And let us know in the chat what you guys are looking at. And let's get some more votes on that Playmaker poll. And let's see what we got from a percentage match. Oh, okay, yeah, it's a landslide. Not even relatively close. So Kyle Burdett isn't overly happy about that one. So yeah, guys, continue. If you want me to look at anything, put it in the chat and we'll take a gander at it without any question. But let's take a look at the options chain. I know we mentioned some Tesla, some strength to the call side around that 440 strike price. So that is positive. IV is up on the session, so you will be paying for it on that front. That is within the options premium. But let's talk about some GME, because I know everybody loves some GME and wants to talk about it. So yeah, there we go. That $30 strike price, Sharif, has about 30,000 open contracts as of right now. Expiry coming up soon, though, so a little bit of trouble. You're going to need that volatility to kick in on GME because, I mean, the IV is high. Sorry, I apologize on that, but it's not looking good to the top side. Again, this thing it's a meme stock, so not something I would in particularly look to be trading on a daily perspective. And I don't know if we ever get back to these levels. I'm just being frank, like down 56%. I don't know if they had splits or anything along those lines, but those all-time highs here, I mean, it was all fun and games, but I mentioned this from before. Guys, do you think that Wall Street and the hedge funds are going to allow a scenario like this where you get that massive short squeeze within GME? You have to find another ticker. It's too protected now. They're not going to lose that type of money probably ever again. So just Yeah, that's my thought there on GME. Let's see what else you guys are looking at. GME, Chewy, not GME. All right, yeah, let's take a look at Chewy. Chewy. Oh, okay, this thing's trading nice from a daily perspective. Chewy. We really like that. I think Roaring Kitty, did he buy some stake in this, I believe? Chewy? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. So yeah, let's see what he's got going on with
Roaring?
this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Roaring. Yeah, Roaring. Yeah, he bought some stake in this thing. But yeah, from a daily perspective, you can't really go wrong. Especially off of these lows here, guys. Let's take a, it's crazy. Up 150% off of those May lows, guys, is Chewy. So not a horrible look. Let's see what the all-time highs are looking like on this thing. Yeah, not the prettiest. All the way up here. So yeah, slow recovery, nice grind here on Chewy.
All right, we got into VRME. Thank you for all your suggestions, guys. We're long 41s. We just took out some there at 60s. Now I'm waiting at 75. It's printing 64s. It's up 45%. Very aggressive. It's getting extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, which I use as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions for these small cap gappers. It's not hard science at all. It's very informal, and there's no specific distance away from it that I say, hey, look, get out here or take profits here. So what I'm looking to do is for this one to possibly come back into the 10 exponential. Believe it or not, I've got a dip trade set up at 435 to front run that 430, what I perceive to be the 10 exponential on my chart over here. So we'll see if this one wants to continue going. The next beak wetter for me is going to be at, exactly where it is, 469. We're going to see if we can get that out there. HOD right now, 465. A bigger seller has just shown up here at the 10 penny area at 460 who was not there before. So there could be someone trying to initiate a larger short right now at this level. Okay, we just took them out. All right, here we go. 63, 65. Let's go. Big size at 65, about 600, 700 lots. Not big size because it's a $4 name. Can't take them out. So we reject again. Let's see, back to 465 we go, whether that size shows up again. So we'll reject that level for now. Double top right now at 465. That could be trouble, at least locally. Okay, so we'll see. I'm going to have to move up my my beak wetter there. 435 just ain't going to cut it. I'm probably going to move it up into the high 30s. So I'll keep my eye on that one. I don't know if I want to move up my beak wetter. All right, we're going to send it to Adara.
For one, Nikola actually really strongly up on the day. I'm unclear as to why this is so occurring, but keep an eye on NKLA getting some volume to the upside up about 14%. But let's talk right now about the NASDAQ and the market here. We do have comments coming through from Fez Goolsbee saying that he's pretty confident they'll get to 2% in terms of the rate because that's the promise the Fed has made. So Fez Goolsbee, as of late, has done these kind of walking the line, right in the middle of the line type comments between hawkish and dovish. He did that again here today, saying he's pretty confident that the Fed will get to that 2% inflation goal because it's a promise that they've made. So take that how you will, but either way, keep an eye on the markets. We are getting even now more comments from Feds Williams, just to be aware of, guys.
Wow, look at this. Saudi Arabia reportedly now close to acquiring up to 10% stake in DAZN or whatever. Yeah. I don't know how everybody says it these days. Yeah. Through the Saudi Wealth Fund Surge Sports Investment, which is set to be worth more than $1 billion. Wow. So a 10% stake, $1 billion. Not bad. Wow. I didn't know that the DAZN was that big. They lost a whole bunch of rights. They had the Prem in Canada. They lost that. They only have Champions League now. Well, they got outbid by Fubo. For whatever reason. I mean, it's a lot of that new, like these sports streaming services, not the ones obviously connected with bigger companies, but it seems to be like kind of like dark money. No one seems to be knowing where the money or the private equity money is coming from. They're outbidding like big Canadian companies. Like, I don't know if you know, but Rogers, Sportsnet, they used to have the Prem before DAZN came in. Yeah, and they outbid. And Rogers is a monster company, man. Like, you know what I mean? So
I know they have like PFL or something on. They used to, or I don't know if they still do on DAZN, so we tune into that. So yeah.
White Nubian King. DAZN is the only one left showcasing boxing. Saudi now owns boxing. Yeah, obviously anybody who's been watching boxing knows Turki Al Sheikh is basically dominating that whole thing. He's got a whole card of different major fights that people want to see for 2025. I don't like the concentration with Saudis, but I do love the fact that he's kind of Dana Whiting this whole thing. He's putting in the fights people want to see. He's removing the barriers and the different promotions that plagued boxing for many years.
But that's the thing, right? And I'm glad that you touched on that because there's too many divisions, there's too many organizations, too many promotions, too much going on with boxing, which really hindered kind of the sport.
100%
because
agree with that, man.
If someone,
for years, dude.
For a long time, and it's like someone just come in, buy it all, and just make one massive boxing organization. That would be my opinion. I think that would be the best thing for boxing.
He's kind of doing that though, without kind of making that UFC style umbrella organization. He's kind of doing it.
It's so much more organized. It's like, okay, you have like 10 champions per division across like the WBA, WBC, IBO. It's like, what is going on? I don't even know who is who.
I know. And the belts are way too many.
There's too many, and the big names fight some people, and it's like, yo, who is this guy? Like, I've never even heard of him.
And the problem is, because then you say you have multiple belts. The IBF will come to you and be like, you have to face this guy, otherwise you drop the belt. It's like, who is this guy? Where did this guy come from?
After you just fought, you're like, all right, now you got to fight this guy next. And it's like, okay.
And sometimes it's a nobody, bro. And like the payday is going to be bupkis. Why would I put myself through a training camp and do that whole thing for nothing? So it's definitely needs reforming, no question about that. Guys, VRME, sorry to interrupt, Joseph. VRME's dipping down here, so I'm leaving my order exactly where it is, 435. Let's see if we can scalp out a little bit here. I only have one out left on this one, so I don't mind taking a bit of a move down to add some more. VRME is the one that I'm watching. I've also been involved, obviously, in RCAT since the show started. It hasn't been as forthcoming through the break of 11. In fact, clearly rejected $11, but it hasn't dropped below 11 by that much. So I'm still kind of optimistic that this one can break through $11 when we get a bit more volume, maybe towards the end of the show once that volume starts picking up. So I'll keep my eye on that. KITT, K-I-T-T. Looking like it's doing its best 10 exponential on the 5 hold over here. Very respectful of the 10 exponential ever since 1210. So we've been going on that little trend for a while. It's had trouble with, as you can see, with 280, both on a closing basis and a wick basis as of late. Here it is, 280 again on KITT. It's up 41 and change, 285 technically HOD, but when you look at all the closing prints, it's all 280 or south. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. This one looks like it's destined to break out. And here are the details on KITT. Now, I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. About 20 million shares, a little bit less than 20 million shares traded today with a 17.75 million market cap and a float of 32 million shares. This is the one that has a negligible short float. So not really going to base anything on the short float for KITT. But it's setting up well and looking like one of the best looking chart patterns right now in small cap gapper world, maybe with VRME contending with it, and as well as IonQ. IonQ obviously not strictly a small cap gapper, but we're going to trade it like one Joseph.
Hey.
Let's see what else people are chatting about over here. 3 7s. I like that name, man. That's a sick name. I like that. Hey, Joseph, Sharif, what do you guys think will happen with BTC the next day? I'm assuming you mean tomorrow. I don't know. I don't live my life that way, brother, because the markets are way too volatile, for a swing or an investment to look at it one day at a time. I'll let Joseph speak for himself, but I'm not worried about what BTC is doing tomorrow unless all hell's going to break loose. I'm, in fact, I desire more retracements than I do for it to move up. I have a smaller position that I've been building in incrementally. I added some on Monday when it dipped again. And so I don't mind it doing this 100,000, 90,000 range that it's been doing for a hot minute because I'm going to build my position at 90,000. Now, look, if it gives up the ghost at 90,000, that's business. I will be adding, though, into the levels. I'm committed to Bitcoin long term. That's just, a position that I've decided to take. And, obviously that's not financial advice to anybody else. But, yeah, I really can't answer that. I have no idea what Bitcoin is going to do tomorrow. But
All my savings in Bitcoin.
the Katina man's putting all his savings in Bitcoin. Financial advice secured.
Second mortgage, bang, all of it on BTC. No, don't
I like
do that.
how
Please
I like
don't.
how the water splashes out of
Don't
that too. Katina
do
man,
not do that. Please do
get
not.
the Katina man on camera.
Yeah,
There
do it
he is.
again. Yeah.
No, he's doing something.
He's
right
doing
now.
something.
There he is.
How he's
There he
doing
is.
it, eh? Oh, you got to do the what's his name?
No, I mean I would never put.
Remember.
I would never put all the money into Bitcoin.
No.
But I do agree with Sharif. I think that if you're going to play it long term, I mean, you're going to be there today, tomorrow, the next day. At 16 years old, man, its birthday was a $0 game, and now it's 100,000.
Yeah, and it's got an average Katina, man, 60% year over year. Average. Obviously, you have those monster years where you draw down, of course.
Then you got to pay tax.
Tap. You guys, you are buying Bitcoins. Wow, you are rich. No, sorry, I should probably qualify that.
Yeah.
I'm buying IBIT. IBIT, the BlackRock ETF. I'm not buying Bitcoin. I'm not buying the spot asset itself, Joseph, unless...
Oh, you own spot. Yeah, you got to have a little bit of the spot.
You own spot?
Yeah, of
you
course.
Animal.
Yeah,
I like
you got to have
no
piece
spot,
of the
bro.
pie. Yeah, you got to
I've
have
got
a little
nothing.
bit in there, man. My guy, come on, you got it. I did the calculate. Well, I didn't do it. I asked GPT actually. I just asked them what one share of IBIT is equal to in Bitcoin. It's like 0.00005 or something along those lines. But still, yeah, it's funny. Why not? I wanted to know. It's like, what is this equal to essentially, right? Because BlackRock has to go and buy it off the open market. So I wanted to see what we were looking at on that front, guys. But speaking of the devil here we go. Broke through some support levels. I was like, okay, we're not going to go any higher right now. So it's time to slightly flip the bias and go to the short side as we broke through some key support levels here. So now crawling lower and lower is IBIT, unfortunately. But yeah, here we are, guys. Continuing to crawl lower. Let's take an actual look at the underlying asset and see what we got going on. And I drew this out not too long ago to show you guys, just like, hey, this is what my thesis kind of stands. We're going to continue to run into these levels until we can break through them with some momentum. So slightly rejecting them now, just below that 100K benchmark that we had the inability to breach and hold. So here we are, key resistance levels on IBIT. I do think we chop around a little bit, but then eventually we will pick a direction. So be prepared for that volume to step in and help you decide which way this thing is going to go, because it will show itself. As you can see on these breakouts, you can see that volume really start to step in. So I will be able to identify, and this would be like a good ad signal, or like, hey, maybe we got to trim a little bit, lock in some profits, reassess the situation, and then look to go long again. But if that volume steps in as we breach that 100K benchmark, then I'm going to look to add significantly on that one via some calls or something along those leaps, I should say, because we want to give ourselves some time on that. We don't want to be worried about time decay on those contracts or anything along those lines. So speaking of contracts, let's pull up the actual IBIT options chain and see what we got going on. I mentioned that it was relatively expensive now. From what I was looking at not too long ago. So 66%, okay, so hovering around that, on that 730 days till expiry, January 15th, 2027, you're looking to pay $22.75 for that at the money strike price. So not horrible, right? If you were to do the math there, guys, on that, so it would cost you double if you were to just buy 100 shares of that. So that's the benefit and the leverage that options provide, and you're not paying too much for implied volatility on that front. So yeah, I like that leap as we start to recover here on IBIT. And yeah, the market still, NVDA still hovering around the highs of day, Sharif, and the Qs holding up at VWAP as some solid support.
Yeah, I was talking to, I was about to message Elon there in the chat. Elon saying, look, he got out of his Soundhound trade at VWAP, and like it was a very respectful trade. In fact, Elon, I tried to see if I could short this for free, but it was a pay for shorts type situation, and I didn't really want to secure any shorts on this one, but it did very cleanly reject 14, and by extension of that, obviously, the volume weighted average price, and trying to turn back down now, still higher lows, so we could definitely get another test of that 14, but maybe not right now, certainly. All right, I weaseled into KITT, K-I-T-T. I took a couple of scalps on this one already. Let me show you what my trade plan for this one is. We got in at 88, scalped up all the way into the high 90s. Now it's back down right into my entry again, but here's the deal. This one was having trouble with 80s, right? So I've set up a dip trade. Oh, dang it. It came into 82. I set up a dip trade at 82 to fill to get some more, and it did come into 82 but didn't cross, and now it is, well, it's above it, so we didn't get the fill there. Let me just make sure I have my stop placement for KITT, which I don't, actually, so now we got to take advantage of that. So we're going to go ahead and place said stop. There we go. Now we got the fill there. So let's see. This is going to have to hold up above 70s for us to stay involved. By us, I mean me, obviously. So we're going to keep an eye there, looking for this one to pop up. Now we've got 86s on kit, so I gotta wait here at 90. We'll take a beak wetter there. What I am looking for is this area to hold up. It doesn't have to hold up on a strict basis, but I need it to hold up the general area of 280 to 275. If it doesn't, then I'm gone. VRME, we're still involved in this one. It came into the high 30s there, so I didn't add. I had my beak wetter sitting at 35s. That's a mistake on me. I was shadowing the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential is dynamic. I need to be adjusting my price as the 10 exponential moves up. I didn't do that, so it dipped into the high 30s. We didn't get the print. I was waiting at 35. So now it's coming back into that high. It's got a double top at 465, showing 63s right now on the ask. Let's 64, 65s, and there it goes. 69s. I'm waiting at 74s. I'm not taking it out at 69s over here. Let's see if it's able to break 70s. 70 now on the ask. 73, 72, sorry, I've been waiting at 74s. We're not going to get filled at 74s. It comes into 73, sells off there. So pack my patience. Maybe we get that print in a hot minute. Back to KITT. KITT still, yeah, it's breaching that 80 area, but not by much. This does concern me, though. I've already put in my stop below 70, so we're going to have to risk a little bit here. Got a couple of de-risks on the pop into 90s, but that's not what I want to do. I'm not looking at de-risk. I'm looking at print. So let's see if it holds up at 80 here. Definitely be involved in this one even more if it continues to break that $3 area. I have no problem adding to KITT, up 42%. Back to VRME, very disappointed, didn't get the print there at 74s, but that's okay. 73s now, HOD on VRME, but it's been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. As you can see, denoted over here, very respectful. No closing prints except this bad boy over here at 1225. You got to go all the way back to 1005 to get a closing print below the 10 exponential. It's wick below it, obviously, but was quick to recover and retrace to the high side. So that's the situation right now. We're involved in 3 trades and looking to possibly even do more. What's the situation right now on Kit? Kind of defending 80s. Let's see if it pops back up. I'm waiting at 90s, Joseph.
Hey, you know what time it is, my guy?
What time?
1 o'clock. Hey, it's 1 o'clock.
We got to get to work over
here.
here.
Work here now,
All
guys.
right.
Make sure we document this one. So it is 25th trade of all time with a positive equity curve, my guy. What are we getting in for an entry price?
591.72.
72, love it. Stop loss being at
590.72.
590.72, love it even more.
593.
593.72.
We're going to have to take out the high of the day for us to print on that, but whatever.
Hey, I have confidence, man.
Absolutely.
We got the good print, strong bank earnings. Let's go. Let's get that second half of the session rally. I like that one there.
All right. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. We're gonna send it to Adara right now, and then we're gonna have an entirely new poll up for you guys for the afternoon rundown. Get it, Adara.
TAI getting some volume to the downside. This is an aviation-related ticker. Muddy Waters putting a short report here for this company, basically saying that they've allegedly misled investors, and apparently they also accuse them of inflating their maintenance, repair, and overhaul revenue. They also estimated that roughly 80% of the company's aerospace product EBITDA comes from gains in their engine sales. So they call their growth story, quote, a misrepresentation. So keep an eye here on FTAI getting a pretty scathing short report from Muddy Waters. And also, we'll do our little crypto segment here. Someone in the chat, I believe, really asked me to look at XRP earlier today. So let's take a look at XRP. And if you're wondering, hey, why did we kind of get all of this increase in price action? That would be November 6th. That's, of course, the day after the presidential election. That saw the election of Donald Trump viewed as very pro-crypto. So it's been a great look here for all these crypto names, but XRP especially. Now look at this. We're actually near this I don't really want to say double top, but a repeated resistance area on the daily chart around that 2.9 area. So if XRP can continue above this level, I think it'd be a great look. We certainly made a rounded bottom here with a nice, decisive low at the end of the year, December 31st, before curling back up. So Ripple, a great look here. We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart as well, because they're sharply up on the day. And much like what we're seeing there in the longer term, there is a bit of an uptrend here, or even a rounded bottom, continuing to push to the upside on this 30-minute chart. And I really like the support resistance flip at 2.7. So keep an eye on XRP. Great look, as you can see here on a couple different time frames, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just got a picture on my phone of some amazing curry chicken and stuff like that that my girlfriend is rubbing in my face. So a little bit of FOMO on that one. So I'm going to say maybe, no, she got a free lunch. She got it at her work. So yeah, it's never free. So this guy, I'm telling her that you said that. So I'll tell her, she better save me some. No, yeah, she better save me some because I need some of that rice and peas and everything that we got going on, guys. But NVDA continuing to crawl higher and higher, putting in a monster session, guys. Let's see what we got from a percentage metric. I know we've touched on this a couple times. And yeah, just under 3% now on the day, now putting in a new high day. I just dropped the new list of tickers for Sharif's afternoon rundown, and what a monster. You see that lineup, man? Come on, that's a ridiculous monster lineup. Yeah, it is. That's a tough lineup right there. Again, let's see who's going to come up on top. I have a generally good idea who's going to win this one, and I'm going to go with Elon and company.
Really?
Yeah.
It's always a competition between Tesla and NVIDIA, right?
NVIDIA. So yeah, we like those neck and neck races, my guys. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So sorry, XRP. Someone in the chat kept asking me to look at XRP for them multiple times, politely, and didn't really spam it or anything. So we'll do that. I'm going to pull up TradingView here for you guys really quick and take a look at XRP. To be honest with you, I don't know I know next to anything on XRP, but I think it's on the Ethereum blockchain. Other than that, but this thing has been trading really well. This is from a market cap standpoint, that's from early November all the way to where we're sitting at now. So we're sitting at 31 billion, now 167 billion. Like from a market cap standpoint, that is insane. So yeah, I mean, this thing's continuing to move higher, and people were mentioning, and I was looking at it yesterday because of the craze, and I'm like, do I get involved here around that $2.50 benchmark? But again, I don't know enough about this, and chat, fact check me, is this on the Ethereum blockchain? Because again, Ripple, I'm pretty sure is the same thing, and I thought this was owned by a bank or something along those lines, so not something I would necessarily want to be a part of, but I heard it's really efficient or something along those lines, guys. Let me know exactly what the benefit of XRP is and why I should grab it. So crypto, Saidi, what are the three cryptos I'm looking at? Well, Bitcoin and Ethereum. So yeah, that's the only thing really. I'm not into that meme coin craze other than when I was participating in Dogecoin early in the days when I first started looking at cryptocurrencies. My friends and I we have a chat and we all put in a little bit of cash and bought some Dogecoin and had fun with that. But other than that, I've never been someone who allocated meme coins. I don't know about you, Shreve.
Never, brother.
Yeah, same.
Never.
So you're just diving into
just getting it.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. Yeah, not necessarily my field. I mean, you can have fun with them, but it's extreme speculation on that front. But again, to each their own. And yeah, so there's a lot of people chiming in on XRP.
Seems to be the one that everybody likes as like a secondary one.
Yeah,
I know the Katina Man's involved in that one. And what my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm by no means a crypto guy. It seems to be very similar to ETH.
Yeah,
but costs less and faster. Like a lot of people are sending
the more
money.
Transactions, I think, I could do faster.
And my understanding was as well that XRP was good for sending cash to like family overseas and whatever like that. So the Katina Man says it's being used by Western Union now. Look, that's interesting. That's very interesting there. Also, apparently, what are they called? What are the USDC and Tether? What's that specific category called? Stable coins. Apparently, corporations into 2025 are going to start using stable coins to offset some of the currency headwinds. Like a lot of times when we read the earnings report, right? It'll say, oh, we had a currency headwind. We had to take a hit of this much money because we made money in this currency. And then we had to convert it into that. And when we converted it, we got rinsed. So apparently, they're going to start using
and transfer fees as well too. So
and there you go.
That's the benefit of stable coins is that you save a lot of money in transfer fees because now you're just peer-to-peer, right? And you're eliminating that middleman. So that's one thing that people are like, okay, we're starting to adopt stable coins, which I think is
yeah, it's especially when bigger companies start taking and they start doing volume on something. Right. But I don't know how you can make money off that. If it's basically linked to the price of the US dollar, what's the ARB? What's the move? Like,
Well,
how do you generate money on?
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to generate
Okay.
money off of the stable coins. It's just a better use case and easier
Got
to
it.
transfer from peer to peer or company to
Gotcha,
company, right?
okay.
Directly in on that front. But again,
Understood.
You guys in the chat are way more knowledgeable about than I am. Sorry, about stable coins and some of these meme coins as well, too, guys. So yeah, continue to let us know what you guys are looking at. A lot of people are saying that it is on the Ethereum blockchain, etc. And what else do we got? There are faster blockchains than ETH. Got a quarter stand on side. Call it a stable coin. Okay, what else you guys got? Well, bridge central bank digital currency.
Smart contract.
Yeah, and we were talking about smart contracts, and someone in the chat not too long ago. And when I was reading my book called Bubble or Revolution, or evolution, whatever it may be, they're referring to the Ethereum smart contracts and how Walmart adapted them. And it's actually kind of hard. Not too many companies have had success adapting smart contracts due to whatever reason, but Walmart has had great success in these smart contracts because now they can track their produce. So they're referring to more of an E. coli breakout that happened a couple years ago, and they had the inability, because everything was paper documented, to find the source of where this breakout came from. But using smart contracts, they can now trace from the ground to the next person in line where the chain is on these in these produce movement within the company. So yeah, now that's why Walmart is on these smart contracts.
That's so interesting. Yeah, so it's like an investigative tool as well.
Exactly. So it's easier to track when it goes along the chain. But yeah, guys, let's see what else we got going on here. Continue to let us 70 shares bought on XRC looking to jump. What's up with Uber today? Yeah, that's a great question. I haven't looked at Uber. I don't know if anybody else has Uber. But yeah, we'll talk about Uber. Let's see what you got up there.
Yeah, the Katina just sent me this. Google inks deal with the Associated Press to bring more time, real info to Gemini. This is obviously one of the Achilles heels of large language models, is they're trained on a static data set, and then there's like a cutoff date. Obviously, the new ones, including Gemini, can go into the internet and do a research, but it's far less thorough than actually being regurgitating data that it's been trained on. So super interesting there. We've seen the tug of war between companies that are producing large language models and then the originating source content creators like newspapers, magazines. There's, I think, still a pending legal dispute between ChatGPT and the Wall Street Journal. I think it's the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, one of the two, I can't remember. In any event, that was a major thing that we talked about in the early part of 2024. It doesn't seem to be as important now. I haven't been hearing too much about, original content creators of information, like authors and stuff like that, complain much about that lately, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a pressing legal issue. So interesting look there. Thanks, Katina Man, for sending that. All right, I just wanted to mention a couple of things over here. Kit, we're long at 71s, and now this just broke into 91s. I'm waiting now at 95. We'll see if this one wants to continue heading to the high side. VRME. Kind of disappointed with myself. I got it out at 75. This thing rocketed up to 90s. It's giving me another opportunity, though. It seems to be very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, and here it is. So let's look at the 5-minute chart right now, and the 10 exponential sitting at 455. Get it, Joseph?
Let's go Google. Sorry, continue on your thing, but Google
I'm assuming
is
that's
buzzing.
what it's moving because of that.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
assuming.
buzzing, man.
So everyone keep your eye on goggles. It's got a headline, an Associated Press headline right now with respect to Gemini. Looks like they're going to allow Gemini to be trained on some of their articles or whatever they're producing over there at the Associated Press. So anyway, back to VRME if I can, Andre. This green line is the 10 exponential moving average, and as you can see, it's been quite respectful of it, going all the way back to when we claimed it at 10:10 a.m. So I will be adding at 455 if it does come into that level. Pleased as punch. Let's quickly look at Kit. Okay, right back into the highs here on Kit, but we're having trouble with that 90 penny area, and we've been having trouble with that 90 penny area. 93s now showing up on the ask. I'm waiting at 95s. Let's see if we can get that print on KITT. We have a super chat.
Ollie.
Okay. Dear Ollie, I like that. Big thanks to Joe, Sharif, and Co. Started with 2K, now 21K profit since November on the Qs. Buy those indices, baby. Goes on to say, your tips on risk and sniper entries made all the difference. Peace. I think that's a Swiss flag. Shout out to Switzerland.
Yeah, that's where he's from.
Yeah, it looks good.
Dear Ollie. We were calling him Dear Oil for a long time, but now we got it right. But it doesn't matter what we call you because you got 21K in the bank account now. So there you go. Congratulations to you, a regular in the chat, Dear Ollie. Thank you very much. Again, much appreciated, my friend, and always good to hear the success stories
100%.
from the people in the chat. So thank you. And then Katan as well saying nice words as well, guys. So thank you very much. Guys, we're going to send it to Adara in just a second, but let's look at Google right here as we continue to crawl higher. Katina Mann's the largest holding in the account.
Okay.
My second largest here. Google starting to climb higher, just below 194. And we mentioned this before, just a couple percentage points off of those all-time highs. Less than 3% now, folks. Looking to climb higher in goggles. Let's see what Adara's up to.
I just want to clarify, that story is not new. Because I was looking into this, I was wondering why I had not seen it on my X or Twitter feed here. I went on Benzinga. Benzinga republished this, but the story came out at least a couple hours ago, published just before 12 p.m. Eastern time on TechCrunch. But Google posted this at some point today. They don't have any times in their site, but to be clear, so that means because Google posted it in their blog, this is real. Google is working here, according to their VP of strategic sales. They are working with the Associated Press. However, this is not a new catalyst per se. It did come out at least a couple hours ago. So GOGL actually selling, this is kind of an aggressive candle to the downside on the 3-minute in terms of volume, but no upside volume really on this catalyst. Again, be careful with that Google story. It is not new, guys.
Did you see it again, Adara?
It was at least 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. At minimum, she says 2 hours ago. Thank you for that, Adara. Appreciate that. Okay, you were saying something before we.
No, I was just talking. I was just ranting about how much we love Google over here.
All right, big spile. Sharif, you should be able to go in a store, scan the lettuce, and know what day it was picked, where, etc. But corporate companies did not want it. Consumer did not want it. Consumer would realize where and how old. That is a fantastic point, my friend. I think there's a lot of technology that would certainly help us that maybe may not be helping these technology companies. Your point very well taken there, and I definitely don't disagree with you whatsoever on that. I'm not a big regulation guy. I'm not I'm more of a laissez-faire, free market style individual. I think that the market usually does a good job of making bad actors pay, either by diminishing sales or otherwise. I don't really like market regulation all that much. It doesn't mean that there's no place in society for market regulation. I think this is one of those cases in point right there when it comes to food, drugs, and anything that has, a fundamental aspect on your health. Obviously, there are more exceptions that I'm not thinking of at the moment. But yeah, fantastic comment there. Shout out to the big spiled one. Jay Lee. We're at the range to get AMD short setup. Please bring it up. It's going to fail to 120 again, in my humble opinion. Say less, my man. This is the chart on goggles, and it's uninterrupted now, breaking aggressively there since 1 o'clock. So just want to point that out. Let's have a look at the advanced money destroyer, AMD.
Oh, man.
It's at highs. It's knocking into that 120, and that's kind of exactly what Jay Lee was saying. It's going to come into that 120, and it's gonna drop. So Jay, your point well taken. 10:05, we popped very close until 120, 119.88, and down we went again. We did a couple of topping tails before that as well. Let's zoom out. Go to the hourly. All right, what do we got over here? Okay, now I like this a lot better because we used 120 as support. Look at the days over here on December 31st as well as January 2nd. Both were 120 defend days until all hell broke loose and we dropped into that 113. I could completely see AMD, Jay, rejecting that 120 area. I happen to agree with that. And even over here, I mean, this was an outlying event. You can see kind of the majority of the prints back on December 19th and December 20th were mostly I want to say 120 defense. And yeah, it was because this area where we dipped below 120 was all in the pre. That's a 4 a.m. candle. Then look at what happened right at 9 a.m. when we opened for regular market hours. It popped right above 120. So if I was to exclude aftermarket and pre-market trading from this chart, Jay, this would show me a 120 defend right here. back on, again, the 19th and 20th of December. Agree with you, Jay. Let me know if you take it. I might be interested in taking that as well. AMDANG 120 resistance. Dara saying, Sharif, so you're saying you see the pros and Lena cons to regulation. There is 5 more days of the wrath of Khan, and then it is all over. I happen, obviously, to respect the woman very much. I disagree with most of what she says, but she's obviously a very capable person, and we we wish her the best in whatever career she decides to choose after.
Did you watch the Gensler and Andrew Swartzen with Joe on CNBC last night?
Gensler?
Yeah.
No, but I heard he was on.
Yeah,
his
he was
little
on.
farewell speech.
Yeah, his little
That's
farewell
one guy I'm
speech,
not going to miss, bro.
Gary, you're not going to miss him? He had some
I had
solid
a really
points.
mean joke.
He had some solid points, though.
I'm not going to say it.
Well, you can tell me off it. You can tell me
I'll tell you off
it.
camera.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, but he had some solid points, though. He's like, it's not that he didn't believe in Bitcoin. It's just all the other 1,000 meme coins that essentially have no fundamentals. And they were asking him, like, hey, they're like, yeah, and he's not wrong on that front, but he didn't make it easy. Joe was giving him a hard time. Every time Joe spoke, he's like bringing up Bitcoin. He's like, what would you change in your tenure looking back now on those Bitcoin regulations? What do you think? He danced around it, right? Yeah, he was just talking about how he got some new regulations within the $100 trillion market that is the equities and the bond market, etc., whatever it may be. But yeah, he danced around that point a little bit on Bitcoin and the meme coins. But again, and then Andrew was like, yeah, what would you change? And he didn't answer it. So he's happy with the tenure. He's happy with what he's done, and that's it.
Okay, fine. The meme coins are one thing. Why was he not approving the spot ETF on Bitcoin, the spot ETF on ETH? Why did Brian Armstrong have to sue him, spend money, waste time?
That's what Joe said. He was like, okay, well, we had the futures, right? They had the futures come in on spot. But then Joe was like, yeah, but after you got sued, you had to do that, right? Yeah, so
he's literally had to be sued on everything to give a little bit.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. So I mean, again, adios, Gary. But he had some points on the meme coins. He's not wrong on that front. But again, he didn't make it for the adaptation of Bitcoin from a regulatory standpoint.
Well said,
right? Yeah. So there it is with Gary. Guys, go check it out. It's a good little interview, not too long. But guys,
Gary.
let's see. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, bye, my guy. We got someone else coming in here who is hopefully more friendly, and we start that Bitcoin reserve there in the American government. So yeah, that'll be fun. Sending things through the roof here. What do I think about Shopify? Yeah, let's take a look at Shopify here, guys, and see what we got going on. Oh, yeah, exactly, Shopify. Yeah, it is literally. Man, one of my good friends, one of my best friends. Yeah. He was in Shopify like years and years ago.
Really?
Yeah, a long time ago. But no, he sold it. I don't even know when he sold it. He was talking about this a long time ago, but he sold it for pennies on the dollar, unfortunately. But yeah, let's take a look at Shopify, guys, and go let's zoom in here. I'm loving it. When was the last time you ate McDonald's?
I don't even know. I get a McFlurry in the summertime sometimes, so I'm all about the McFlurry.
I'm more of a Blizzard guy. I'm a Blizzard guy, if anything, in the summertime. But yeah, let's take a look at Shopify and see what we got going on, guys. Not looking too good from an intraday perspective, considering how the overall market is. This is not something you would necessarily want to be partaking in, but again, to each their own. And let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint as well, too. So pulling back, really strong gap up after earnings here, guys, and then now slowly starting to fill that gap. Let's see if this can continue in the strength. I mean, starting to pick up some steam. So from a daily perspective, yeah, if you're catching these lows, and then you have those kind of turnaround signals here, those dojis that we're always looking for that can signal, hey, we're ready to turn price around. We grabbed enough of liquidity. Now let's start this distribution phase to the accumulation to the high side, and then continue higher. So yeah, you got the nod from me on Shopify. If you break this, you can use this as a stop, that $99 price target. Use that as a stop. If it breaks Gonzino, maybe it starts to fill up this gap a little bit more. But other than that, good look there on Shopify.
AMD, ladies and gents, took out 120 on a wick basis, 120.06. The advanced money destroyer is at that 120. What I perceive to be as a resistance level on the daily. It was formerly support. It has been acting as resistance as of late. Shout out to number 1, Jay Lee, for pointing that out. Shout out to Manuel Palma for letting me know that that 120 level got taken out. We're at 120 right now as we speak, 119.95, 94. Keep an eye out on this one. This could be an interesting short. Now, even with that established, the fact that 120 is an important level on the daily, which gives it more credence, you have to understand what kind of market we're in today. The NQ's up over 2%. AMD is outperforming the NQ. It's up 3 1/3. So even though that resistance level, or what I perceive to be as a resistance level, is sound, you are taking a counter trend trade, and you need to account for that, whether through size, whether through your stop placement. It is a higher risk trade by definition. Now, there could be traders on the floor, most notably probably Obi, who may disagree with me because he is the king of mean reversion trades. And by definition, you're taking it not at highs, obviously strict highs, but definitely closer to the high than to the low. So there is obviously that school of thought, and it's a very valid school of thought. It doesn't happen to be one of my strengths, though. So what I would be looking for right now is basically, I'd like to see some volume at this level to show that there's more than just myself and a few other people who are interested in this 120 level. Right now, we don't really have the volume showing up in spades. About only 250,000 shares traded on this 5-minute candle. By comparison, the previous candle had about 425,000. We only got 2 minutes left on this candle. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Certainly, no question about it. AMD could present you with a good short at this 120 level. Okay, KITT still involved in this bad boy over here. And this one came into 98s. Here it is again at 98s. Bang, we take it out. Now I'm waiting at 303. Let's see if it can take out 3. We're long at 71s. I'm happy with this trade. One of the better trades I've had today, up 50%. Let's see if it can take out 3. It's obviously got problems with that $3. $2.99 HOD right now. I'm packing my patience on this bad boy. I'd like to take out that $3 level. What are we doing here with RCAT, bro? RCAT is killing me over here, man. I've been waiting for something to happen on this bad boy. It's not coming into VWAP. It's not stopping me out. So I'm just going to let this one cook, I guess, until it breaks at 10:55. That's where I have my stop, my entry point right there. Otherwise, I'm just going to let it simmer, let it cook. All right, what do we got over here? Misty Estes saying it's trying to close the gap. It needs 120.15. Wouldn't disagree with you on that. Let's have a look. I mean, I don't want to nitpick pennies on a $120 name, but what I'm seeing right now is strength. It's trying to break 120 again. It's well above, not well above, it's about 40, 50 pennies above that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's taken out these area wicks, which went into 119.86, but it's by no means in the clear. We've seen double tops that look very similar to something like that. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. Project HNB, Sharif, Mass, MASS, one that I looked at earlier. Let's have a look over here. Good look, brother. I mean, it was obviously not tradable under my system during the beginning part of the show because it broke below VWAP. But since that time, once it reclaimed VWAP at 12.15, it's been very respectful of the level with the wicks all bouncing off the volume weighted average price. And now as I analyze a bit more, looks like it's hugging that 10 exponential on a closing basis, looking to take out $3. It's got a $2.99 HOD, much like Kit. Oh, Kit just took it out, big. Yeah, boy. Let's go back to Kit over here. I'm going to have to digress. Sorry, guys. Did I get the print? I better have gotten the print. Yes, I did get the print. Now we're going to let Kit go to the high side. We're going to leave a piece for the dream. It's breaking out through 3. KITT up 54%. But to move back to Mass over here, you do look like you have an ascending wedge on this one. If I look at it a little bit further, because it looks like it's got definite selling at 290, at least locally over here. But when you look at the lows, they're all incrementally higher with not really that much in the way of higher highs. So this could be a bit of a squeeze through 290 and then maybe through $3. Not a bad look, up 44%, respectful day for today. Before we send it back over to Joseph, KITT is going, guys. It's about to take out 310. getting a nice volume spike under it right now, up to about 30 million shares, and the volume really kicking up into high gear here above the average. You can see these last 3 or 4 candles on the 1 minute, well above the average there, which was about 250,000 shares. Here comes 310, size on 310 right now. I've only got one more out on KITT, so I don't want to take it out here. Maybe we get to the $0.25 or something around there. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, I just want to read what Kyle Burdett says because it's so true. So he says, Joe, your blank playmaker poll success makes me so angry. It just proves that you should take the same trade, the same time every day. I wouldn't say necessarily blind and hope. No skill of trading required, just do that. Jabroni. But that's the kind of idea because everybody has their whole playbook and you want to be able to repeat that on a daily basis. Even though the setup may not be there every day, we make it a lot more simplistic with just, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And I was talking to Jose in the back about it. I'm like, hey, man, we're building this sample set. It's pretty cool. He's like, collect the data. But everybody has similarities in their trading and they're trying to execute those factors on a day-to-day basis, even though they may not display themselves, but that's the general idea. Sharif has is like, okay, above VWAP, you're looking to take the trade, right? Yeah. So that's one metric that he's looking at, all right? And I'm the same way. I want to see strength in the trend, a punch through VWAP, and then we take the continuation through VWAP. That's what you want to look, and that's how you construct the playbook. You want to look for those same patterns on a day-to-day basis. And yeah, we're doing this from an algorithmic standpoint. That was kind of the general idea of it. It's say, like, hey, let's just do the same thing every day with literally blind and pretend we're some computer with zero emotion to what this strategy is and just focus on something that can be consistent and you can execute on a day-to-day basis and not really pay any mind. And that's how you're supposed to do. Obi said this yesterday. You want to be robotic. You want to leave the human aspect at the door and come in and trade as if you're a computer. So that's why we're doing this playmaker poll, just to see from a sample set. Blind or not, it's like, okay, let's say from a system standpoint, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, that's it. Let's see if this system can be profitable or not. And who knows, it could be going the totally other way, but it's not in this case, all right? So 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, those are the type of metrics. Leave the human at the door, and that's kind of the aspect that you need within trading because sometimes it can be really, really stressful. I'm glad that you pointed it out, Kyle. And yeah, hopefully other people look at it the same way too. So here it is, SPY continuing to crawl higher. We're about 50 cents in the money now, I believe, on the playmaker poll, looking really good here, guys. But it's the same thing, day after day, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, which way are we going? And sure enough, it's starting to print out some half-decent results.
Day after day, day after day. Hey.
I don't know.
Okay. Bro, I'm old. What can I say? What's his name there in the chat? Great question. Edwin P. I want to mention this because we were talking about AMD and it probably makes sense to talk about it right now. Okay, so topping tail through 120. There's definite resistance at 120. Whether it rejects it or not, going to be an entirely different story. But Edwin had a different point. He was talking about the daily. And he's like, Sharif, do you see a possible island gap to the downside on the daily? So I had to remove pre-market and aftermarket trading to see what he was seeing there. So let's look at this. So this is an obvious gap down from the print on the 8th to the print on the 10th. Okay, we had that intervening day for Jimmy Carter, right? So no trades took place then. But what I see, brother, is a gap fill. And when we did our lessons on gaps, maybe we'll revisit those soon. One of the gap types we talked about that we said occurs most often is something we call the common gap. And sadly, there's really no way to know it's a common gap until 3, 4, 5, whatever periods later, whatever time frame you're charting, the daily, the weekly, whatever, intraday. The reason is because common gaps typically get filled shortly thereafter. There's no specific definition as to how quickly they need to be filled, but just to say they get filled quickly thereafter. And I'll submit to you, right now, we haven't really filled it fully, but if we continue on our merry way, which it looks like we might be here on AMD, well, then we'll definitely fill it. And we've already filled it on a wick basis. So if you look at low end of the wick on the 8th, we go all the way down to the low there is 120.12. While technically today is 120.21. But if you're looking at the closing print, then we haven't filled it. The close on the 8th was 121.84. We'll talk more about this island gap situation on AMD once Joseph is done paying some bills.
E-signal, folks. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. It's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's right. I mean, like, come on.
Scan it.
Yes, just to go
Or
back.
with your Orion glasses. Can you do that with your Orion glasses? Scan QR codes?
What do you mean?
The Orion, the Meta glasses that they got going on.
Ah.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think they don't have the AR feature. It's got the translation, I think. And it's got the camera.
So how come I seen a commercial? It's like some girl was shooting pool and she's like, yeah, Meta, analyze my next pool shot or something along those. You ever see that one?
No.
Okay. You seen it?
Yeah.
You seen that one? I was like, okay, maybe.
And it speaks to you in your ear, I'm assuming?
It does something, yeah. So it's like
because they still don't have the AR function on it. Interesting. Yeah. All right, so the AMD thing, I happen to agree with you, but I still feel currently this is a common gap. Let's see what happens tomorrow. We are putting higher highs and higher lows, but certainly, you know, when you look at the overall trend for AMD, it hasn't been good. It hasn't been a good year so far for AMD. It wasn't a good last year for AMD. So, and I have no idea. How does Lisa Su, as much as respect I have for Lisa Su, why the hell did she get CEO of the year when her stock was down year to date?
That's crazy.
That makes no sense to me.
That makes zero sense. We're at what, like 2023 levels right now on AMD?
Something like that, bro.
Oh,
I mean,
what a banger you got going on KIT there.
Yeah, we're done that trade, Joseph. We finished the trade there on KITT, took it out at 15s. We originally got in at 71s. I'm happy with this trade. Let's see more of these, man. Honestly, the day would be a lot better if we had more of these. I am disappointed in myself, though, here on VRME. I mean, how many times does it need to bounce off 60 for me to see that 60 is an area of support? So we had finished our trade originally on this at 75, but here's the deal. So it's bouncing off 60, but simultaneously it's also putting in lower highs. So we have that 490 pop, that's the area crest, and we have 485, that's the area crest, and now we have 480. So we're moving down incrementally, it looks like by 5 pennies, despite the fact that we have that 460 hold. That doesn't mean I couldn't have traded it as a scalp off 460, especially with a resting order. But we'll have to see if this one can take out the highs. 489 the high right now. Katina, man, are you shorting NVIDIA at the top? Somebody wanted to know there in the chat. You're not shorting. Yeah. So you're not in any shorts or anything
but
like
we know
that.
you coming.
He doesn't. He's not in the shorts right now on NVIDIA. For whoever was asking, somebody was asking there in the chat. Forget who.
I didn't put my offer in.
He was still long. He hasn't put any offers in, meaning he hasn't wet his beak on some profits. Glenn, Sharif, not Lisa's fault that her stock was grossly overvalued. You're not wrong. She can't control what the market does, who's buying and how much they're buying for. That's a great point, Glenn. I mean, usually, again, I like to go back to my laissez-faire fundamentals and say, you know, that the market discounts all information and the price will always discount it accurately. Whether you believe that or not, an entirely different story. Guys, VRME's tanking. Okay, so this is what I meant with lower highs and a flat bottom. Oh, baby, that was a flat bottom break. I wouldn't have taken that as a short. I don't short these small cap gappers above VWAP, but there it is. 489 HOD dipped aggressively into that $0.50. The volume weighted average price sitting around 427. It's getting bought up aggressively. Look at that zig and zag right down into 40s. Now we're back into 60s. Aggressive price action here from VRME off the top. Let's let this settle down, figure out what support and resistance is going to be here before I get in on this one, if I get in at all. Edwin, Lisa Su got the award because Jensen Huang forwarded it to her. By the way, Lisa and Jensen are family. Lisa is Jensen's second cousin. Yeah, we know about that, but they didn't really know each other until they kind of met each other way later into their careers. They didn't have any family dinners or they didn't grow up beating each other up or anything like that. It wasn't like that. That was all put to rest vis-a-vis Emily Chang, I think is her name, the reporter for Bloomberg. She had a one-on-one with Lisa Su. I'm sure you guys can find it on YouTube. Excellent interview. I think Lisa's a hell of a person, bro. I mean, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea, but about my feelings about Lisa Su. I also happen to love her choice in blazers, especially when she wears the blue ones. Get it, Adara. Lisa Su blue blazer. We have to show this, Joseph. There it is. She's always got the blue on. Now, this is not the electric blue, mind you. This is not my favorite type of blue. I like that Pepsi blue
like the Pepsi
kind of situation.
Trader TV Live blue.
There it is. Yes. This is the jacket. This is the one that moved mountains over here, baby. Shout out to Dr. Lisa Su showing off her best blue jacket there. Yeah, man. Obviously, I think...
I like a good blazer.
Yeah. Very important. Very easy to mix. Do you ever see that video about like every man should have this color blazer, this color shirt, and these color? And then with that, you can make like 72 different
ones. What's his name did that? Steve Harvey did a little video.
That's the one. That's the one.
And I was listening to him. I'm like, yeah, so what did I do? I went and grabbed this, grabbed that.
You did, eh?
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's factual, right?
Yeah, exactly. You get that brown one, the blue one, the black one.
Exactly. And I happen to like all those colors.
Exactly.
So it's all good. Jay Lee. My broker wants 400% margin rate to short VRME. Insane. I was paying 250% to short Rigetti this morning, LOL. Brother, yeah, it's, let me tell you, like, we don't have that problem, thankfully, on the trading floor here. I got to tell you that Real Trading is one of the best firms for, number one, availability of shorts, and number two, price. I literally pay 5 cents or like 20 cents for 1,000 shares. It's next level stuff. So obviously not everybody can be on a prop firm, but Jay, I know you're from Canada, so check out Real Trading. Obviously you can trade from home. I have to do that. You know that. Let's see what else everybody's got up on the chat right now. It's a good blue, brother. Yes, it is. It's a fantastic blue, isn't it? I like it. What else we got? Not everyone can pull off that blue, though. No, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. Look, yeah.
You like blue?
Yeah, but it's my favorite color. Man.
Yes,
it
man.
leaves in. You got the
second
aqua
fave?
Blue. Second fave.
That's a tough one.
A black.
Yeah, I'm gonna have that.
Yeah, black. I love black. At one point it was my favorite because I'm like, oh, I love black everything. Yeah. So
why not?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Exactly.
Guys, VRME is continuing to go down here. So 440 is not holding up. As I mentioned earlier, the volume weighted average price is a little bit below that 430 area. I'm going to be all eyes and ears at 430 here on VRME because I want to see if it's going to hold up at this level. I'm going to punch in if it holds up at VWAP because it's a retracement. It's up 38%, was up obviously a lot higher. So keep your eye out on that if you're into these small cap averages.
Good luck there, guys. We're back in some IBIT here, trading above the volume weighted average price as the market slowly starts to climb higher. Now, one thing that I really wanted to point out here, Sharif, was XLF. Look at this thing start to break out. We drew this price compression pattern not too long ago, earlier in the session here with you guys, and now we're starting to break out. So what does that tell me? Let's take a look at JPM and Company and some of these other bank names, because if they're breaking out, you'll see it relayed in this. So not JPM, is it GS leading the way, Goldman Sachs? And yeah, sure enough, we're breaking out here on Goldman Sachs as well, too. Guys, let's take a look at Citigroup. And there you go, Citigroup just trading around those highs of days. What an absolute beautiful trading session these guys have put in today. So there it is, XLF and Company continuing to trade higher and breaking through some key resistance zones. As we mentioned, we pointed out that price compression pattern. Now a new high a day on the sector ETF. So yeah, good luck there, guys, on XLF. Let's see what we got going on Bitcoin. Again, a little bit deeper of a pullback than what we liked. Up still about 3% on the session, so continuing to trade higher. Are we going to go and test that high of day? As of right now, it's looking like we might, but only time will tell. We're still a little ways off of that, but that volume is starting to step in on that lower time frame. Can give us a little bit more conviction within that setup and see if we go that way, guys. So, yeah, there's that final entry on IBIT, and then let's take a look at Apple as well, too. Still sitting in this position, grinding higher, now breaking out as well too, guys. So just looking for the continuation and strength, right? Those pullbacks may not be as deep as we like because we've seen how the market took the CPI print and then the positive return in those bank earnings as well too, guys. So again, tougher look for the short side. Look for the continuation and strength, especially as some of these stocks continue to break out. And sure enough, XLF still climbing higher. So that is a really good look. And Google as well too, guys. Let's see what we got going on with Google. Yeah, and just hovering around those highs of days. Only 3% off of those all-time highs is Google. So that's a good look there. I think we continue to crawl higher and higher on that front. So yeah, let's take a look at spot as well too. Still hovering in that area. So not too bad of a look on Bitcoin itself, the actual spot. So here we go. And yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you are looking at. Yeah, I want to talk about AMD, even though we've touched on it multiple times. Let's just talk about it here. So one thing that there's a video out from another firm, and they just talk about a strategy called the triple gap up day or the double gap up day. So Jose and I in the back, he mentioned, he's like, okay, AMD gapped down multiple times, so let's see if we start to get a bounce. We tried to get it from an intraday perspective, but then we came to the realization that, hey, this stock, the sentiment under this stock is too weak to kind of get that intraday bounce that we were looking for. So it's more of a swing play. And I understand that we're trading at $120, but if you're starting to accumulate shares on this company, then you may look like a genius in the near future. I know everybody's in panic mode, but that's where the smart money starts to buy. It's like, okay, yeah, the stock has dwindled, the PE is starting to come down on it as well too. Let's see how far we can take AMD down until we hit that max pain point and then slowly start to recover. At this point, it doesn't even look like the stock's ready to turn around whatsoever. I mean, we haven't been consolidating down here, but it's just been a slow grind lower and lower. And I think at one point, this thing's supposed to be number 2 in the semis race, but again, underperforming its peers. Let's see what happens with AMD in the coming future. I think we consolidate, and then you'll be able to see those and identify those signals that say, hey, we're ready to turn around on Lisa Su and company.
See this, I don't know, I can't vouch for the veracity of this report. I was like, what's happening? Why am I getting thrown stuff at me? It's the bull.
It's the cash.
So clearly it is a bull today, baby. It's a bull day, baby. Randy just threw this at me.
Yeah, that's all right.
So I can't attest to the veracity of this report, but one of these Toronto social media
you gotta believe everything 6Buzz says.
I don't know about that. Around half of Canadians say they're $200 or less away from going broke.
What?
Half.
Yeah. But how are they going to say half? I didn't even answer the poll, so how are they going to know?
They're, I guess they're doing polling, right?
But again, so people...
Polling. Polling.
Yeah.
The polling was very accurate in the U.S. elections.
Yeah, but I'm always curious about where these polls go up and where these get these numbers, because I've never had to answer any of them.
They call. I never
You never answer?
Yeah,
well, I want to start chiming in on these polls, because I don't...
You don't want that. That means your number's in the directory, and then you're going to get
That's fine. I want to be a part. I want to partake in this.
Look, brother, I mean, there's actually a really good science behind that. They're like, I'll just give you the American version. So they were saying, oh, the Republicans are far less likely to want to answer polls, like traditional polls, than Dems. But the Republicans were much more likely to put in bets on Polymarket Kalshi. So they were saying Kalshi and Polymarket were swayed more Republican than Dem. So there are people complain no matter what, bro. No matter what.
Oh, you can't. There's no winning, man. There's always someone to complain.
All right, guys.
BNG says they're broke because they're not watching this channel. Shout out to you, BNG. Let's go.
Oh, that's my eye that you just hit there. Randy's violent today.
What's going on?
And I thought we had a good rapport and everything, but I'm getting assaulted. Shout out to Randy, man. All right. KITT continues to fly, guys. It's retracing a little bit right now into the $0.25, but it continued to move up after my exit there at 17s or wherever. It got all the way up into 44s, 344 HOD, still above the 10 exponential moving average, still above that $3 area. Looks good at these levels. We'll continue to watch this one. VRME, another one we were involved in, is at the volume weighted average price. 427 is VWAP. Right now, it's printing 433s. I think this is a good entry over here on VRME. It's up 35%. And you could have your stop quite close, maybe risk about 15 pennies or so into the break of 420. There's not much time left on the show over here, but I'm going to weasel in. Why not? We're going to put the stop super tight. It's going to have to hold up 23. Shout out to Jordan. at this level. Let's layer some outs on this bad boy. Come on, May. Decent day. Let's throw that on there. If it breaks VWAP, we're gone Zeno. All right, guys, other ones that I'm keeping my eye on as well. Ion Q. This one had a great move into 39.77. It retraced a little bit, came back into that key area of technical support, 38. You can see we rejected 38 over here. Lo and behold, 38 holds up during the consolidative time during the midday. We're still looking at that $40 area generally as resistance. It's kind of curling back up a little bit. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one. IONQ up 31% and still trading far closer to the highs than the lows there. All right, RCAT, we've been involved in this one since before the show. It's held VWAP. I'm kind of lamenting not having added at that 1060 area now that it's kind of working its way back into that $0.75 area. But let me tell you, that $11 area didn't get breached once because I had an order on the north side of 11 at 1107. It didn't print anything above 11. So let's see if this one can retake or can actually, retake 11 because it was above 11 before, but not for very long and seems to be on a wick basis rather than a closing basis over here. I'm talking about RCAT. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Let's see what this one's doing. Okay. So VRME holding up for the moment at VWAP. Let's see if this one wants to curl back up maybe into the $0.50. We'll take some scalps on this one. We've already layered some orders on this too. Shout out to Celery 2. Great channel. No, you're great. Awesome. We're going to hit that awesome for you there. Shout out to Cesar Sandoval. I see him talking with Dear Oli there, who we called Oil many times, Joseph.
Yeah, Dear Oli.
Carl Gruen saying Enrigetti long. All right, let's have a look at Rigetti, not a name that we're unfamiliar with. The Katina Man's $1, over $1 in the money.
No, we bought 10.04.
Bought 10.04 is on Rigetti. My knees are sweaty. I don't know, do your knees get sweaty?
No.
No, neither do mine.
No.
Well, maybe when I'm doing legs.
Legs?
Yeah. Leg day.
Well, I mean, like in behind the knees would get a little sweaty.
Yeah, well, that's if you're doing curls, though.
Yeah, we're doing curls.
Yeah. Hammy curls. The Katina Man bought 10s, give or
look
take.
at XLF, man.
XLF is flying,
Flying, dude. Dragging
Got that in the long term there. I'm happy with that one. Yeah. I bought that January of last year, so I've been holding it over a year. Yeah.
You kept that one a secret.
No, that's in the long term. That's just straight in the long term. Yeah, the Katina Man. I've been in XLF for a hot minute.
Guy.
RGTI, great call out, guys. It took out VWAP and it was using VWAP as resistance for a long time. I want to say from around 1225 till when we broke above it at 140. So for a long time now, it is really decidedly about to take out that $11 area. 1094 we're printing. We got an 1156 HOD on this one. Let's keep an eye out on Rigetti. It looks good. Surf Pez. I don't know what that means. I hope that's not your name because I don't mean to belittle your name. But he wants me to look at Wolf. Sure. Wolf Speed. Oh, that's a good looking chart, my man. Good call out there. Wolf Speed, good looking chart. Look at that move into VWAP at 570. It's printing the high of the day, 635. What's the headline on this? Give me a second here to see what the headline is. Wolf Speed. Trade. Okay, so I think it's just semiconductors in general are kind of moving up. Oh, they raised $200 million in fresh capital. Okay, that's not a bad look. Wolf Speed rose as much as 12% in the pre-market after announced completion of a stock offering, raising $200 million in capital. Not bad. Yeah, good luck, brother. I take it off the dip trade at 6. If it comes back into 6, I'm a buyer. Otherwise, 580. I'm not going to punch in at highs, obviously, with 4 minutes left on the show. Let me know how it goes. Hope you're in it. Hope you're doing well on it, man. But a great call out there on Wolf, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. I'm just documenting the play, the playmaker poll, guys. No, I just put in the exit price here because we get out at 155. So positive trade on that front, guys. Timing, we were in around just around 102, but I'll fill the rest of this in later, guys. But one thing I wanted to talk about, because we were talking AMD, so what I wanted to do was I wanted to start thinking about strategy-wise, okay? So what I just recognized here on the chain is that it has a really cool feature, and it allows you to utilize standard deviation on these contracts. So I was watching a video last night on how profitable 2 standard deviations from the at-the-money contract can be, okay? So I was looking at it from the short side. And what that led me to, and it's really interesting from a delta standpoint as well too, is it led me to the less than 0.1 delta, okay? Or did it? Yeah, so yeah, less than, so it's 0.019. So what this contract is telling me is that essentially it has over a close to a 99% chance of expiring out the money. Even though you don't collect anything, so from a return standpoint, it's next to nothing. You only collect 23 cents, so $23. With an expiry 65 days away. But I wanted to look at the standard deviation of these contracts, and sitting at that 2 standard deviation exactly is that 0.019 delta, which I found really, really interesting, and something that I'm going to dig a little bit more into and maybe relay to you guys on how you can use these standard deviations in selecting your strike prices. So yeah, just doing a little experimenting myself, and I'm most definitely going to relay it to you guys as well too, because I think it's extremely interesting fact, and especially if your options chain or whatever platform you're using allows or calculates those for you, then you can start implementing those in your system as well too. So we're going to work on that for you guys and bring it forward, because I think it's really interesting stuff. But here, let's take a look at XLF as we continue to climb higher and higher. Sharif now putting in a new high a day on the session. The bank's just roaring to the top side, so really good look there. We just documented the Playmaker poll as well too, guys. So XLF and company help dragging the SPY up. Q's a little legger, not putting in that high a day, down slightly more than what the SPY is. But again, who cares? JPM and company, as I mentioned before, climbing higher and higher. But let's take a look at Apple, still hovering in around the volume weighted average price. Sorry, guys, up 1.884%. But I mean, hey, I'm sure you're happy though, because we sold off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to add any more into Apple.
No. But what if the report comes out? What if iPhone sales are through the roof?
No, they'll continue to ride with my position, brother. I'm not adding anything into Apple anymore.
So what would you add into? What was one thing you'd be looking to add into your
Bitcoin.
IBIT? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Bitcoin,
take that all
I'm
day.
going to be, it's a small position. So definitely want a lot more. And I feel obviously that
you're going to overweight. You're going to overweight Bitcoin? Or
I don't know if I'm going to overweight it, but definitely going to be looking to add certainly into that position, but definitely not going to add.
Nice. Good luck there, because we are starting to crawl higher here on IBIT too, Sharif.
Sir.
So let's pull it up here for you guys and see what we got going on. Long consolidation phase, nice liquidity grab here, and then now trading back above the volume weighted average price. I mentioned time and time again the elastic effect that VWAP has. So you can see for the majority of the session trading above it, and then for a short period of time we trade below it. We put in those signals that say, hey, we're ready to turn around, and sure enough, here we are putting in this nice V-shaped pattern. And one thing I want to point out, because I went over this time and time again, so it's identical. You can see the strength in it from an intraday standpoint, but also from a daily standpoint. So here we go. Consolidation phase, liquidity grab, consolidation phase, leg higher. And if anybody has been paying attention, they remember the 2 tickers that I said, whoa, look at the strength in these patterns from a daily perspective on. And that was Google and Tesla. All right, so let's go back, zoom out a little bit here. Oh, wow, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Consolidation phase, liquidity grab, consolidation phase, bam, haven't looked back since. And then we'll pull up Tesla real quick before we send it back off to the big boys, because I want to show the strength in this pattern. And here it is once again, guys, right here, consolidation phase, liquidity grab, consolidation phase, haven't looked back, and it is 2 o'clock.
I just want to mention one thing, because Daniel in the chat there had a great question. Do you think fear of tomorrow's jobs report crash market at the end of the day? So I'm assuming you're worried about the jobs report tomorrow and what that it could have with today's run up. All I got to tell you is the NFPs, the non-farm payrolls, the one that's most watched for jobs, came in way higher than expectations, which actually had the effect of tanking the market, because then the rate cuts that we were projecting into next year, the market started basically removing them. And so that ended up having a bit of a net effect to the downside. So the whole point of what I'm trying to say to you is jobs last time came in a bit stronger. Again, I'm not of the camp that subscribes to that reigniting of what we did back in 22 and parts of 23, where good news is bad news and bad news is good news. I think if we grow this time around, it's going to be organic growth, not stimulus driven. That's just my opinion, not financial advice. One caveat to that, though, the wild card right now is tariffs. We don't know how that's going to affect everything. That will obviously come to fruition very shortly. We'll have to wait and see there. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining Joe and I today. I'm going to let you send it off today, my man.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you guys. Keep it green, everybody. Don't try to fight the trend. Keep those stop losses in place because tomorrow is going to be a new day.
Peace.
Hey.
Welcome, everybody. Am I in the right stream? Looks like it hasn't gone live. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, sometimes you get that the rollover, which should always work. Hopefully, everybody joins us in a prompt fashion. I'll get myself into the stream. The chat's working just fine. The market is unabated. Again, like 2.25. You're just continuing to rally. Unless you're that FTAI stock, more or less, like you're doing absolutely fine. NVIDIA just got back to high of the day. Tesla just got back to high of the day. AMD just got back to high of the day. I'm only in qubits. Check that. D-Wave, which is still underneath VWAP. And then that penny, remember that stock that was $3 that went to like 70 cents yesterday that halted a million times? That one we're still in. I actually trailed out of NVIDIA when it broke trend, and it's still staying on trend. So super strong day in the markets. Bitcoin ultimately still hasn't gotten to 100,000. Like I didn't think Bitcoin would get to 100,000 before the open, but I did think it was going to happen after the open. So I'd say that's maybe a bit of a disappointment, but it's hard to be disappointed with the move up that we have. Like, yeah, 99.5 is still pretty much the high. On iBit, that's like 56.80 or so, but look out, because there's an upward trend happening. So you still could get a 100,000 break this afternoon. We locked and ready for it. It's be like 57 change on iBit if we break 100K.
Yeah, we didn't. We stayed pretty long here. We still have. I'm going to load up the right chat here in a second. We're still in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been a big one here. 350 now in the money. We were able to also, and we're going to talk. I mean, we're going to go through the rundown, everything. Welcome to the show. You guys are here for the first time. We're going to go over a couple stocks to talk about. But NVIDIA right now taking out the day's high, up 3%, right at that area. So we're going to try to hold on to that long. Our out was Tesla 420. So again, and I tweeted this out as well. I made, this for me was the biggest Tesla trade ever for me. So it was a good one right up there into 420, able to hold that last little piece there. And that was a good one. It's bounced now off 420 a couple of times. We just really used 420 because it was 420. I mean, it was, not much else, to be honest with you. It was a huge run up. It did fade that time. So put the order there, get filled on that trade. 420 there coming into play one more time for Tesla. So we'll see if that can keep going. And then, by the way, it's again, I know Neil's over there on QBTS, but the stuff that we did on Rigetti today just should be not allowed. Like right in there into VWAP, thank you, right? $1.50. Look what happened again. We bought it again at $10. Came back in, broke 10. We didn't take it that time. Gave ourselves a bottom, gave it there. Boom, goes the dynamite. It's Rigetti back there to the upside again. So, yeah, man. I mean, great afternoon, great midday, great show by the boys there. We'll take you into the close now. Not too many earnings tonight. We'll talk about some bank names maybe.
Yeah, it's there's some smaller names that report tonight. Of course, we'll go over anything that reports. Tomorrow morning is when it gets exciting again. TSM is going to report tomorrow morning. Morgan Stanley is going to report tomorrow morning. Bank of America. There's a couple of regional banks that I have not committed to memory that are also reporting in the morning as well. But I mean, TSM, United Health, and Morgan, those maybe BAC as well. But yeah, great run for the banks this morning. They blew out the numbers, and across the board, they look pretty good. You could make an argument about Wells Fargo. I think that would be reasonable, but like Citi, Goldman, and JP doing just fine. Marty, okay, so 420 has already broken, but we'll answer the question anyways. Do you like a 420 Tesla break? Thank you for the super chat, Marty. Just because an even dollar level, just very quickly, before I answer that question, QBTS has a W pattern here. What I simply mean is since it broke down off the opening range at 570, which was the pre-market lows, like it tagged once, bounced at 530, tagged twice, bounced at 530, and is right back up there again. So I mean, it kind of looks like a W. I suppose that's why they call it that pattern. So it's about to revert trend, so I'm going to get back into it. But for Tesla, one thing that's been a guarantee on Tesla for the last 2 days, and obviously it's in either direction, is at some point after 3 o'clock, it has just trended 15 to 20 bucks for the last 2 days in a row now. If it does something resembling that, there's only 2 ways it can happen. Either you revert the trend up and it pulls back, or you break out the top. The reason why I don't like a breakout in the afternoon into overhead resistance. So like yesterday, it failed at 420 break with a 422 out there. So you're not really clearing out the highs if you break this high today. You know, like you're clearing out the highs if you break maybe 22 or 23. So I just don't like punching highs of day into overhead resistance because I think your R to your risk to reward tends not to be as good in a situation like that. Like a breakout in here is a bit different. It's like every single time, no matter what happens, it's like, get it, Sharif. I don't even know what Sharif just did, but Adara was like,
that's the joke. You say it when it means nothing.
Okay. No, he's tying
hey, Adara, get it, Adara.
He's tying his shoes.
Hey, get it, Andre. Get it, Andre.
He's just... Yeah, you don't want to trip on your laces. You definitely don't want to do that. I keep knocking this bowl over.
All right. Sharif, you ready to get it over there? All right. Then, on to...
I'm not saying it.
On to Sharif.
I thought you were going to say, get it, Sharif.
No.
To extend the...
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys were just making fun of me, but they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it's a subs only chat. Tell them, Randy. So you got to be a subscriber before you can vote. Let's look at the major averages. Yeah, he's pointing up because everything's up, baby. Especially these major averages. We got the NQ leading the pack here, up 2 1/4, with the ES up 1 4/5, with the Dow up 1 3/4, and then the Russell 2000 knocking on the door of 2%. So a great day for these major averages. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you, being traded by the big boys. Rigetti up 22%. Good look today. Shares of these quantum companies are trading higher after Microsoft issued a statement to its business customers to get quantum ready, and NVIDIA announced its first ever Quantum Day event, boys.
Everybody, we've had Rigetti on our mind for a while, right? This is not just like a flash in the pan type of name. We've been looking at this for a while. It was on the sticky note right there today. We talked about buying that $9 break or wait till VWAP, and that's exactly what wound up happening there. So for today's trade, again, you got to make the trade. And that's still TQQs. My bad. We did start shorting again right now, the NASDAQ. That's what I wanted to talk about, but we can do that in a minute. This is what happened. So we write down, fade back into VWAP. We actually sat here and discussed this whole trade because we were surprised at the initial bump there when CPI came out right here. And that's where we were at 9.75. Then it just bumped up $1 on that. So we were like, you know what? When it opens up, we're going to have to play this, the regression back into VWAP. So we did that. It's pretty much, for me, it's like, well, the Tesla's the trade of the day. But this is like... genius to come right back into $10. We're lucky enough that we didn't chase it this way. We let it develop again, and then boom. It's just the stock. The stock held $10, and it held VWAP. So it's like, when these things happen, these things happen. So multiple dollars today on Rigetti. It's a big stock. I like it. I sold out in my position yesterday. We talked about that. It seems like that was going to be that's a mistake doing that. But yeah, all the way up to $10, $11. Rigetti, another 22.5%. I like the stock. I said pick one today, and we did that. And Rigetti now, P&L, I think 2 right there. So good job there for Rigetti.
Yeah, great job for Rigetti. I went QBTS today, and we stuck over-under at $6 on Rigetti. I mean, $5 was kind of an obvious level, but at the open, you were at $6. So what are you going to do? Like, you're not long off $5 unless you're trading it at exactly 6 a.m. This morning. But it did provide first early short, as there was a wath of sellers at the $6 level. It eventually broke it out. It came back, tested VWAP at $6. Went for the reloaded VWAP, that was negative, and then stopped it out under 70. Now it's got this I mean, I'm calling it a W pattern because that's what it looks like, and I'm pretty sure that's, whatever. I'm not a charter market technician, but if a W pattern doesn't exist, then it should exist.
Yeah,
as far as
it's a pattern that looks like a W.
Exactly, right?
Who cares what everyone calls it?
All that matters is you got VWAP, 570, opening range. All of it is like lining up for resistance. So I just came back to this for the third time. It has managed to bounce off 530 a couple times here. And so QBTS, the other thing worth noting, it's regardless of how this resolves itself, yes, it's under VWAP and it's under resistance, but it's still up 19% despite the fact that it's been bearish since about 10:15 in the morning, and it's holding above this prior low and this recent resistance. So like on a daily chart, like a close above 5 is bullish. Meanwhile, this afternoon, underneath 570 is bearish. If that makes, and hopefully that makes any sense. Time frame is going to matter here. I think I would feel a lot differently about the move in this quantum name on a daily chart more than I would, looking at it on a 15-minute. That doesn't look overly bullish on a 15-minute yet until it breaks out the 575, in which case I should still get the you-know-what out of Dodge.
Bitcoin still trading below $100,000. This is the chart on IBIT, up 3 1/5. Good look for the most of the market today. So it looks like BlackRock's head of digital assets, Robert Mitchnick, was chiming in earlier, basically saying there's been aggressive adoption so far by retail investors, but he's talking about these institutions guys, saying these guys are just getting started with Bitcoin.
I believe that. I mean, I don't know all the stories that are out there, but I think the proof is in the pudding right now with Bitcoin. I mean, it just did hold that great level of basically 90,000. I mean, here's a little bit of a chart. Get rid of that. Oopsies, don't mean to click on that advertising right there. So, we talked about it. There's the dip down. I mean, we've seen these levels before. You don't even have to go back that far. If you just go year to date here so far on Bitcoin, then you're going to be able to see, well, here, let's go a little bit larger than that so we can have a little bit more of a look at this. So here we go. So it's dipped into this area a couple times. We get all the way back here. We talked about that's November lows, right? And then into December lows, which was Christmas. So you go a month. That's November 24th. This is December 24th. And every time we've held this level. Last time we got a little bit of a scare. This is from, where is this? Bitcoin, Bitstamp? Oh, Coinbase. Okay. So I guess it got flushed down there to 89,000 or something. So that was a great move on Monday the 13th, looks like. So 2 days ago, nice little flush down. But it looks like I should probably put volume on here to see like really where it starts to capitulate. I'm going to do that actually. But this has been holding. So I just think that when you look at this, the next step higher, the next step up is around this 102. And then you look to break that. So I'd stay long Bitcoin here into 102. Makes sense to me. Your little island out there before this. So I would watch out, hold that level, and possibly get out of some. So the last time I had bought anything was at 94,000. I think it was right around here. It must have been right around Christmas because we didn't, or right into here. But that is Christmas. Right into here, and then boom. So I think that's a decent out if you're scalping. But many people want to hold this thing for a long time. So you're looking for it to break through. That's the island up here, 102. So we're here now. I feel like you can get up there. It's only 3% more. That would be an area for me to look to start to trim some if you were on a swing trade. But great trade there. And I think Coinbase today as well, reaps the benefits of that move up. And I've already said that if you want to be into something and you believed in the crypto. Wow. Okay. This name alone, 8%. I didn't even realize it was that high. This is one of my picks of the year right there for Coinbase. So a nice move right there holding that 240. Nice upside move on Coinbase, up about $40 in 3 days. So again, this is like a levered Bitcoin trade as well. Every time Bitcoin is up, man, Coinbase just rockets. And then you also get the love of altcoin season. So I like Coinbase. It was why it's one of my picks.
Yeah, and MSTR maybe not faring as well. I feel like most days that we're bullish on Bitcoin, MSTR has a pretty outsized move. Only 5% for MSTR today. And before I get into Mara, I actually messaged this chart to Obi that it just feels really weird
on
MSTR because like I don't think I can remember a day where there's volatility is on in crypto and nothing is happening effectively on MSTR. Like it is a completely outside of at 8:30 when the numbers dropped, you have an exactly inside day. Like it's just held the low multiple times, it held the high multiple times. Now it's a $300 stock, so $8 is the effective range. Well, that seems like a lot, but it really isn't on a day like today. The only one that if it breaks in either direction, I think you have to respect it. That's the long and short of it. The only one that I played today was Mara. And I don't think that's, like rocket science. The difference is, Bitcoin just kept pressing higher. Mara broke trend and got back underneath our resistance level, or at least at our 1820 level from yesterday. Shorted it once, held on to the last 10% to see if it would break, and I had the same stop. This is almost that W pattern now that I look at it again, but it's putting in higher lows. So it's not the same low, higher lows into this top. So I haven't actually reloaded this because it feels a little bit strong here on Mara to go with that strength in Bitcoin. I'd much rather short Mara on a failed 100K break. Like if we get to 100,000, don't break out, and Mara hasn't broken out, then I'd much rather go back into this short trade. Let's get on to one of the good banks, although maybe not the best one today, JPM.
Certainly not percentage-wise, Neil, maybe institutionally. JPM up 1 3/4. Fantastic look for them today. They reported before the bell and it was beat everywhere. Whether it was EPS beating Handley there, 481, the street was looking for 411, or whether it was revenue beating by $2 billion in revenue. The street wanted 41 billion. They printed 43. Good look, guys, but off the highs.
Yeah, like it's by far the worst of the banks that reported today, and it's up 2%. It's up 2%, and it's at a 52-week high, or all-time high. Like that's the extent to which the banks have done well today. Is that we said this yesterday, that JP Morgan is a boringly awesome stock. And so unless you were just layering in at the open, now the difference between, you can look back at this on JP Morgan and say, hey, look at that, like you're pulling right back in at pre-market lows. Remember, you have conference calls for all the banks happening in the pre-market going into the open. Goldman started at 8:30. So if you're on the bid of these, understand that you're getting comments coming from the CEOs and all that good stuff while you're trying to negotiate trades that algos can be reacting to. I don't like doing it. But unless you got that bottom, boringly awesome stock, I would venture to say this morning we said Goldman and Citigroup were the two best. And if you're going to play a long trade, Goldman numbers were fantastic. They were all good. But Goldman trend up. It had room to its all-time high. But the best part about it is we have a chance to break out today or tomorrow the highs in Goldman Sachs. That's at 613 change. I think we could see that tomorrow, especially when you have the likes of Morgan Stanley going to report tomorrow morning. That could help push Goldman Sachs through the highs, especially if the trading revenues, they got a big beat on trading revenues. And ultimately, unless Morgan Stanley is a complete crapper, I can see this breaking out tomorrow. But I'd be more interested in Citi continuation tomorrow, Goldman continuation tomorrow,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
than JP Morgan. JP Morgan's like Apple. Like Apple in the Mag 7, that's an own it, don't trade it kind of stock. And JP Morgan it's that for the banks. Nothing against it. But 1.7 versus 5 to 7% all the other banks are. That reported today.
Literally taking out those highs. We really like it. We like the setup into the quarter for JPM. So again, congratulations, anybody that was able to do that and make money, right? All these trades, it's one thing for me and Neil to sit here and say, oh, it looks great. But someone's got to put on the trade. Citigroup up 7%. If you believed in this kind of a run in the banks, you might have chosen Citigroup. Citigroup looked like it wanted to break out right there. Plus it was absorbing this 50-period moving average. So we talked about it earlier today. And I think we can now that look, not all reports are going to be the same. Not all banks are going to be the same. Not every technical situation is going to repeat itself. But there's the gap. There's it back into VWAP. There's the blast. There it is again. There. So, I think now, moving forward, when we get into those other banks, as Neil was talking about in the next couple of days, maybe we wait for that. If they blow out or, they're well received early, we can still have faith that something might happen. And then we can wait for VWAP to try it, give it a little bit of room underneath. So that was a good one right there for them. And then if we look over at JP Morgan, let's just play it. I haven't even looked over here to see if this is true. So let's now see what happened there. No, so much dirtier. But the thing about this was already messy right at the open at VWAP. So we didn't even really get a dip into there. This would be the first time that you may test it in and around 1041. But yeah, so that move didn't work out great again for JP Morgan. So like I said, every bank is going to be a little different. This just keeps on going. It looks like it wants to respect the 200 period right now. I'd say this is in play for a break long in the afternoon. Remember what we said this before? I think Adara mentioned something to me the other day about how the trading is so much different in the midday, then in the afternoon, then in the morning. I think we can all understand it and realize that. So taking breaks right now when the market's kind of basing is a little bit of something. And I heard, again, shout out to Joe and Sharif, who, again, nailed it on the midday. They were talking about XLF. And I mean, I think that if there's going to be any ETF, we know that it's been super strong. I'll have to fix my mic. That it's been super strong over the last year. I think it was the second greatest ETF next to communications.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I pay attention to the Trader TV Live curated graphics that you can find at Trader TV Live Research.
Well, the other thing
on
too is,
X,
which everybody
get
should.
it, Adara.
Which everybody should, because those graphics are absolutely fantastic.
And by the way, also get it, Fabian.
I wouldn't know what's happening in the Dow if it wasn't for those graphics. True story. What's the story? What is the story? I just heard Domino's is falling. Which there's a pun, like
get it, Italians. I mean,
Domino's
pizza. Let's go.
Yeah, but hold on a second. You guys don't like you like real pizza.
I think pizza is the greatest food of all time. I think people.
Correct, but if you had a Domino's slice and went to like you handed it to someone,
no,
they would be like, take this crap out of my face.
It's not get it authentic pizza. It's just like get it Domino's. Like it's just like it's not.
Domino's the type of place that puts pineapple on their pizza.
We have a Papa John's near us, and actually Papa John's isn't that bad. I don't mind. I don't know.
That I can 100% get behind that. Papa John's is pretty for a chain pizza. Papa John's is quite good. Domino's, I think Domino's used to be trash. They did a bit of a change a few years back, and I was like, yeah, they're much better than they were before, but they're down 1% on volume just now.
Oh my God,
Let's
Ryan
see what's
Fay.
going on.
No, not yet. Hold on a second. Ryan Fay here says he loves pizza and gyros too. Tonight, my daughter, we have a little celebratory. She wants shawarmas again. So it's a shawarma party tonight at the Katina household. So pizza and shawarma is hard to beat that combo. We will not have both of those, of course. But
why not? Why can't you have both?
She can have whatever.
On Uber Eats, they have that whole, when you order and they're like, yeah, you can double it up and order this with this.
Yes, and they say like without, pay no fees. And
for some reason, they always want me to get alcohol with an order. But let's go talk about NVIDIA.
They know you're a trader, that's why.
But I never order alcohol from Uber Eats. That doesn't make any sense why they do that.
Cheap.
Always ask for extra protein, guys, anytime I get a shawarma sandwich. You guys know that already. NVIDIA up 2.9%, was taking out the highs not that long ago. Interesting chime in from Jensen today, basically announcing that they're going to have a quantum day. Putting their money where their mouth is. They're investing in quantum. They're hiring people specifically for their quantum department. But this is all after, a few days ago, he said quantum computing is 20 years away and single-handedly really dropped a lot of these stocks, QUBT, QBTS, RGTI, and many others, guys. So NVIDIA up almost 3% on the day.
Look, I mean, so we'll talk about it. We're lucky enough to have just rebought this thing. Neil will talk about this trade. We basically had the same trade. It was falling back in. We had written down on here 133 long. So on today's sticky note, we have it written 133 long. Now, the thing is that didn't hold. So we tried it there. We were long in the pre-market, like on that. I was like, you know what? I like the stock long. It's ahead of VWAP. So we just kept buying, making some money. Then it fell through. Now we're like, okay, we've gotten run over before. We're on such a good streak right now. We're not going to lose $500,000. Like we're not going to get run over here in the first 5 minutes. So what we wound up doing is it's going to be sort of hard. We'll try to zoom in as much as we can. But I didn't really start buying until right in here. This was the first one. So we started. We let it drip through. We were able to buy near the 200 period in and around here 133. That's a little small takeout 133. Then we put a big order on and we were able to get some out. We still took a big hit on it. So it was still not good. When it broke through 132, we had to get out. This is just keystroke. I thought I was on Tesla's on the wrong stock. I put in the stop to go long again if we retook 132. Well, this is why we have to get out, guys, because no matter the share size you have, 10 shares, 100 shares, whatever, as it drips in here, you have to get out if that's your out. So we get out breaking, but then I was like, you know what? If that is the bottom, and you can see it's not like it capitulated bottom. It's not like there's tons of volume here. We just said if it breaks 132 again, let's go long again. So right into there's the 132 long break, and that's what we have on board right now. And as I don't know who says it, but the rest is history. We got a bunch out here at the high of the day, like a lot out, and this has been a big difference. Shout out to Adam DeLue, shout out to everybody out there. The reason why we are able to do well is holding on for a little bit longer and then re-believing in your trade. And so we're still in this name. So that was a great out there. These were great outs. We have a very, very small piece, but we'll hold on to NVIDIA, watching it just continue to go to the upside. I really like the stock. We'll be long this stock for a while now. I mean, I'm excited for them to release their quantum chip and that kind of talk and all that. Like, how crazy is that going to be that day? I don't know if we get back to 150 anytime soon, but we really, really like NVIDIA, man. NVIDIA longs, Tesla longs. Those are the two stocks I think I'll be long for a while now. And yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the party.
Yeah, I'm fortunate. I'm glad that NVIDIA continued the party to the upside, because you saw this morning what it did. I have 4 longs on NVIDIA. I mean, technically 5 because you can include VWAP. And then I added over under 133, which I don't know that it never really set up the under unless you took the opening trade, which I was not inclined to take the opening trade to the south side. I need confirmation that you're making a reversal. I think I showed that with qubits. D-Wave. I called QBTS D-Wave qubits all the time. So when it broke...
Remember that game, Qbert?
I love that game. Qbert was a fantastic game.
Yes, I'm here for that.
And look, at the end of the day, it can amount to the same thing, but it's followed a plan. It bounced off 133 instantly. That's the first thing that happened. So I'm going to go long there with a stop at prior high. It instantly stopped out. And I'm trading this off my level for more shares in there, so I'm down on the stock. We grab another long on the way back up. It holds VWAP. There's your confirmation. So grab the next consolidation up into the high. It retook 135 downside. I got out. Then I tried twice off VWAP. The first time, you can see it. Tried it on this hold of VWAP. We'll go with that break to that low. Doesn't work. It then holds, higher low, grab that one, and then played it back in till it reversed trend at 135. So for me, it was a green to red to green to red to green story for NVIDIA. But it all worked off of the original. It was over $133. Therefore, I was only looking for longs in the stock. Ultimately, I still love it. I think everything about it looks fantastic. Maybe we'll have some kind of a checkup at the 50 period again. That would be nice. I think a consolidation off the 50 period would be a good opportunity for everybody at that 140 and just make another higher low. But yeah, great stock. AMD, by the way, AMD's breaking up, but I should before we go back, just very quickly, Lunar got a NASA contract.
Everything is breaking up.
And yeah, it's breaking the high of the day. So I didn't see the sides of it. I'll get that to you after I can read it in a second. But Lunar breaking out, this might be worth joining. LUNR on its way back to the upside. All these charts look exactly the same. Pull back for 3 or 4 days, and now they're ramping. Let's talk some Tesla.
Tesla's flying right now, guys. About to take out 7% and take out 424. It's already taken out yesterday's high. Tesla on one right now, breaking out as we speak. Several headlines today for Tesla. Let's start with the first. They're suspending parts of their production line in the Shanghai facility. They're building the Model Y and the Model 3, the new Model Y, codenamed Juniper. It's going to be for a period of 3 weeks as they revamp the tools there. Separately, Trump transportation nominee says if he is confirmed, he will allow the Tesla autopilot probe to continue despite Elon Musk's association with Donald Trump and Barclays today maintaining equal weight on Tesla, but raising that price target to about $100 lower than we're trading right now, guys, $325.
All right, so just the story the same every time. And that is that we open up the watch list. On my way into work, I think about all right, what stocks do we want to look at today? And I sort of get in my mind, where do we think, from looking at the charts the night before, where do we think the stock market is opening? Are we going to be bullish? Are we going to be bearish? And then we look to see, are there some names that we can find some catalysts on? And then today, we wrote down the number one trade idea for today was long Tesla. We had the 401.50 break on momentum, but that already happened early. And we wanted to go long. We play the momentum long here in Tesla. So I'm very, very proud to say that I think it's probably, for me, the most amount I've made on Tesla pretty much in my career. So that fall into VWAP right there. So it's a big trade. That fall into VWAP right there. We really like the stock. I don't know, it was 405, 406. I think we must have had Like, I wouldn't have just layered into that many shares unless I had some kind of, I'd have to tick replay this. It might have been where VWAP was at the time. But anyways, it's a huge move. Their respected VWAP again. It respected the 200 period, and now it's gone. We had an offer at 420. We really took that. I like the stock. You got to believe in it. It's Tesla. It's your biggest winner in a hell of a long time. So that's what's up right there. So, you know, if you're trading equity or options or anything, I hope you're with me on that. That was an absolute banger of a trade. And like, we don't talk about net, but it's XXXXXXX, the next best stock there today. So really happy with Tesla. And we had a great trade on SoFi too. We'll talk about that maybe when we're done this. But 230 right now. Let me pass over to this guy and see what he thinks about Tesla.
Well, Tesla, I tried not to break a rule today. Like, if it was going to dip, I wanted 400 to 402. That was the buy zone. I had marked off. As it's falling, like, I didn't have an out down here. You know, maybe I guess like 405. But that's, you can play the hindsight game if you want. But that's out and about, a little too far away from the support level. For me, yeah, you're right. Let me just...
Now we're back.
All right, I'll just a quick second here. So I didn't have any trades on Tesla. You have overhead resistance that is breaking from yesterday at 422. The only thing that I'm still in is if you remember this WNW. I don't necessarily anticipate this is going to do anything crazy. But this morning I simply said if the stock gets to VWAP, because when it tanked yesterday and then this morning, all it did is respect VWAP in the pre-market. I simply said if it gets to VWAP, we're going to short it. VWAP happened to be at 40 cents, so I shorted it at 40 cents. I'm still bidding off the lows of the days. I had one reload in here that was at like 39.5 or something, but this thing rounds up anyways on our platform. So looks like our execution is back. If we break 40, that's breaking VWAP and I jump out of this thing. If it flushes again, I'll probably get out of this, or the majority of it, at the low of the day. It's Lunar that I'm looking at. I didn't see I know VSAT also had news as well. So I'm just going to have to double check to see what the news was on VSAT. This was a much different than, like, Lunar was strong and then just had that NASA contract and is going higher. VSAT was getting destroyed all day long, and now it's absolutely ramping to the upside. So I got to see what the story is here. I don't know what this story was on VSAT, because it must have happened literally exactly when we were rolling over. So I must have missed what's going on. I'll check the news for you guys on VSAT. But like when we're switching over, I feel like that one either didn't come up in my ear, either we didn't hear that one, or might have just missed it altogether.
What? FTAI?
Oh yeah, so this is
$100? What would it start stuff?
This is blocked for us here at Real Trade.
Right, okay.
So we actually can't trade this today.
Yeah, there's some up.
Oh, actually, no, at all. It's not for liquidity reasons. Well, this is blocked for us for like, it's like tax ADR nonsense or something like that.
What the hell is this stock? FTAI. It's a Muddy Waters thing. Yeah, okay, it's FTAI Aviation. There was a Muddy Waters. It just opened back up, so it is starting to come back in quite nicely right now. We're reshorting the Qs. We did take an L there when it broke through. I just want to give it a shot here. I feel like we may have been in this name just a little bit too early, so let's give it another shot here on the TQs, up to 81.25. So here we go. We're talking about the stop. 81.10 right now. We're looking to get stopped out at 81.25 break. So that's basically the high of the day. We just tried it again, and we did lose 15 cents the first time when it did break through 81 because we started the short. I mean, you guys saw me when we started the short. No, not even 15 cents. That was 94s, 85s, 94s. So didn't even lose that much. Maybe 10 cents at that. So now it's coming back in. Let's see what we can do now with the TQs coming back just a little bit. I don't have any bids out, actually. Well, that's a lie. I do have a bid rate here at $81, if that can come in. And then we are bidding some more at the 50 period, and then we'll see if it does dip down. But I don't think it's smart move. Like, this is one last try. This is not like layer into this thing at all. If the futures break higher, this is part of that risk to reward. We know how much money we made earlier. We know how much money we made yesterday on this name. Like, just because the trade is set up again doesn't mean that we like push all in on this thing. The Nasdaq's up 2.4%. Yesterday, when the Nasdaq was barely trying to figure itself out, that's when we took advantage of the tipsy-turvy. Today, it doesn't seem too much tipsy-turvy in this at all. So, yeah, so far so good here. Just really excited. I mean, I think every day we come in, I feel like I'm pretty excited. But at the end of the day, it's nice to see. And we talk about, like, never look at your 401k account. Well, today, I think it's pretty okay to do that. So we like that. What's up, Adara?
I just wanted to give you guys here some context on that VSAT and FTAI. So VSAT here, VSAT, Neil was correct. We did have a story coming out right at 2. I believe it came out at 2:01 p.m. here in Benzinga, winning a $4.8 billion NASA contract here for near space network services. So contract award here for VSAT. FTAI, as Sean said, was dropping there on a muddy waters short report. So FSAT and FTAI. A little bit of context there, guys. Back to you.
Makes more sense.
Those waters are muddy over there.
No, but that makes VSAT and that lunar makes much more sense because I was like 4.82 billion contract. Intuitive's only 1.7 billion market cap. So there's 4.82 million in contracts that multiple companies are getting a piece of. So without any actual specifics as to who is getting what, I mean, I feel a little bit different about that LUNR. It's still good, but like, what the heck, man? Like, you know, break it down for us so we know like who's getting what, because that's a significant portion of LUNR's market cap, if it's even a small fraction of it. Look, AMD has stopped moving. As the market continues to go higher, AMD continues to hold this 120 level. All right, like every time you say AMD or China, Sharif is gonna do some voices, so that's all I'm chuckling at. No, but it looks like we've stalled out here on AMD. Reverse trend, and I decided not to short it because I wanted to break up a little bit further. Let me go to a little further in the 15-minute. Like I was looking for it to start to fill a little bit more of this gap and then revert. So this time, it doesn't go. So if the market's continuing to go up and AMD is holding at 120, they have a 120 quarter top or 120.21. So give it to 120 quarter, which I will put in now. I'm going to look to short this one. You know, I didn't do it yesterday at 120 because it didn't get to 120. I didn't do it today because I thought we could press a little bit higher. I don't know what just happened to the screen there. You get a little double action.
Ooh, I like the double action.
It's only on the program. So I'm going to try shorting it in front of 120, but give it to the high of the day here in Advanced Micro Devices. And just to see what happened on LUNR, I think the second people realize that, hey, they're not getting all of this. It's not just them. LUNR pulled back. And VS and VSAT, VSAT's holding the highs very well. But I think part of the difference is VSAT was bleeding. So there's probably some shorts that have to unwind, which I think makes them a little bit stronger. So sometimes you let the price action dictate which one of these two to trade. VSAT holding highs, LUNR pulling back. Before I liked LUNR better because of just where it was in the daily, but now I like VSAT a little bit better, as long as the volume can hold on to it. So we're into the short on AMD. We're giving it to the high of the day. I'm going to double check back to see what Tesla is doing. 425 maybe? Wow, where does this local high on Tesla? Let's see what we got here. 427.
What? Oh my God.
Well, it's not. What is that wick? I'll get rid of that in a second. I'll zoom in here. Yeah, 427 is this local high. 426.5, 427. Looks like that's going to be the next resistance spot for Tesla. Elon, the momentum, I don't disagree that the momentum is strong, but from an R&R from here, it's 25 cents worth of risk for it to make any kind of a pullback into this yesterday high, right? Into almost like 119 even. I don't disagree with you that on a higher time frame, if I was looking at this on the daily chart, like that's for tomorrow anyways, that's a hold of the August lows, a regain of the August lows for like a third time in here, and then maybe a little bit of a trend reverse back into the top. I don't disagree with that, but just for the risk to reward trade here, I don't want to be long underneath it. And Danny, we can take a look at MSTR for sure. I still think that stock doesn't make much sense today. I said this one is perplexing. I'm not touching it. I don't understand how we can have this much strength into 100,000 and MSTR gets to 355, dead hold, 363, dead hold, and it was one clean move, and that was the reversion off the high of the day. Like that's the only trade where I could look at that and say, yeah, there's a trade. You know, there's your VWAP hold, get to the top, reject the top, and revert right back down in. Outside of that, I feel like MSTR has been a little bit of a trap. Maybe some accumulation happening. That kind of a pattern is good if it breaks out after a couple of days, because that means someone's just loading up, waiting for it to go.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to slap a fail there. Again, fine. We'll be down like again, maybe 10%, no, a little bit more, but 15% of what we made on Tesla there, just on the TQs, or not even, what am I talking about, that last trade there? No. But there it is right there. We did get stopped out. Although, we got stopped out at 81.25. I don't want to just keep putting these things back on because I like them. I mean, you could take multiple swings at it. I mean, I don't know exactly. We talked about this yesterday where we got off of it basically the same time, and then we went over and shorted Apple, and then the market really came back in. But yesterday was a little bit of a different day. I don't think going short, I mean, I still don't mind doing that trade. It's just, I got stopped out now twice in a row, and it was basically at decent levels, and we didn't wind up losing much. So maybe we could put it on one more time. All right, let me just regroup on that thought. All right, so my next thought would be this. So I was looking at Starbucks, and I was looking for a name that potentially was going to break through a VWAP, and that had maybe been struggling so far today. Starbucks only up 0.36. So obviously an opportunity to go long here if it does break that. And you also are dancing with this 93.50 area that's, held, fell down, came back in, held again, fell, based out, base to 50 period, base 200, and now trying to take out VWAP. So I'm going to punch this long if we do take out 50s. I know VWAP's at 45. You could take it if you want it there. Oh, nikes. We would have been up on TQs now. All right, small trade then. Small trade here at 107. That's too bad. We had really we didn't get a lot of shares, but we had gotten some shares there. We would have took some out. We talked about bidding $81. Our average price was about 16s or so. So, all right, darn it. Now we're short at 7s. Not a great one. I am going to give it back to the high, but again, probably not. If we average it, it'll be one more time, and it'll be probably like right here at 20, then we'll give it to 30. So I'm not going to, I'm going to let this one fly. Like if we can get down into $80.90 or something like that, then we'll start to cover and then maybe be flat on this trade. But for right now, put a bid out here. If we get something, we were just minutes away.
Give it the Choco try.
Yeah.
You said Schnikes, man. So.
Oh yeah. There used to be a trader on our floor that was.
She refused to curse, so she would never swear.
Well, she was also very
but
child like
like some people. She had a stuffed animal that was called Choco, which was affectionately like a kind of mascot that oftentimes would go missing as a bit of a side joke on the floor, but she'd say things like Schnikes and Schnickles. And every now and then you'll hear us say that instead of cursing, because we're not supposed to on YouTube, apparently. Although I was once privy to there's like a list of things you can and can't say, and you'd be surprised. Some of those curse words are not high on the list of things that'll get you demonetized. It's other more, when you think about it, more obvious stuff that you can't say that I obviously will not now.
Like this and that and this.
Yeah, those things. It's okay.
Like this and like this.
Okay, so VSAT just made another fresh high. That's much stronger than Lunar, almost no question about it. We just jumped into AMD. It's trying to break. It broke trend a while ago. Like if I was taking a trend break, you'd be sitting in this trade at the exact same price for an hour when it broke trend. But the market kept breaking highs and it kept holding the same level. So we shorted here at 90s, and we're looking for a pullback. If it gets to VWAP, I think you got to be happy with VWAP if you get it on a stock this strong. So we'll definitely take that. SOUN might be moving, but it is VSAT and that NASA contract that has me interested. Come on, volume. I want the volume to come back into this. It's already starting to dry up. If the volume doesn't come back in, I don't know if the high break is going to be any good on VSAT. What else we got? Is there something else moving? Let us know. And Curtis Cash, it was not Miss V. Sometimes, like, we'll tell a story. Like, believe me, if it was somebody that was here since we've been doing the show, we would just tell you. So if we this is way before any of that. I don't even want 10 years ago.
I don't know.
Maybe even more than that. Maybe 15.
Make trading great again. Okay, so yeah, Miss V will love to have her. Maybe we'll phone her up and see what she's up to. All right, $80 and. We just took some out there at 97 cents. I am waiting for bigger here at 95 cents. So that's right where the 50-period moving average is. That's really too bad, man. Like I said, we were minutes away from not having that happen, like literally 1 minute away. And I was almost going to cancel it, but then I felt to myself like, we're just doing it again. Like we're just shorting name, or not again, but it's like that's when I lose, is when I get maybe too much confidence, and it's like, okay, no, this has to go, and it's called being stubborn, and we don't want to do that. So we'll bid some more out here at O's if we can get it, and then because I don't know if it's going to bounce. I don't want to just scalp out. I've gotten out of 2% so far on that fill. We'll get out of another 2% right now. I'm trying to do that instead of like 10% every time, just so we can hold on if we're right. But then sometimes that backfires, because if this was 10 or 15% right there, which it was not, then we would have obviously been a little more happy because we could reload it in and around now. But okay, here we go. So far, so good. So that's the TQs. We're going to average it up into that high. We just bounced off the 50 period, so not really loving that. We still do have our Starbucks idea to go, so let's just check back on that. There might not be enough caffeine to get this name going, but at the end of the day, like, I still think it's worth it. If it does break 50s and falls back in, the worst case scenario, I think, is that we would be able to hold this to 35s, 36s, like 15, 20 cents. I mean, that's the 50 period moving average. So a failed VWAP break maybe retests that. So I'm pretty comfortable with that amount of risk on no matter the shares. It doesn't even matter however many shares it would be, 15 to 30 cents, or 15 to 20 cents, sorry, on a Starbucks play that I don't mind. I think that's okay. And again, just breaking right there. I don't know why it's so down today, to be honest with you, but let me check out Bros here a little bit. Both these names won't trade necessarily the same. Let me just see if there's something up. Okay, so this name's negative as well. I mean, that could be a break right there too. Oh man, I better stop looking at all these names, or I'm going to take too many breaks. What's going on with McDonald's? So used to invest in this name. It had a huge run, and I got out of it because I was trying to diversify a little bit. And then McDonald's, okay, so still same type of thing. So some of these restaurant stocks here today don't seem to be too hot fire. That is for sure. With McDonald's being only 0.32 and Starbucks, so we'll still think about that. Our trade is in there. If it does break, that'll be the next one that we have. So we'll just rest right now. The futures is right back to flat for us. So. Yeah, not much going on. We'll average back into 20, and then we're out if that breaks that high of 31s. So we're out of this if it does take the high again. Just bounced off the 50 period. Not a great sign. As we just, again, we're still in that relaxing mode. We've had a big day. Doesn't mean that we're going to stop. Let's just keep going. Find the best opportunities. We're waiting for that Starbucks.
Yeah, good. It's a good look to look at on a day like today. You want to see what's going and what's not going. Especially, you don't get a lot of 2.5% days on the NASDAQ. So on those days, you want to take stock of the weak names and of the especially strong names. Just a quick answer to stoic sobriety. Yes, Canada does have a stock market. I feel
someone did not ask.
Yes, it got asked. I feel the same way. I was in Florida like years ago, and I was at like a church. It was like sort of after church on a Sunday with my aunt, and they had like a picnic at her church. And I'm sitting down and I'm talking to a few older ladies. Probably in their 70s, and they were just chatter, like, yeah, where are you from? Like, I'm from Canada. My aunt lives down here in Melbourne, and they're like, oh, Canada, eh? Do you guys have your independence from Britain? I'm like,
nope. Independence?
And of course, I was so polite. You have to be polite in a moment like that, but I was just like, really? Yeah, 120 over 100 years ago, yes. Yeah, so we have our own stock market. Oddly enough, there are opportunities in Toronto. Whether it's Shopify, with the day that there was the holiday, the US holiday, and I'll get to Wolf in a second, you could have had a banger when Bitcoin was moving on Hive. Hive was moving, Hut 8 was moving as well. So there's lots of names in Toronto that you can play into. So Wolf has been making some power moves all day. A lot of people have asked us about it. So suffice to say, this one is a reversion of multiple moves to the downside. So this has done it before. Will it carry through this time? I don't know. You tell me. But suffice to say, it's usually needed more than a day to figure out whether a bounce is real. The last time it had a real bounce, look at it, the 50 period. Break the 50 period, consolidation day, then a breakout. That's the kind of pattern that gets me excited about a stock like this. A nice little day one runner. I guess if you hold up here, break $8 or break $8.20, that 50 period looks a lot better than the general trend of the stock, which would suggest someone's leaning on this thing every single time it pops. You got to be careful with those. Unless like these hedge funds that are short stocks like this, if they're not covering, there's limited multi-day upside. Like the multi-day upside for those where you can really swing is when they go multiple days in a row. and then break out massive levels. So
Yes, sir.
AMD starting to come back. I am now in VSAT to this 810 level. We just essentially very non-scientifically grabbed 820 to give it to 810 because that's where the consolidation was on VSAT. And then AMD is the only other thing that we put on. AMD it tried to get back to 120. Now we're right back at the 119.70 level again. So maybe we should take some out in that 70 if that's where it wants to hold. And that FTAI, we'll keep looking at it, but like I said, we can't trade FTAI. It's making some crazy moves. Like every time it bounces on a big volume candle, like it bounces like $15, like $15, $15, but we can't touch it. Like I can't put an order out. So
Yeah.
I'll let you guys know if something crazy happens or if it halts. I can tell you what the tap value is if it were to halt. Oddly enough, somehow it managed to not halt when it dropped from 155 to $90, but we can't trade it today.
All right, so my hands are on the keyboard here as we watch out for these TQQs. Finally starting to get to the downside, so we'll go, let's go, if we can get a little bit of a flush now. And as I said, man, sometimes, and I was debating it live on the air. You heard me go back and forth with myself there. I was like, do we want to take this? Should we take this? What do we want to do? And unfortunately, I convinced myself not to take as many shares on that reload. And we took it late, too. That's even the worst part about it all, that we had it a lot earlier than this spot. And unfortunately, we wind up taking it just a bit late on the TQs. So that was a great move. We got out of many more shares now down there. We are now out of 30%. So we still do have, a little bit of an opportunity here. I feel like to get some back in. So good trade there on the TQs. We'll wait. Just a good cover underneath the 50-period moving average as we just sort of let this day go through. All right, NVIDIA, pretty big fail, right? I mean, it's going to be, no matter how much we have, I'm going to get out here at the 200 period, breaking through 135. I mean, the stop on this initially was just down here. This is a 10x or something trade. 134.99. And again, it's just about the shares that you have left, right? Who cares about if we're holding this, we're not holding this? It's like, it doesn't matter. It's all about what you're doing now and how you're reacting to your current positions, not to the positions that you've been having on for a while, right? So I want to talk about, Jesus, no. Oh my. All right, oh Canada. We don't have SoFi here. But wow, right there on SoFi. Why did we get out? We bought this name 3 times. This time we got overfilled and we just got out immediately. I'll show it to you. The trade right there. It came up to view up and we got out. We loaded this thing at 15 right there. We got it twice. Boom, boom. We actually, even before we left you guys on the midday show, we don't have any red names today besides the futures, and we'll see. Maybe. But right there, load it, boom. And then we got overfilled here, so we had to get in and out. But it came up to view up, and I was like, you know what? We'll just take it out. With the amount that we had, we'll take it out there at view up. Only notice that this just happened up into the high of the day. And again, if you're going to look at, for trade ideas, we have here Tesla long. Told you, the number 1 P&L name, not even. Rigetti long, right there, number 2 P&L name. SoFi, I'd have to check, but it's a green name, obviously, on that one. And then NVIDIA long. So far today, every single trade that we have on here is a green opportunity for us. So we had it, we traded it properly. There goes SoFi to the upside. Congratulations, anybody that tailed that play. You win there on SoFi, and we all win. So good move there, up 6.5%, 7%. Again, trade the names with the momentum, and yeah. So some of you guys were asking about green or red on the day. I just told you no red stocks. So I'll be green, and we'll just continue to watch out to see what's happening right there. We could be red on the futures. We did talk about that. So we'll wait to see position pending where that one goes. But for right now, Rigetti's still $1. NVIDIA, we have our stop. I think it's probably a break long through 136. So I'll just quickly before I throw it back, I just want to see, okay, wow. All right, see what I'm saying? We just saw this right there now. All right, so maybe it's a breakthrough. What price is this? 136.30. All right, let's try a little bit if it goes through 136, just on some momentum. Maybe a pullback into 135 would be, maybe we'll load up at 135 instead of punching out. All right, let me think about what we're going to do here with NVIDIA. The problem is if I'm going to be short the futures, I'd rather have this trade settle out before I punch long on NVIDIA. So, all right, yeah, just going back and forth with myself here, so. Self, what should I do?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to the super chat from Jackson McBride. Yeah, it's not the first time. We appreciate you, Jackson. But you say WEME is going to $7 this year. It is a crap pump and dump ticker, but it is still going 7x this year. So it's a weird thing to say, Jackson, that it's a crap pump and dumper, but it's going to go to 7. anything can happen. You want to make sure that you've got a catalyst. Like why is a stock that is on a day where everything is getting bids, load up. Okay, there we go. On a day where everything is getting big bids, this one is kind of languishing still. Like, yeah, okay, it bounced off $1. I think we might have mentioned this when it bounced off $1 before, now that I think about it. But yeah, I'm not sure what the catalyst is going to be for WiMi Hologram Cloud, one of those Chinese names. Small, look, it's got a pretty small market cap. I actually don't have data on the size of the float for this one. I'd have to check a secondary source to be able to get that. But yeah, be careful with these. I think when you take shots on them, they are what they are. You know, if it bounces off $1, look at all of the support it has at 60 cents. So if you're risking 40% on something like this and it has a chance to double or triple, like that's not, I just have no idea what the catalyst could possibly be for this thing. WIMI. But good luck, Jackson. Appreciate the super chat. Let's go to Adara.
Just to let you guys know, we actually have a new post available here on TTV Research, and we're going to take a look here basically at these EV sales in 2024. This is actually mentioned in the watch list this morning, so make sure to check that out. But Tesla having the top 2 best-selling EV models in the U.S. last year, the Model Y making up 43.9% market share out of the top-selling EVs, Model 3 taking up 22.4% of the top 10 market share, and Cybertruck actually coming in 5th here. So these are the top 10 best-selling EVs, kind of visualized in a pie chart so you can see their market share relative to the other names in this group. Ford is represented on here a couple times. Rivian, the R1S, is number 10 here. So check this out on X at TTV Research. Lots of fun graphics on there, guys. Back to you.
So the problem with the wife watching the show is like now she thinks we're just going to be getting a Rivian. She's like, oh, I see those trades. Maybe we'll have to be getting into a Rivian. But we drive the Atlas right now. We really love that car. It's been a great one for us. So Volkswagen for now, Rivian probably sooner rather than later. So we'll wait to see on that one because I did hear that we are getting a charging station down there. So we'll be taking maybe advantage of that.
What, that's official?
Well... Oh, you know, I try not to break things until they're official, but yeah, that's probably.
I've heard the chat.
But you know what? The thing about it is like, not that much. I mean, I drive 11 kilometers to and from work. Like, and I already told you, the minute that gas becomes a problem for me, then I have much bigger problems on my mind. So we'll wait for that. And you know, again, I think it's about time. Most people will probably be switching into EVs, their next cars. So that's kind of where we are with that one. And she really likes the Rivian. I think it's too long and boxy for me, but. You know, all this.
I like it.
Make have nothing to do.
I like the Rivian. I don't know. I'm boring. I think because to me, like the family vehicle, like we have a Jeep, and then I have like the Audi, which is for jetting around, which isn't really jetting around. It's going to the station and back and taking my daughter to baseball, soccer, gymnastics, which she's no longer doing now, basketball. But like it's like little around the town. That's where I think I want to get an EV. So like I'll probably be more in the lines of getting a Tesla. Because I just need something small, something easy. Just very quickly.
Well, yeah, you have the A whatever, small. I mean,
literally, it's like it's an A3. Like if there's somebody else in the car with me, it is my daughter going. Right. Like when I'm just taking her to sports. If the family's going, I'm never taking that vehicle anywhere else. You know, it sits in the garage most of the time, or it sits at the station for my commute. VSAT's what I was going to get. Someone's like, "Why did you like it?" Bull flag. So. Once it confirmed the bull flag, simply went long in the middle, giving it to that prior high. Now, the problem with it right now, and I think we sort of alluded to this, it's not worth a hold for more range when after the news, the volume really tapered off on this. That's what I don't like. So holding on to it out of the hope, not going to be a fan of doing that when the volume has completely dried out of this. I did like it better than Lunar. At first, I liked Lunar better. And then it just held up much better, and Lunar's got a wilder range, but just like VSAT, news came out, follow through a little bit non-existent in volume there. Or Alpha is how much in the money on FTAI? Good one. Careful with this one, right? Obviously, muddy water short seller report. It just bounced off $100 on FTAI to get into 1.9. It does look a little bit strong. We've seen this before. Once you make a bottom after a short seller report, remember how this works. Muddy waters probably, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to suggest they're probably short up here, right? Like up at the 170 level. Like you're not short when you drop the report.
Nope.
You're usually short out in front, and then you drop the report. So they're deep in the money. That's the 200 period. You go all the way. If you zoom it way out, and go right back into like the big pullback events. Like the last time it did some extreme things at these prices, it was right in around $100 that it kind of jumped. Like it bounced off the 50-period moving average the whole way. But I could see this one catching a bit of a bid. I have like a rule for these short seller reports. If it makes a definitive bottom in the first day, holds that bottom and breaks the first resistance level, go long. If it does that for 2 to 3 days in a row, it's just like as long as within that first week, if it holds a definitive bottom, which one day you can't prove that yet, and then breaks out a local high, just go for the long. And all the better if it's in a really good company. Square was a perfect example of that a couple of years ago. It was an easy long you could just take in your personal account, which oddly enough still has some shares from when I did it. It's what happens when you turn a trade into a hold. Thanks, Square.
Yeah, Square went from like $35 or $36 up to 300 and something.
Did you hear this thing about them changing their symbol?
Someone said XYZ or something?
Brendan mentioned this to me, and I'm like, they're changing their name to XY, their symbol to XYZ, which I think is the dumbest thing I've heard in a long time. Why would block, whatever, it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like what I'd like to hear is like why, but...
Somebody explain that nonsense to me.
Our airport code is YYZ, so... yeah, so, okay. Yeah, that does not make too much sense to me either. Oh, we're on NVIDIA, my bad. I wanted to show you the TQs. So there it is. So we, I thought I was, yeah, so that's it. So we get filled there. So we didn't take too many more shares up. I thought I had a little bit more of an offer there, but I guess I did not. So it doesn't change our average price that much. We put a little bit more there. I meant to get about half more back. I forgot that we'd gotten out of some, so we can afford to sort of build this back. All right, so we only got a little bit up there at 81.20. We had mentioned that we wanted a little bit more than that, but unfortunately I didn't have the right amount of shares. But there it is right there to the downside. So, okay. Anyways, nice little reload there. Gave us a little bit of a better price. We're now short at... What was it showing me at? 08, yeah, so it's 08 and change. So I just want to give you the right trade. So there it is. Wish we would have had our normal amount there. Our average price would have been like 14s or something then. So it's not like it's that much of a difference right now. Okay, so there goes BTC right now trying to break through 100,000 right now. So I think that's going to be a trade on IBIT, right? If that does wind up happening, then let's go. Giddy up on that one. It will be the trade that most people are going to look at, I would think anyways, is this break on Bitcoin through 100,000. So if IBIT continues to go, there it goes. Right now, 57, 58. There's 100 right on the knot right now for IBIT. So I think let's try it. Let's just punch in a little bit here, see if we can play just a little bit of momentum in this name. We'll see if it
went. Shoot.
Yeah, we'll see. Like exactly. We'll just see where it wants to go now. I'll punch in a little bit. That high up there is O's. So we'll give it a little bit. It just broke 100. I saw it right there. So we'll punch in a little bit. Just get a little excited on that. Okay, that's all right. It's a starter position. We could probably hold it back to the 50. Well, oops.
You have us over 100K. I have us under.
What's under right now? Yeah, it broke 100K though. I saw 100. I saw that on the chart there. All right, hold on a second there. All right, let's load this up. Come on, my God.
All right, MSTR didn't break.
There it is. Okay, so that's still square. So here's IBIT. So right now, again, we'll just, come on, load. We'll play it back to the 50 period. So we just wanted to punch it just to see, all right, where is the 50 period? 70. All right, nice little drop into 80. We'll double up our position right now on this if we can, and then we'll watch out for that 70 position, and then get a little bit more down there. And then if it breaks, 70s, maybe 60s. What is that level? That's 70 exactly. What is that? 60s? Yeah, so what about a breakthrough of 60? So we'll put our stop in at 56, 59 or so on this name. Let's just see. We want to play momentum names, so I'm fine with this. We obviously got a little excited when we saw it break. Let's wait to see what happens now on BTC and IBIT. So an early position on this break for sure, but here we go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening on that one. I mean, I saw 100 on here. Obviously, it's going to be different.
No, I checked my chart. It did. It broke.
Yeah. And again, like whether or not it... Yeah, like whether or not it breaks or not. I mean, it's not. I'm not in a huge position here. We should probably be playing back to the 50 period anyways. So let's wait to see what happens right now with Bitcoin.
So I said if we broke 100K and got back underneath it, and Mara didn't break the high of the day, I would short Mara. Which it also so happens in that moment, which it happens here. Like it's testing trend. If you go from VWAP, it's slightly breaking trend. But simple, it went over 100,000 and then right back under. There's a local high. If it breaks that local high, I'm out. That's 1842. Love the number. If it breaks that, I'm out of the trade. So I'm short here at 34, actually 34 and a quarter. And if it breaks that high, we're going to jump out of it. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP. I went immediately over to MSTR to see if it broke the high of the day. MSTR went right to the high of the day when Bitcoin broke 100,000 and didn't break. So that means if we retake 100,000, I think you get an MSTR break at 364. So MSTR is still lined up for a breakout. If we go through 100K and there's a 364 break to be had on MSTR, I'm going to go ahead and take that. AMD, same range, 120 to 117 and a quarter. It's now come back and forth a couple of times there. Maybe he just doesn't want to move. We're in a power hour, and this is just being kind of barcoding within this range on AMD. But you're going to have eyeballs on, obviously, Bitcoin and MicroStrategy trying to take out the highs here. It's been holding a bull flag since 940, which is wild. Same range, same top, same bottom, within like a couple of cents here on MicroStrategy after what was a crazy ramp yesterday in the afternoon. Obviously, it reverted it too, but you can see what happened when it broke VWAP yesterday. Like, it just, when it gets going, there's no stopping MSTR when it gets going.
All right. Yeah. Look, so we have more than eyeballs on Bitcoin right now. We are in Bitcoin. And there it goes right now. Nice little 10-cent winner. And this is what we're talking about, man. Stay with me, guys. And we'll have winners together, I hope. Here we go. So nice little average price. We put on the exact same amount of shares at the bottom as we did at that top. So here we go again, man. We're doing it right now with Bitcoin. So here we go, man. I want to welcome everybody to the stream. You're with me now, and so far, so good. As there it goes. Let's go, IBIT. Nice little move to the upside right here. As we start to get some more out, we're long at 82s. This is a real price, guys. So let's wait to see if it can come back to the upside now with crypto. There's 100. There's the break right there, right now. So we'll wait to see if we can get that going, guys, on BTC. So let's go right now. Hopefully we can get that break now long on IBIT. So we're long right now on this name. We're 20 cents, in the money there, up at 56. We're long at 82s. Whatever it is, 14, 15 cents. There it is, Joe. We did break 100K right now on the space. All right, so we're already out of about 45% of that trade. Let's see if it continues to work. I see you're in MSTR.
Yeah, we just got, back and forth. I'm looking at Binance here. So, if you're looking at something different for Bitcoin quotes, like it could be different, but we're back and forth above 100 several times in the last minutes. I mean, like 3 or 4 from what I saw, but 364 did break. That's a local high here. It just went halves and then to the even dollar. Let me just go to a 15-minute chart so you can zoom it out a little bit here. As long as we can stay above 100,000, that's 370. So I think 370 would be a reasonable spot to be able to get to on MSTR. Obviously, Mara is under threat of breaking that top, although it hasn't done it yet. So Mara said if we broke 100,000 and came back underneath, I would do a mean revert on Mara, but that doesn't mean I'm holding it past the local high. So if it breaks out, it's 9 cents worth of risk on Mara, and we'll jump right out of the trade. AMD, I don't know if I want to reload. I want to reload a short when Bitcoin's breaking out. Answer is going to be no. So I'm not gonna reload the short in AMD unless we get some kind of a pullback in the market or a pullback on Bitcoin. Momentum is momentum, and momentum can join the upside trend when Bitcoin makes a move like this. So MSTR, we're into it. Let's see what can happen elsewhere. I know that Wolf stock is moving around, but you got to watch out for anything Bitcoin related, whether it's Coinbase, whether it's Bitcoin itself, whether it's going to be Riot, Mara, Hut, all of those good things. Hive as well. Shout out to them.
All right. Yeah, shout out to everybody for sure. Thank you, everybody, for watching us, man. I mean, we're doing the best we can with the best that we can. E-Signal, everybody, just make sure you keep on this party with us, and you'll have a lot of fun as we do every single day. I mean, here we go, guys. It's another one. It's a big one as well right now on IBIT. So continuously going higher. We talked about that. We said the better trade was waiting for that. We got excited. We did punch in. We did double down down there as there it goes again. It is BTC. Baby, and it continues to go to the downside. The problem is, as that's going down, this be going up, as IBIT goes up and Bitcoin goes up, the futures will not go down. So we'll have to wait to see on that one. We've talked about that relationship many times. So I don't know, man. We're still going to get stopped at the high of the day. That's going to suck. I mean, feel better about it because at least we've got the Bitcoin move, and at least that's okay. But yeah, futures right there. We've just been fighting this top And again, you saw me yesterday. This morning we had 300 handles or something, or yesterday on this play as well. So I think there's a lot of potential here for the Qs to make that move down. But we're getting close right now just to getting out. I mean, if Bitcoin's going to hold 100, honestly, this is going to take out the day's high. So I think we're pretty good. We're not necessarily, levered on this. Like, we haven't done exactly the math here to figure out what is what. But we're going to get some more out on IBIT at 03. So there it is. Just in case we do fall back, let's get a little bit lighter. We have less than half left of our position. Now 30 cents in the money on that. $4 in the money on NVIDIA as well, as that makes a move. It does not break through 135. That was going to be our stop zone. We're long at 132. So this is almost $4 in the money to go with our $1.20 on Rigetti, which is real nice. Thinking about getting this out, $11.50 is my out for Rigetti. I mean, wow, what a reload on that one. I mean, this is a $10 name. We took $1.50 there, and we're about to take $1.50 again on this name. So it's like 30-40% alone on two different trades here for RGTI. So we'll get that out. We'll put an offer. It looks like there's a big size here at 30. Maybe we get out now. We'll see.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll see. And as long as Bitcoin holds 100,000, I think we're going to be good to go here. Just let me know whenever, Fabian. So just a couple of things. I said I'm not reloading. I'm not reloading on AMD. I think that was obviously the right call. It's about to take out that high of the day. Unless it pops the top and then instantly drops or fails the high, got to let it do some kind of a reversion. You want to have rules for an entry, especially if you're going against the grain. So we said Mara as well. We were going to just one more thing.
Oh,
Mara, if it breaks that, we get out. So one entry, one out. Let's go MSTR, as it just broke 365. If it gets to 369 change, I am 100% jumping out of the trade. It did a monster mean reversion in the afternoon yesterday. Shout out to Prop Firm Match, which I think obviously anybody out there, if you want to search for the right prop firm for you, you're going to want something like this tool. Because you're a skilled trader and you're looking for capital, well, these guys offer the opportunity for you to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. That's what a prop firm is all about. Access account sizes anywhere from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for yourself. Shout out to them. Check the link in the description, I believe, as well for that information. Shout out to Prop Firm Match, everybody. And those payouts are important because if you can't get paid, I can tell you right now, with real trading, they never missed a payout. I'll tell you straight up. And that's one of the things that it matters. It's always, you always want to be able to get that profit, not just in the bank, but make sure you can get it on a monthly basis, whatever it might be. Let's go to Adara for some news at the desk.
Keep an eye here on MET. This one got a pretty intensive volume spike to the downside. MetLife seeing some comments here on X. Apparently, a significant data breach has surfaced, and it's reportedly involving MetLife. This was a 289 gigabyte database that was apparently breached, and the leak does apparently have some concerns over misuse of sensitive information. So keep an eye here. MET had that drop there on a potential data leak or breach, guys. Back to you. And we are brought to you, before we do that, in a second, we will be taking a moment to thank our friends at Worksport. But keep an eye here in MET, some clear resistance at that 85.40 level. So that could be technical level to watch out for. With that volume to the downside, trying to bounce a little bit right now, rejecting off that previous support level of 85.20. So certainly some things to keep an eye on here on the day. Lots of news, of course, moving on the day. And right now, we'll thank Worksport. Introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ, Worksport. Ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Thank you very much to Adara. Brent Roth, I don't wish that's how it worked. but I know your enthusiasm for Tesla, but it does not halt if it goes up 10%. So Brent Roth, 10% up.
Down?
No, if it went up 10% in a specified amount of time, in rapidly in 5 minutes, although I say that with a bit of a caveat because I can't tell you the number of times I've been sitting there staring at a stock that clearly should have halted on a volatility basis based on percent move and the rapidness of the move.
It pretty much
and then the
doesn't
stock doesn't. I think there's selective situations in which it's not enforced. That's my way of putting it.
Oh, you mean the market's rigged?
Selective situations under which they don't enforce it. It's kind of like pass interference in the Kansas City Chiefs. There are certain situations in which pass interference is not going to be enforced because it would be.
Pass interference is like an opinion, like
I know,
the SEC. Yeah,
you know what I'm getting at there.
Of course. I mean, I will wait.
I'm not a
Chiefs
Chiefs fan, everybody.
On that
I'm a Buffalo Bills
game. Hopefully in 2 weeks is when the Chiefs will play. Hopefully the Bills, and then it'll be in Kansas City. That should be the thing, man. That should be the thing. Okay.
I hate Kansas City.
All right. I don't know what to review now because crypto's great. And make crypto great again. It looks like we're doing that right now as it breaks back above 100,000 right now. What did you say? It always was great. I agree with that. So there's no doubt about that one. Nice move to the upside. We had liquidated a little bit. We got stopped out of some Doge. We talked about that. We got stopped out of some Cardano. We did not obviously we're never going to get stopped out of Bitcoin or IBIT because I'm not selling it. But nice move to the upside. We do have some USDC sitting around, so potentially buying some more Bitcoin at some point. But it's trying to stall a little bit. We said the break was going to go to 2,000 right there on Bitcoin. So let's just call this upside a little bit and talk about why we thought that. There's an island right here, 102. So I was thinking that could have been something where we wind up stopping in and around. So there's a nice break there to the upside. Really smooth sailing all the way up here. I mean, you got into, this is December 5th, into Christmas period. We talked about sort of these highs right there. That's the 18th. That was the high. Then right back into here on Christmas Day, we sort of topped out to where we are right now at $101 and change thousand. So, could continue to go higher here. We'll see if it wants to hold it. If we're just going to look at, again, a 1 minute chart, we continue to pump, right? So there's Bitcoin right there. Nice little move higher. Still going. You're looking to break that $100,500 mark right there. If that breaks, then I think it gets to that 102. So I'm not going to put any more offers on this. We just got stopped out of the TQs, but our net's not really changing because we do have this trade going on IBIT, but there is the last TQQ trade out. We talked about getting out at 30s if it does take the high. There's Bitcoin right there, and also Ethereum moving as well. So boo on taking that out on TQs.
XRP.
Ripple's the one that's really moving.
Oh, every time, it's weird. Like sometimes this defaults back to the chart that I had before. Sorry guys, I didn't realize you were going to, as I was making the change. No, Ripple making a bit of a breakout as well. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
We have Southwest Airlines here dropping pretty aggressively. This is down about 1% here. As you can see here, volume spike to the downside, trying to find here a little bit of relief at this previous support level around 32.75. The Biden administration is suing the airline here over, quote, chronic flight delays. So some more business getting done by the Biden administration ahead of next week's inauguration. Now, LUV trying to hold on here at this 32.75 level, guys. Back to you.
So you're saying they're getting no love?
No love at all.
Ain't no love in the heart of the city. That's
all
a
you
great
need
song.
is love, yes. Exactly.
That's another great one there. You want Delta, you want AL. Those have been unbelievable. Southwest dwindling is the way I will put it. It's not really doing much. On the daily chart, that move doesn't look like anything, but remember, stocks, NASDAQ 2.5% high of the day, ES 2% high of the day, LUV, before that even happened, was red and underneath VWAP. So suffice to say, that was a strong stock that the market knew what it was doing there. Regardless, where are you trend line? So since the trend from VWAP, I don't think matters here. I think the trend from the break, this push into the high of the day, this local breakout into the push, the high of the day break at 364. And now if you lose the trend, I am going to be wary of a reversion because of what happened yesterday in a lot of the crypto names. And you saw the MSTR spectacularly when it did a push in the afternoon. When it reverted the trend, it was very, very rapid. So like if you were hesitant to get out of it on an upward move, if you're buying on those highs, like it's much different if you're buying the lows and you're holding than if you're taking a breakout and it reverts the trend. So if this happens, I don't want to get caught. I'm just moving my stop every single 3-minute candle up a little bit higher. So right now, it's just underneath break even at this point. But we're tracking towards 370 for sure. Oliva, I should say. No SoFi news in particular. No, right now, there was this morning. I was on the watch list.
Damn you, SoFi.
Why? Where is SoFi now?
Get it, SoFi.
It's just chilling at the high. Why is SoFi not breaking? Crypto's going. Anything finance related ought to be able to get a bounce here. Not that it has anything to do particularly with crypto, but why not? Just go for the sake of it.
Look, I mean, here's SoFi right here. We had it all day, man. Play it long, off, sticky note right there. So we really like SoFi. Would be great. Uptrend in play, upgraded as well. So, yeah, we really like SoFi there today. And, yeah, boom goes the dynamite, a big stock there, SoFi. Yeah. Bought the dip there, able to get a little bit out, supported at that $15 level. We bought more. And then we got out at the 200, which is really silly. I didn't know it had this juice to it. So boo on that one. But a great call out, whoever that was there in the chat. And yeah, so bang. We have here, you know what we don't need to do? We don't need to do this. Do something, because it's doing something right now as there goes BTC, baby. And what a nice move it's been right there for that. So boom, you buy the dips, you buy more, you buy it, you like it, there it goes. It's a great move to the upside there with IBIT. I have now, you know, I was thinking about this. When the NASDAQ is doing this, like to keep on, especially when Tesla's bouncing, like booming, you know, to go short 3 times there is not great. We don't really, we're going to be red on it. We have one red stock today. And again, you can ask me anything you guys want in the chat. Just tag me. But that sucked, right? So here it is right there. That was a great move to the downside. Again, made sense off the open. We had a little dwindling volume. Market starts to fade back out. But, you know, bouncing off VWAP and really supporting these levels, we kind of thought right there. And again, this is where so we got stopped out, we got back, we got more in there, and then averaged it in. We didn't put on too much risk, but at the end of the day, stopped out, so sucks. But, you know, that was pretty indicative there. There it was there as well at the 50-period moving average. So we got to do a little bit better on that one. So I will do this on, you know. But again, to talk about that is one thing. We are still very, very positive there today. And most of the reason is, again, whoa, geez. Damn you, 420. Like, we just had that offer there because it faded on Tesla. And the most money we've made on a single trade. So we'll be happy with it. But, like, if it's the most money on Tesla, and we got out $7 ago, and we got out a lot of this at 414s and 413s for $8 winners. And again, like, I'm not going to look back at this and be like, what did I do? I mean, this came we had the low of the day right into the high of the day, right into CPI levels. So we cashed this out. Cashed it out, man, and then it ripped up after that. Then we got out at 13s, then we got out at 16s, then we got out at 18s, then we got out again when we thought it was maybe breaking through the 50 period again. And then we got out at 420, exactly. So at least we have a 420 print in our account. Who really gives a shit stuff about that? But there it is, nice move to the upside, bouncing off that 200 period. We're still here, man. We still got that confidence. And if you're looking for banger trades, I mean, that one right there, it doesn't. And then plus Rigetti too today. Like, today's just been a good day. And then I'm even forgetting about IBIT that we have on right now. Neil's got MSTR, but yeah, still really, really good there to that upside. So yeah, we should always do everything. We should always do everything. See everything there in the chat. Yeah, look, we bought Rigetti yesterday at $6. We got out at $9 at the close, only to see it at 11 today. You make those trades, right? You make them in, you make them out. But right now, Rigetti, we didn't get that fill. I think we should just go back to 30, get out of there with only 25 minutes left, and then just really wrap a bow on the day. Not everybody's going to be green, and we're just happy when we're green. So we're green today, and we're not green every day. So we're going to just, watch out for that. It's been a good one. Protect those Tesla gains. It's only 325, man. There's still more trading to go today. It's 35 minutes, Neil, until the imbalances. So I don't want to.
25 to the imbalances. 35.
Yeah, sorry, 25. No, 350.
What?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah,
it's 325 right now.
So
where am I?
Yeah, we're all right here, and you don't have to go anywhere. But you did just have, and I said if we mean revert, we just got a break on MSTR. I put the trail in manually. You can do automatic trailing stops. I'm not saying you can't do that on our system, but they're usually like percentage or like price based. So when I want to do it off of a trend line, I'm doing it manually. So I just jumped out of MSTR. It was a break of the high of the day and then get out when it breaks trend. So there was the high of the day. It's like a triple top. I mean, you get fortunate that this breaks a triple top when Bitcoin broke 100,000 the second time. Like if it did the same move the first time that Bitcoin broke 100,000 and then came back underneath, MSTR probably rinses everybody. But because it didn't break the high of the day to the second time, it ends up being very, very clean. So that was a little bit fortunate. I'm still in this WNW stock, which I should probably punch out. A, before I sneeze, and then B, before the end of the day there as well. Tesla, I just saw someone in the chat. Dynamite, great name.
Becomes stock is Dynamite.
Jimmy Walker, man. Great show.
Dynamite.
Tesla becomes a buy after 428, Dynamite says. After 428. What up, Joe? It is cold in here.
What's up, Joe? What are you saying, Joe?
That's why you have the beanie on, because it is cold in here. 420, I actually agree with that, though.
No shit, dude. You can't pick an ETF.
Whoa, hold on a second. I
play?
picked an ETF in our thing. You're 100%.
What do you mean I can't?
Okay, so you guys can't hear Joe.
Pick an ETF.
Joe is working on the spreadsheet for our picks from the holiday. Well, it wasn't the holiday.
Get that spreadsheet done.
No, it was the holiday where we did the half-day show.
What about the picks?
No, and he's saying that we can't pick ETFs. I'm like, why can't you pick an ETF?
Nah, man.
If I want to pick XLF, I can pick XLF. Yeah. And Sean is more like, why?
I mean, Diamonds is probably down since I made that
why?
call.
Well, you picked the Diamonds as one of your picks. Look, I mean, it wasn't all stocks. Like Brendan
It's coming from the guy that goes, my number one pick is Google, and then he figures it all out. He's like, nah. 5 minutes later, he's like, nah, I'm gone from Google. I'm gone.
What did he switch to?
I don't know. Meta. He switched to Meta. This guy's too much, man.
Not allowed to
Option
pick ETF.
Joe.
No, you're allowed to pick. You pick Bitcoin, but you can't pick an ETF.
We invented. Okay. No, we love Joe. Shout out to Joe.
As long as you didn't pick FTAI, I think you're good.
I did. I picked FTAI. No, of course not. What is that at right now? Oh, by the way,
good balance. By the way,
this Rigetti is making a move down. I'm going to put a stop now. My stop was just breaking through 10. So right 9. You want to know my stop? I mean, right here, Neil, 994. 994. 10 cents worth of a stop to get $1. I mean. Come on, guy. All right, let's cancel our stop order and get a new one in, all right? 1099. You know what? Let's go with 1094. Why don't we? Was it 994? 1094 right there to get stopped out on RGTI. So, oh boy, man. IBIT. Great cash outs up there. I mean, tons of outs as we go. Still have 5% left. No, 10% left. 5% left on this trade right now for IBIT, but it is falling back in. That's too bad because Q's is probably... No, Q's holding up, so it's just like an IBIT story. NVIDIA right now, Neil, the thing is, we just said about what kind of a day we had today on everything, and I forgot about this one. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's $4 right now in the money on this one. Let's use this as our break. So that's 136. I mean, we said that the 136 break could be a good one. Looks like it's going to be okay. The thing is, we zoomed it back out right there, and we noticed this level. So let's watch out. If it holds it, great. We're going to get out the 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. So 135.80, man. Let's just do that, and yeah, we're still right in the basket where we need to be today. Big day alert, guys. Big day alert. I hope you guys are doing well as well. So So far, so good here. Like I said, you can tag us all. We already talked about this. You want to know if we're up, down, red, green, what kind of a day we're having. Like, it's one thing to say, like, oh, I'm green today or I'm red today. But, like, where are you as far as, like, what kind of a day you're having, you know? Because many people out there I'm green today, but maybe I'm green $5. And if you're normally red $5, then that's good, right? But, you know, for me today, it's going to be a relatively big day. So we're pretty happy with that one. And then we're going to watch out here with NVIDIA. I don't know if there was a throw there. No. Okay, I'm going to take the break to just go get some water.
There was a super chat. That's what they were saying. It was from Nimrod. Just very quickly to reiterate, I am still in a stock that I have not traded since lunchtime, but we're out of MSTR. There's the out. Just try to keep it simple, man. You know, at the end of the day, triple top breakout, said if it reverts trend, we saw what happened in yesterday's trade. And yesterday it trended up, and when it reverted, it was actually more extreme than this, the pullback. So oftentimes history doesn't have to repeat itself, but it can rhyme. So try to keep it, like I said, try to keep it as simple as possible and take one win there on MSTR. I think we got fortunate with the timing of that break because it never went against. It broke 364 clean and it never came back underneath. Like the prior high bar was 25 cents underneath. Well, actually, maybe 30 cents, and you get a little bit of slippage there for MSTR. I have no intention of looking for a dip buy back in on this thing. We'll just kind of let it decide what it wants to do and look at it tomorrow. But if they want to thank you for the super chat here, Nimrod. Not the first time. Any general tips for trading earnings, except not to do it? Any specific things to watch for this upcoming period? Started shorting Greenland stocks after Trump's elections. Check out GTEC. Trading earnings, I'm assuming when you say just don't do it, you mean trading them in the aftermarket. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Liquidity in a general sense is pretty bad. I actually once saw a trader who was on this floor who made a very, very profitable trade on earnings because he happened to fat finger and it went his direction. Now, if it goes the other direction, that trader's, at that time, decade-long career, because of essentially one liquidity incident in the aftermarket could have been disastrous for him. But yeah, when it comes to earnings, I think the value of earnings after the fact is that you get to trade off of price action that's established. You get the opening range and you get some follow-through type plays. I think recently, Walgreens Boots, WBA, who calls it Walgreens Boots Alliance? WBA is sort of a really good example of a continuation type of play where you can see the price action and then you can react after the fact on the volume spike for like a couple of days. Like you can see it break some levels, you can see it continue. I think that's what you're going to get the benefit of with some of these banking stocks like Goldman. Like we get to see it break out, retest, hold 600 even, which was a big level. I guess we'll go to a 3-minute chart. Hold out $600 even, show you VWAP, give you trends after the fact where you don't have to be doing that guesswork in all of that chaos. So I think you just got to be a little bit careful trading earnings. I actually don't even like earnings in the morning. Like I prefer every single stock to have earnings after market, and then that way you can just see what it does, plan all morning to be able to trade it and find some levels. I always find myself not wanting to get too involved in the morning earnings names because I don't think you get enough information out of them, and then you're caught in that chaos at 9:30. But good luck to anybody that does ever trade it. Every now and then you'll see one of those crazy earnings moves bounce off like an old AVWAP or something, and that's great. Like if it was a stock that if I'm swinging it and I don't mind holding it in my long term, that's one thing. But I'm not trying to have a stop run in the aftermarket. I don't want any part of that on a stock like a Goldman Sachs or a Netflix or.
I went over. Oh, okay. I went over. I was saying I once saved Sharif's basically his trading career at this firm because I looked over and I'm like, dude, what are you even trading? And he'll tell you this tomorrow. I just looked over at his managers. I don't know what they were doing, but I looked over and I was just like, dude, why are you trading the closing trades? Like we've never seen anybody trade earnings successfully, as per Neil's story there, right? So I was just
I can't say that. Several people have been up, but like it was up by, like I said, like the guy was up because he fat fingered along.
All right, that's what I'm saying. It's like nobody has actually strategically traded the closing to profit.
That's a better way to put it.
Well, no, I mean, if you make money by fluke, I mean, that's not a strategy. You talk about that all the time.
Exactly.
So I was going to say, so nobody's had a successful strategy into the closing trades ever. So I turn to Sharif, just like I try to be honest with you guys every single day, and I say, dude, stop doing it, bro. You're never going to do anything doing that. And now you can see he's completely changed and now is a trader here. You know who Sharif is, live there on the show. So, yeah, just a couple stories there. You know, we've been around for a long time.
I've seen successful swing trades off of, you know, so where people have a swing idea. That's a very different story.
Man, we swing trade Rigetti.
Yeah, and I think if you're, no, I'm talking about earnings. I'm talking
on earnings.
Specifically, like taking a shot on a swing trade with an entry in the aftermarket. I've seen that, no question about it. Like that's day trading is a different story. You trade earnings as a day trade. Like here, that literally means earnings come out at 4:05, you get it at 4:06, and you've got 5-10 minutes to cover. When you take a trade off for earnings the next day, you've got the whole day for it to work for you. You've got way more information, and you've got 10 times the liquidity. You have every single thing stacked in your favor for a trade as opposed to the others. Let's go. And you know what? A good place where during earnings season, there's going to be, it's overwhelming because every day you have like 5, 6, 7 names that have earnings. Yep. You want to see what those key levels are. You need something to be able to parse that data.
Yeah. And you can parse it with simply looking at eSignal. You can grab your eSignal platform by scanning that QR code below. Trade smarter, not harder. Again, eSignal, they have the expected earnings date, links to news sources. It's a completely entitlement-based system. So you want Dow Jones Newswire hooked up into your eSignal, they can do that. You see all the things. Oh, it was just there. World-class customizable charts, all of the data windows, very easy to use. The scanners are easy. To Neil's point, you could scan earnings stocks. You could do anything you want to almost anything you want to with the eSignal charting platform. It's for me, it's the one that I use and been using it since the jump. So I really like eSignal and scan the QR code, get going on that one. I often show the charts on here. We show our charts from Real Trading, the prop firm that we are with. So they're great. They're good for trading as we do, and good for looking at intraday moves and putting out connected so you get the ins and the outs here are very easy to show you guys everything that we're doing. NVIDIA, remember, if this breaks now, I was thinking about what do I have it at? Sorry, on NVIDIA, 80s break. So is that still valid? Yeah, that's 90s right there. The 50-period moving average, $4 in the money. I don't want to sleep on it, but we still do have the trade. So we'll give it a second here to see if it does want to bow out or so. IBIT, let's put an offer right now to get out of something. We have 5% left, so let's go to 4%, and then let's go a little bit higher up near O's to get out of another percent, and then just rang it up, man. I mean, there it is. IBIT, another one for us positive on the day. We have one, so Tesla, like I said, P&L number one as an individual name, probably the last year, probably. I know Obi's had some big winners as well live on the show, so he probably has a big winner there. SoFi, a positive stock today, obviously. Rigetti, I mean, that has been a great trade, man. NVIDIA, we don't need to talk too much about that. We just did. IBIT, I mean, I just took this with you guys. So legit there, and that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names will have one red mark. I'll go 5 and 1 today with a great day. So it's 3:38. I want to thank everybody for watching. What's up, Elon? What's up to everybody else? Our platform is Real Trading. You can go Google that, realtrading.com. And actually, with that being said, let's find out yesterday. We'll just go back here. And we'll find out what's going on right now with who's making money at Real Trading. So this is yesterday's. We have an internal post here. You can go to compare your profits. So you do that. And then you could see yesterday, I'll just zoom this in here, the top 10 traders. So I'll just go like that. So this was yesterday, right? This is not as we go live right now. So the top 10 traders at Real Trading yesterday. NASDAQ, these are the markets they traded. So it's not just individual markets. Like this person traded 3 markets. So let's look. There's Canada. Oh, we got an exchange. Okay, that's good. So there's the Canadian exchange right there. New York, NASDAQ, Amex as well. So could be spiders, could be something in the gold space, anything oil, some ETF related. I don't know if we're allowed to trade ETFs around here, Joe, or not, but there's Amex right there. Someone we talked about, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Wow, $4,400 on the pink sheets there, comes in space 10. And then somebody that is Canada. True. to Canada there. They trade Canada, they trade CBOE, they trade CSE, and they trade the CS.
Every Canadian market.
Yeah, exactly. Every Canadian market right there traded. So that is a little look at compare your profits, and hopefully you can get into the club as well. But hey, man, if being green is a pass today to get into the club, then we are there. There's only 10 minutes left before imbalances. Neil and I often, get flat into those imbalances. So for NVIDIA, my stop is 30 cents lower. I hope you guys are enjoying the show, and I hope it's been a profitable day.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Brent Roth, for sure. I knew you were joking about that the halting on Tesla thing. We were just sort of having some fun with it. If Tesla ever halted, we would all know rather quickly because people would be yelling and screaming and pandemonium would be happening. Mag 7 type names, typically volatility halts are exceedingly rare on those. There's a couple of names on the early look imbalance. None of them that I think are that big. There's some stock called Gato, GATO, that is 1 million to the sell side. There's some kind of a silver company, so I don't know. It's a very significant. The only reason I'm going to put it up on a side chart is because the early look is 1.6 million to sell, and it's done less than 1 million shares on the day. Oh, what happened to my? Oh, that chart just crashed. But Gato's, it gets a $14 stock with 600,000 in volume, and the imbalance is 1.6 million. Usually that suggests some kind of an index action, but I was just going to check and couldn't find anything on GATO. A bit of a weird one, but I'm going to, actually, no, there it is. Oh, I was still looking at yesterday's. So Gato is, that's tonight. Deletion from, it doesn't say which index, S&P total market. So it is supposed to be a delete. GATO is going to be a deletion. That could be worth watching. If it comes out of 1.6 million to sell, 600,000 in volume, that's worth a look. But just because it's an early look sell imbalance does not mean at 350 it comes out of sell. That's huge. It also doesn't mean it'll go down just because it's a sell imbalance. If it was that simple, no one would ever lose an imbalance trade and everyone would take it and there'd be no profit to be had.
All right. YouTube right here. Thank you so much. 49 months. I mean, we celebrated last week or yesterday maybe, with Russell Jackson as well, big member. But there it is, 49 months. Thank you. Wow. 49 months. Thank you so much for all that. 4 years. Thank you. Again, amazing. God bless you too, and thank you for all the kind words in that note. So we want to say thank you to that. And then right here as well, Tesla MSTR trade sending us out of this weather and down to some Mexican sunshine. You're damn right about that one. We say hells yeah to that. And oh boy, as we continue to go, what a day it has been here today as we get ready for the close. Coming into play, we did have some bank earnings, obviously, today. And we're going to wait to see where those earnings take us. But, I'm just going to punch out. We did. That's it. So we did get out of IBIT. Sorry, right there as we talk about it a little bit. IBIT, we punch out. So it's about to break 80s. We just get out. We get out at 81s right there on IBIT right before it breaks down a little bit. So there's our out on IBIT. I just don't want to. We had 4% left. On this name, a big name for us there, IBIT today. Looks like it wants to just hold out. So there it is, making the move back in, breaking back down below 100,000. Bye-bye. We will pass on that one. So there it goes down to the downside. Yeah. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
We never hold
on the TQs. I mean, whether or not it comes back down or not, I'm just looking at everybody there in the chat. Look, it's been and I want to thank everybody because, regardless of, us being green or red or anything, it's just about having a great community and sharing everything with everybody. So, if you have any suggestions that you'd like, more, that's why we did that thing on the show. I was like, let's just all pick, we all talked about it, trades moving into the new year, and then we can discuss some of the plays that we've had. So if there's anything else that you guys, want us to do, put those suggestions in the chat there. And that's why I said, we're here to answer all your questions. Tag us. You want to know something? Hey, at this, at that, get ahead and tag us. Neil will be way more active, I feel like, in the chat. I'm more active trader, so I just think that I'll try to look up there. Right now, we're both pretty flat, so if there are any questions.
There was a good question, and someone asked they were literally
46 months, Ronnie Boy.
Shout out to Ronnie Boy. I remember you, Ronnie Boy 225, and we appreciate all our members. If you've been here for, since we came onto YouTube in 2020, or if you've been here for a little bit, we just hope you enjoy the show. And there was a question, what will you trade for Bitcoin moves? MSTR or Bitcoin, there's no wrong answer to that. You could trade Mara, you could trade Hut 8, you could trade Riots, trade the one that sets up better. Now, all right, hopefully my 15-minute chart is going to be better. Oh yeah, it is. So anyways, this is my, I don't know what happened to my 3-minute on MSTR, but just trade the one that sets up for you. Like I happen to like this breakout because 100,000 had gone and 364 hadn't gone. Like it's once, twice. It was an even dollar breakout when Bitcoin was going. So you got a lagging move. Now maybe that didn't happen. I probably don't like this trade if MSTR has already broken 364, is over 364, and then all of a sudden Bitcoin breaks 100,000 and comes back underneath. I think that could be a little bit more of a trap. No, you just got to find whichever one works for you. Like there's not one way to skin a cat. That's the best thing. If you want to trade, not just crypto, but you could talk about like semiconductors. You know, there's AMD, there's Nvidia, there's Broadcom, there's Micron, which we don't look at, I think, often enough. Micron looks fantastic this year. We're talking about that. Yeah, you just got to be able to pick the horse that you like. I know for sure on weakness, I like to short any one of, or usually Mara, but I would prefer to short one of the miners because they tend not to be as strong when Bitcoin is weak. And Bitcoin tends to get dip bought pretty well. Top VoIP, how does HIMS look to you? Caveat, I have not looked at HIMS at once today. So sometimes you've looked at a chart, I have an idea what the levels might be. This is a V-shaped double top, but just not adjacent to or the exact same space, but it's very similar to the GLP space. I sold some Eli Lilly today in the middle of the day, so just candidly in my personal account. But it's starting to look a little bit better. It's got a nice wedge formation, lower highs, higher lows, and until it breaks that wedge, I think you're just sort of diddling in the middle on HIMS. So I would usually just draw a trend line if I like the stock, and when it closes above, I'd take a shot at it, but HIMS is not a stock that I like. I like the direct play, and I'm in some Eli Lilly. Adara?
Just as Neil mentioned HIMS, I was about to talk about this one because I just saw a story on HIMS. Some reports here that Eli Lilly is considering offering more Zepbound doses in vials at a lower cost. We know that HIMS had that nice rally when there was the shortage of these GLP-1s or that type of medicine. Now that shortage has kind of ended, that was viewed as a very bearish catalyst for HIMS. So anything involving companies like Eli Lilly offering more Zepbound for cheaper is not going to be a great look for HIMS, Hims and Hers Health, guys.
Eli Lilly. Yeah. No, Lilly, I was going to sell some Lilly yesterday, and that's 5%. It is what it is. But I kind of sold at lunch, which is like if I had just put a sell at the open, Lilly really dumped at the open and then recovered, but it just held 746 the entire way. Chris M, FTAI to the sky. Good.
Really?
Well, Muddy Waters has to make money too. And Muddy Waters can't make any money on this position unless they buy it back. That's the nature of shorts. Short sellers are forced buyers at some point. So Muddy Waters, I'm presuming, has something to do with that gain if you have a long in FTAI. Or maybe some other short firms that also got in on this one. But it's at VWAP, so a lot of times you get the retracement back into VWAP and be happy that you get it. Still gonna be under a lot of pressure tomorrow. I can't say that this is one that we'll watch tomorrow because we probably won't be. It'll probably still be blocked for us tomorrow because this has nothing to do with volatility. It's a different reason why it's blocked. Otherwise, there was some really good mean reversion trades on. Like if I'm taking a shot on that W&W stock, like why wouldn't you take a mean revert like that one here when it breaks trend? Or this mean reversion is much more clean. Like I don't think actually that's not clean at all. Like this one here. That's a clean one where you kind of get that long. It does rinse you out, but I would have tried it. Whether or not I would have scalped some out of been profitable on, but I would have tried that one if we'd had a shot at it. But I don't think they'll unblock this for us tomorrow.
All right. Just quickly here on the fan funding, good suggestion there by Bears vs. Bulls. Oh, dang, says Ronnie Boy. 46 months. That is
another one.
So we want to thank you for that one. You guys, man, you guys are the best. Bishwajit, thank you so much for signing up and for becoming a member. It's $5. It's $5 a month. It's just to have some fun with us. Become a member. We'll shout you out every single time it renews. So we want to thank everybody for that as well. The rookie cooker. So when I used to work in the back and, you know, really promote real trading and travel all over the world and hire traders all over the world and teach people, you know, how to trade, put them under all this kind of stuff, I would know this answer. I don't know it right now. What is the average P&L of the top 50 traders? I don't know. So that's fine. All right, the next one there, FTAI, I think you just talked about that one, so that was a good one, and that's that. So thank you to everybody there on fan funding. And I just said, again, if you really want to us to answer questions, if you just send a super chat, and I don't, like, I feel bad saying, like, send us super chats, but it's just about, like, we'll be able to see it. So if it's $1 or something like that, we're not making any money on anything like that. So just send it to us, get our attention. We'll try to do our best. And you don't have to super chat, just a way for us to maybe see it a bit easier. So it's not gonna, you know, by the time YouTube and all that takes their money away from that, it's not like we're doing anything with it. But thank you so much for the.
Yeah, I appreciate
it. You know, it matters. We have over, I'm not sure how many subscribers we have. Brendan probably would know, but maybe 1,000 or so monthly subscribers. I want to thank everybody for continuously supporting the show in that matter as well. So oh, geez, man, 350.
So I put them in the chat for everybody. NVIDIA 3.3 million sell, Intel 1.9 million sell, Apple 1.7 million sell. Those are the big three. I put them all in the chat. We'll do that every single time. Like, if I don't have to interrupt, you can always just check the chat for all the big imbalances if I don't yell it out, or one of us doesn't yell it out live. That Gatto stock that's being deleted, 1.6, came out pretty much as expected as a sell. But, well, I'm still on FTAI. I thought I hit enter. Gatto doesn't have the
black cat, right, I think?
Is that what it is?
Bang!
Yeah, so there's NVIDIA. Not a huge move down on that. 3.5 million is a decent number, but you can see NVIDIA barely even budged. 30, 40 cent move on NVIDIA off of that sell imbalance. So I'd say good, not great price action there. That Gatto, I don't know which one it is, to be honest with you. It doesn't really matter. So it comes out as a sell imbalance, supposed to be deleted, and it goes up. So it's not always just because the imbalance is in one direction. That's the way that it should go. Christopher Mulligan, who made 4K on the TSX, what stock is day tradable? I thought we named a few. Shopify. Remember, Shopify is a Canadian company, right? So it's listed in Toronto. I mean, I had no idea what Shopify's chart looked like today. I had no idea. I just pulled this chart up as an example. Okay, well, look at this off the lows when it mean reverts. That's there's your mean reversion. There's probably an entry at 148. And it went to $150 today. There's also, what's going to be another good example? Hut 8.
Yeah.
You could trade Hut 8 mining. Again, this is just the first miner that comes to mind. Bitcoin's moving. Okay, this breaks above VWAP in here. That's 37.10. Maybe give it to the local bottom. It goes to 38.30. And it's done 3.5 million shares. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the Toronto market is the US market. That's not true, but there's plenty of trading opportunities in Toronto. We've all made money trading in Toronto before. The Toronto banks actually do fantastic volume every single day, so those are very, very tradable. It's a little bit of a bad story.
Yeah, we'll end our trade again. Another big one there as we'll go back into our pockets for NVIDIA. So it does break through that 136. We get out. It breaks through that. We had it at that stop. Remember, we adjusted it. So there's the breakout and the move down there. We got out at an 84 break. So we actually got 84s. Maybe the bottom or so on that move. But that's okay. We had a very, very small piece left on that one. Our IBIT is out. Our SoFi is upsetting. Our Tesla right now, wow, that just keeps on going upside as well. So, yeah, the day is getting a little long in the tooth right now as I just noticed it was a little snowy out there, starting to snow anyways, so that should be nice. I like it when it snows. We'll get home and travel well for everybody there today. If you're in the GTA, I don't think we're expecting a snowstorm or anything, but you know.
I want a little more accumulation. I'd like to do some tobogganing this weekend.
Okay, yeah, I think there'll be some tobogganing opportunities there this weekend. I think it's decent accumulation right now, actually. It hasn't been really too.
Also, you definitely want the type of snow too matters, right? Like you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the temperature matters. You don't want it to be too cold when you go tobogganing. There's definitely a happy medium. You don't want that like ice nonsense. Yeah, that's a little bit too crazy, especially if you have a little bit of a fall. Doom. Yeah. So with only about 6 minutes to go, those sell imbalances. Remember, 355 is about to happen. I just saw TLT pop up there for 3.4 million. That wasn't there before, I don't think. But still, NVIDIA and Apple lead the way as sell imbalances. Probably going to pair off in about 30 seconds or so. Whether or not they flip from shorts or from sells to buys, Apple, you can see, is already starting to pair off down to 1.2. NVIDIA stays at 3.3. they're at least going to decline. NVIDIA already declined, now 1.5, bit of a sell there, now half before 355 with only 10 seconds to go. And we'll see these flips live if they do happen, although most of them are already pairing.
I call NVIDIA go. Let's see.
It'll be NVIDIA that'll probably
it should go higher right here. We'll see what happens. There it is. Wow. Bang.
There it is.
On NVIDIA, nice move, a little bit higher, not huge or anything like that, nothing to write home about, but there's the flip trade on NVIDIA. So it comes out as sell, flips over to, might not have even flipped over. We'll have a quick check on it. Yeah, so it's definitely, whether or not it's flipped or not, it's not here anymore. There goes NVIDIA up to the upside, still that gâteau, and that's about it. So as we look out, we'll check out, I just saw IBIT on there. Let me see what IBIT's doing right now. Ooh, IBIT going to the downside. Good outs for us. Okay, man, we'll go diamond hands. It's great to have diamond hands, but you got to have hands that be able to punch out. And we did that right there on that play. So it's a good out so far, I guess, for us there on crypto. You could be in a name forever, but that's not a good move. You got to get out at some point. We have Chris Brecher tomorrow, to be honest with you. So he'll be coming there tomorrow. There it is, ATD, pain trade. Yeah, that would be a good one there for Swollen Mort. Right there, wants us to maybe look at ATD. So let's see what that's doing right now. ATD, Elimination Couche-Tard, again right there. I think they are grocery stores and stuff like that, right? All right, there it is, a nice move to the downside. Wow, 75 and breaking a little bit lower right now. ATD, yeah, that is pretty painful there on the daily. Adara, I believe.
Is something interesting I noticed I wanted to bring people's attention here in TSLA. This is an anchored VWAP. This is at 426.13 on the 3-minute chart. And this is from the, the Tesla deliveries there for Q4 on January 2nd. This level, a huge bounce level, is just one thing of note here. Just something of note. Keep an eye on 426.12s for whatever reason on TSLA.
Thank you very much, Adair. It is 3:57. I'm going to get up to the desk. We will have the aftermarket show with Adair and I. There's a few smaller banks that are going to report tomorrow morning, and a couple of smaller names are going to report after the bell. But we'll get your questions locked and loaded and ready to go and see. We'll probably have to watch Bitcoin in this 100,000 level back and forth. It's like 5 or 6 times we've gone over and under 100,000. We can get to 100,000. We can't hold 100,000, unfortunately. Kind of like that rental car company in Seinfeld. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes at the desk.
Get up there. All right, go get them. Today, we do have some earnings coming through. We'll talk about those real quickly because why not? All right, so today's earnings will be, I'm just calling them up right now for everybody to look it up here. Oh, it is actually not updating for me. I'm going to have to go over to Market Chameleon and reset this page just really quickly. And here it is. So we'll look forward to today. We did have big earnings. We talked about the bank earnings that hit. So this is today, January the 15th. So if we zoom in just a little bit here, we'll be able to see what is reporting after hours and what isn't. So you see those big guys there earlier on today. We did have, Bank of New York Mellon. These are all before market open, after market close. SNV, Synovus, Madrigal aftermarket. That's going to be a good one. MDGL. There are a lot of traders I know on that name right now. Wow, previous move on that, 20% right now. Home bank shares, aftermarket close. Concentrics, that doesn't look like there's going to be too much there today. So join Adara and, of course, as you just saw Neil go over there to get ready for the after show. There it is, ATD. So, all right, good move downside. Let's find out where Rigetti closes. Good trade for us to get out there. Again, on the 50-period breakdown, long once, long twice, but not thrice. Great trading there to end the day on that. Did Tesla break 430? Any guesses, everybody? I say no. No. Okay, but it does. Wow. 420. What? I just kind of made that up. Okay, our high of the day is wrong because it says 436. That is 429.77 or so right there, roughly there for Tesla. So watch out to see if that breaks there. We did great on Tesla, and it's not about, saying that. It's just like, that was a good trade. You got to stay long. I wish we had knew that this was the long of all longs today. We'll let that settle. There it is. All right, he hits the count. I don't know. Now we have zeros on the board. We're okay right there. We are getting ready. Adara's going over to the desk, and you know, we joke about it, but the green Adara today, we're up 2.2%. So it works one more time. And if you believe that that has anything to do with the market move, then trader psychology, very, very important. Keep believing it, man. Whatever you believe in and whatever works for you. If you went long on that, that is great. 20 seconds left right now. Again, everybody stay tuned after the show. We've got Neil and Adara tonight talking everything about earnings and what kind of a day it was, reviewing the banks, looking at crypto. Neil nailed that one, 99.6 right now for BTC. Hi, Adara. 3, 2, and 1. Get your orders. Oh my God, I just went to go look at my orders. I still have a pending bid on Tesla, 401.60. So that's not going to fill, as that's $25 higher right now. Look, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's joined us one more time here today. There it is. Over 4,800 of you stayed late. I have no idea how many likes. I'll hit the like right now. Again, I'm not going to refresh it, but if you haven't done that, make sure you do it. Over 4,800 of you watching. We want to thank you. The viewership just keeps going higher. And, you know, again, Bears versus Bulls. Thanks for keeping the chat clean. Everybody, get a subscriber. You got to be a subscriber to get in the chat. We want to thank that. Joe over here, man. This guy's staying late doing all the work over here. Thanks to Joe for the big show in the midday. Thanks to Sharif again. Andre back there doing all the work behind the scenes. Fabian as well. Adara, obviously, you've seen her all day. Neil, Brendo in the back. Everybody that's part of Trader TV Live, we want to give a big shout out to you. And to, hey, the biggest part of Trader TV Live are you guys and girls, traders out there. So we want to thank you for watching, because if you weren't here, well, I would still be here, but we wouldn't be here. So thank you so much to everybody. Let's continue to have big days. Get good sleep. That's all part of it. You know, get energized. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. But for right now, it's Neil at the desk. It's Adara. It's earnings. I'm Sean. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Sean. I just realized something that we got to get back to standing on this recently or soon, because this is a perfect desk for standing. You sit down all day long.
Yeah, Sean
and you can
stands on it like every time we do the market recap, and if I'm feeling awake enough, I'll stand too.
I stopped. Well, I mean, I stopped doing it ever since I got hurt. But I prefer standing here because you sit down all day long. But it is what it is. I think we're getting back to close to that. There's a lot to cover. We're back underneath 100K on Bitcoin. Obviously, you saw the move out. Several crypto names participated very nicely in the move to the upside, breaking out late in the day. IBIT gave a little bit back at the end, but good, strong day for crypto. Everything started here, Adara, when we had that lower than expected CPI, which feels like forever ago.
Yes.
So you had the lower than expected CPI. You had the Qs just start things off, and it was a blast off continuation trade. Now on the 15-minute, it doesn't look all that crazy. Essentially, just revert a couple of days worth of moves there on the Qs. But I think you gotta watch out for the fact that, hey, we like the 50-period moving average. Guess what we did today on the QQQ? We've regained and closed above the 50-period moving average once again. Strong day across the board, but let's be real. We had bank earnings today, so are we surprised that XLF 2.5% to the upside? We shouldn't be, because Goldman Sachs had great earnings, JP Morgan had great earnings, Citigroup had great earnings.
Wells Fargo had earnings.
Wells Fargo, well, you know what? Here's the thing. Wells Fargo maybe didn't have as good a report as everybody else, but it doesn't matter. They're up 7% anyways, because there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just whatever the numbers are and whatever the heck the price action does after. And if you're a trader, your job is to trade the price action. But it was a great morning, starting out, very busy one for you with the watch list with bank earnings coming back.
Yeah, Sharif literally, he looked at the watch list like, I don't know how you did it. It was like pretty stacked watch list. Tomorrow, though, is going to be even better. One of the tickers I really like watching there is going to be UNH, that is United Health. And we know that's been on watch since the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So UNH, I am really excited about it. I'm going to pull up my trading view because I do have some anchors on this. I've gotten really into anchored view options as a Brian Shannon. I think if you use it appropriately when there's volume, I think it can be really helpful. Yes. I was talking today about, I just put an anchor literally today on Tesla from that crazy move we had in deliveries back on January 2nd. And we bounced off that anchor like twice at the close to like right to the penny. And I should have gotten involved, but I will say I learned a lot just from watching it. Regardless, here's UNH's daily chart. So you'll be able to see here when we had that big drop from, the shooting. So these are just trend lines I drew because that was like previous all-time high, 557. That's some support here. But look at this curl above anchored VWAP from the shooting. This could be around 525. I like this. Let's see what we do. I think there's obvious resistance overhead at that previous support level at 557. That was also a level we interacted with on the way to the downside. On the shooting, you can see we bounced off it, then rejected off it. Regardless, I'm going to wait and see. As you said, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings, only numbers and how the market reacts. Got to be prepared. Today, I'm going to be honest, my attempts at looking at some of these bank earnings today from a trading perspective were a little I don't usually look at these names in the morning, but I'm willing to be open for the opportunities. I think that's the most you can really do in the market.
Well, actually,
ready.
I think for the types of stocks you like trading stocks with spread, with the higher prices. I think Goldman Sachs is for at least a couple of days going to be an interesting one for you. Goldman Sachs blew it out the water. Any metric you want to look at, everyone's talking about there'll be good volatility this year. There'll be more deal making. There'll be IPOs. Well, you should like Goldman for that. You should like Morgan Stanley for that tomorrow. They do have a history of. You got to keep in mind. If you report after the big boys, you bet not miss. So Morgan Stanley has a lot to live up to tomorrow morning when they do report before the bell, and that's because Goldman retested its 52-week top here without breaking it. That sets you up tomorrow for a breakout on Goldman. I think that's a tremendous opportunity that we have here if we can catch a big break on Goldman Sachs. They weren't the only ones. I think, and shout out to a lot of people in the chat, like Goldman, 5.5%. Wells Fargo was a big mover as well, almost 6%. Citigroup, 6.5%. I love JP. Everyone loves JP Morgan, but that was only a couple of percent to the upside. It was all the other names that just presented better opportunities. Goldman roomed the high. Citigroup breaking out on the high of the day and closing, holding some of those highs. A little bit of a late pullback, but effectively closing, holding on to the highs. So, I'm liking the XLF pick so far. As we said, there's no way you're not going to be trending back up. The XLF getting back to the 50-period moving average. Little bit of a dip. And what I liked about XLF was dip into prior high, and it was holding when we went over the names that we liked. So good look for them. Some other things to go over here. Hey, how about the energy play? And you see I'm mousing over XLE, but not that. What about URA trying to catch a bid? We've seen some of these high-flying, crazy nuclear names run. We've seen the quantum names run. They've had a bit of a pullback. Can this get back into favor? A reversal of trend on URA here, I think, has a pretty good opportunity to be nice back into the highs. Still trying to break the trend line on URA, but it's starting to get a little bit close. XLE also had a good day. I thought there were a couple of small earnings. I'm going to double check. Maybe they have not come out there yet, Adara. I believe we were supposed to have Concentrix, but maybe it's not till much later.
I'll check here. There wasn't any name this morning. I'll put it that way. They really screamed at me. Concentrix apparently is already out, so I guess it was not that much of an event. Apparently they've already reported there's a 16.8% surprise to the upside for EPS, so it's not bad. We also have Synovius. That's going to be 7:35 p.m. HP Fuller at 4:05. Looks like they haven't dropped those earnings yet. And then Home Bank shares, a smaller bank, at 5:15 p.m. So not a lot of note. But as we said, tomorrow morning, you get TSM, you get UNH, you get BAC, you get MS, you get USBs. There's a lot. Infosys, too. That's another one as well. INFY. I think Michael Noss way back when mentioned that at one point in time. But then after the close on Thursday or tomorrow, there's also a couple names of interest. Really, the main one's going to be JB Hunt. So there's a little bit tomorrow after the close, but tomorrow morning is going to be especially interesting. Keep an eye on names like Apple and NVIDIA too with TSM, because we know TSM is their supplier. They have a massive market supply in that space as well. I was reading like 84%. So TSM could really make moves for that whole sector in space.
You've got some bellwethers tomorrow. Yeah. TSM is definitely a bellwether for the entire chip space. JB, like a lot of people have always said, if you want to see how the economy is doing, then look at the shippers and the truckers and what are they doing, and that's going to give you a good indication as to the health of the economy. TSM's been riding the 50, and it's been a nice upward trend. I think that gives you an obvious line in the sand to work off of tomorrow morning, and it's right in adjacent to that $200 level. I see in the chat, Pankaj is asking about SMCI in particular. What is SMCI doing? Bleeding? Nothing in the aftermarket, but in a general sense, I would say SMCI is still not looking healthy. It's riding the 50 to the downside. I mean, the good news is it stopped having really big down days, but how many times are you going to put lower highs into the same support level before you eventually break it? SMCI, I don't have the key for it, but SMCI is setting up like a flat bottom break here. Lower highs, right into the same support at $30. You've managed to wick it and hold once. Can you do it again? That's going to be a neat trick if you can, SMCI, but that's looking awfully dangerous underneath here for SMCI. Joseph Birch in the chat asking, what is PMAX doing? I do not know what Powell is doing. Powell, yeah, a little bit of movement aftermarket on this one. So this is a smaller, like $2 to $3. Here we go. Actually just looked over and saw. Powell Max shares are trading higher after the company announced acquisition plans and is targeting firms with between 1 and 5 million in revenue to expand into the Hong Kong and Asian financial communications market. So they're looking to make some acquisitions and the stock goes up. It's not always the way it works, but when you're dealing with small caps, that can be the thing. And there was a point I wanted to make about Infosys when you brought it up, Adara. And this is one thing I know Michael Moss mentioned at the time. Only a 2% short float, 13 days to cover.
Wow.
On this. So that means like the short float relative to the amount of volume that it normally does is actually quite high. So a bit of a bull flag on the daily. Worth a watch because it means it's got some squeeze potential and some runner potential if it does have a chance to go. So I think you can watch out for something like this. If it's breaking out, there is some squeeze potential despite the smaller short flow. That days to cover gives you an indication of the relative size of said short flow. And we know what can happen when heavily shorted stocks start catching a bit of a bid.
Oh, yeah.
FTAI will be.
That was crazy, that movie. I remember, like, I saw that basically right as it fell. I felt very lucky. I got that news very early. I think when it was around, like, 140 or something. And so I saw that, and I was like, this is kind of nuts. Reported it right away the second I saw it there. And thank goodness I didn't have to research it too much because the post I saw on it had actually linked the Muddy Waters report. So I knew immediately this was real. And I was able to get the news out quickly, but that was wild. Darwin in the chat was saying at one point today, that was the short of the day. And I mean, I can't argue with that if you got that on the way down, but the bounce also on the way back up was not bad either.
Yeah, look, obviously there's no question. You're not going to, on a day Muddy Waters moves a stock down from 150 to $90, you're not going to find a better short. Like it was the equivalent of that WNW stock.
Or that
yesterday.
MSTR short the day of the Citron research,
yeah,
like
the
when
Citron,
it went from 500 to like 400.
And Citron is a perfect example of that. And there used to be a time where, take it easy, Sean, there used to be a time with these short seller reports, it was actually very capturable, the early move on the stock. Now that's not as easy with the algos percolating the way they are. Yeah. Unfortunately for FTAI, this for other reasons was actually blocked for us real trading. So nobody got the opportunity.
Yeah, Obi was telling me about that because I didn't realize that it was blocked.
Because it actually had a few very simple setups. Mm-hmm. Like short seller report comes out here, and this thing drops. This is a 3-minute chart, so you get an idea. It drops. First green candle on a 3-minute holds the same high 3 times. So like here, and then on the green candle, and then on the next red, you're holding 140.5, and then you flat bottom break here at like 137. So a stock on a short seller report that is already dropped almost 10% makes a flat bottom break with $3 worth of risk. It then proceeds to trend down until you could say that's $12 here before it tries to hold, another breakdown, that's another 15 before it tries to hold. That was a ridiculous short trade. Nobody could take it here. But I know a lot of traders took advantage of this mover because there was a reason I was staring down WNW in the afternoon yesterday, and that was for any chance of this kind of a mean reversion bottom. Like the one that happened here, WNW ended up just halting too many times and then halting and not reopening until the aftermarket. So it didn't have a chance to make that kind of a bounce for us in the afternoon. But when you get if you like mean reversion trades, once a stock starts doing this, if you don't have the early short, you start thinking about reversals like this or reversals like that. Like you get that one snipe trade, get in, get out. I think it's very similar to what you had on MSTR today or on Bitcoin today. Regardless, like when you broke 100,000, you get a clean break, it breaks trend, clean trend break to get you out of the trade. And then you just don't have to mess with it because it breaks the trend just like it did the day before. history, like I said this in the afternoon show, history doesn't often repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
Yes.
Well, MSTR ran in the afternoon and then turned around on a dime, and the trend break was nasty, right back into VWAP. Well, what do you think it's going to do today? Trend up. You can have the long anywhere in here as long as you get out when it makes a trend break. When you're riding the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. Like that's an Obiism, I think.
I think you guys both say
sure.
it so much. I don't know who said it first.
Well, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a hint if you've been watching the show.
Oh,
if there's a witty saying that sounds very clever that I say, I've probably taken it from somebody else, told you that I've taken it from somebody else, and then continue to use it.
You stole something from me once. I forget what it was, but Sharif thought it was you. And then I totally forget what phrase it was. It was back when I was in the midday. It was probably like a year ago or something. It was like a very long time ago. But anyways, yeah, I know that is like kind of your MO. So yeah, chung there, theft of sayings. But yeah, no, that's a really good point. It's like these being aware of when to get out of trends is something I'm noticing too, especially now that I'm not strictly trading during the midday. That is like I really am trying to get the hang of, because especially at the start of the day or like near your power hour or when things change, that's when you really have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And that's something I'm still like, time in the market, right? Seed time.
Exactly.
That's really what I'm learning. You just have to sit there, you have to grind it out, you have to work on it, and things become clear with time.
And there's not just one way. Like I draw trend lines because that's where I started. Like when I first started trading, I was drawing trend lines everywhere. That was kind of like support and resistance and trend lines, and I wasn't using indicators a heck of a lot. Now we use a few. That can, look, any trend can break and you can have a million indicators for it. You could be hitting Fibonacci retracements. You could be hitting moving averages. You could be looking at an RSI. You can, there's just so much that you can look at for a trend reversal. The point being, when an inflection point gets hit and you got to make a decision, I like the binary aspect of a trend line, especially a parabolic one that's held for a longer period of time. Bearded Warrior Trades is asking me, because you put my name in there, thank you very much, what are my thoughts on X? So I know I'm very certain, not for sure, you probably don't mean formerly Twitter.
Maybe though, with the potential
well, maybe you do.
Stuff with TikTok, right?
Maybe you do. My thoughts on that are Elon Musk is not getting TikTok. I think that makes absolutely no sense. Why would it just doesn't make any sense because he owns X. So that's the kind of thing they wouldn't let happen. I believe, like Sean mentioned, like Mr. Beast, that's very believable to me. Kevin O'Leary had a team that they were putting together to be able to buy some, but I think you're talking about U.S. Steel. So the details here, the Nippon Steel deal probably not happening. They're still trying to get that pushed through. At this point, I mean, Trump wasn't for it, and Biden certainly isn't for it right now. The regulators had some questions about it, but you've got both Nucor and Cleveland Cliffs that are interested and say they've got the coin and they're locked and loaded and ready with a price potentially in the high 30s. That was the latest news story. It's put a temporary bid on the stock. Although I want to just caveat, like the support down here has been at $30, so you're paying a big premium to that level. I wanted to see it settle down. I think I usually say this when you have a news event. So they had the theory that there could be a deal, the speculation there could be a deal. It held on to some support at the end of the day. It was underneath that support, so I'm like not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I think I said if it holds a low and holds it again, then I become a buyer where I see the algos buying, where I see the merger and arb guys buying. And I didn't see any of that today. There's no obvious indication as to where the low is except for maybe 36. So it's got a bit of a floor from the 36 level. That's the only thing I'd be working off of. It's only day 2 after this new information, so I still think you have some time for it to make a different base. But look, I trade buyouts all the time. Like I've been trading buyouts for 15 to 20 years, and I still do it on a daily basis. It's kind of like muscle memory to me. This is different because it's not a firm deal or even a firm offer at this point.
That's hard, yeah.
But part of the premise is it's all support and resistance. And it's where are the big merger and arb guys making their plays? Can you price out where they should be making their plays? Or is it obvious where they're making their plays and go off that? I did have one today. I'll give you an example. I was trading H&E, deal announced yesterday, just to give you an idea. And if you have any guesses, what do you think I did today on HEES? So this is a daily chart. They announce a deal, and it goes up here, and it's a $90, it was like a $92 cash deal. So just to give you an example of what this looks like, in yesterday's trade on the first day, it just holds the highs. Today, it rinsed. So it rinsed to the downside. I smell opportunity. 92 cash deal. Where are the buyers going to come in? Do you think I'm on the bid here? Absolutely not. What do? I see a consolidation and it mean reverted. So this is an actual trade that I had on. And we don't necessarily go over the buyout trades, which I should probably change that because they're profitable.
That's cool.
No, it did this trend down. So if you watch the show, buyout, cash, finds a bottom, the algos like it here, trend reversion, I was long right there. And I was long into the prior high. I never actually got all the way to the top, so I didn't get full profitability on that one, but it was still a good trade, and it comes back to the low. I trailed out of it right there. It broke this trend here, and I got out of that trade. So this is the thing about trading. The same principles that you use trading today, MSTR on a trend trade or Mara on a trend trade, I'll apply those to something completely different, like HES, which is just a buyout deal. It's only going to do volume for a couple of days, so you want to take advantage of it when they can. So what else do you guys... you guys can let us know if there's anything else you have questions on. No issues whatsoever. I do see we got a super chat from Nimrod again. You want to get it?
I mean, we can both. I can read it. Yeah, sorry. Nimrod here. Thank you for the $69.90. I am unsure of what currency super chat. Doesn't buying BTC exposure via stocks like Mara, MSTR, and Coin instead of actual BTC undermine its potential? Imagine BTC's price if that money would buy direct. Also escalates stock crypto correlation. Any insights on that? I mean, I think some of that correlation has dropped a little bit, and I think it's hard too because I mean, I have a graphic I made on this for TTV Research. I'll see if I can find a link to this. But really, of the companies that even hold Bitcoin in the crypto space, MSTR makes up more than 75% of all of the publicly held companies holding Bitcoin. Like, it is mostly MicroStrategies. Almost said Microsoft. So if you're not basically getting involved here in MicroStrategy, you're actually going to have much less exposure to Bitcoin itself. So it depends on if you want to play it as a sympathy play or if you're actually looking for that secondhand exposure to Bitcoin. That's my answer, but I know not as much about the space. I just do think it's worth noting that if you actually look at it, like MSTR is more than 10 times the Bitcoin held by Mara, and they're the second largest holder.
Which is significant. And those are shekels. I know because Nimrod sent many super chats, and the first time you did, I checked it up and looked it up because I didn't recognize what those are. It doesn't matter with super chat, no super chat. It's a good question. Leverage cuts both ways. You know, like the fact that we have more leverage gives us more swings and trading opportunities. So I won't be angry over the fact that you're gonna get bigger moves in MSTR and Mara oftentimes when Bitcoin is moving. As a trader, that's fantastic. You want that kind of a thing. And yeah, if all the money that wants to be in said thing is concentrated into one spot in Bitcoin, certainly that could be good. But you've got to look at it from the other standpoint too. Now all of a sudden you have a lot of other vehicles where some people who have a bunch of money to put into the markets are not going to be comfortable actually going to Binance or wherever they might go or going into Coinbase. They're just not necessarily going to be involved directly in Bitcoin. And this gives you an opportunity, whether it's through a miner, whether it's through MSTR, whether it's through the ETS, to get a lot more money and eyeballs to it. So it cuts both directions. I think a lot of times when people tell you that the ETFs and all that decrease volatility, it only seems that way until it's not true. That's not how leverage ever works, man. Like it's kind of like the housing crisis. All those derivatives, it makes you think that things are going to be more stable, but in the long run, it just means the black swans are going to be bigger when they do eventually happen. So just keep that in mind.
Also, sorry, I just want to mention this. We just talked about short reports. The founder of Hindenburg Research has announced that Hindenburg Research is shutting down. So Hindenburg is a huge short seller. They actually started the downward snowball of SMCI. I'm going to see if I can read all of this.
The humanity.
But basically, they said here that they started this since late last year, but they've made the decision to disband Hindenburg. They're planning on winding up after they finish the pipeline of ideas they were working on. So poor SMCI that they didn't announce this 6 months earlier, 8 months earlier, but apparently the last of the Ponzi cases they completed and are sharing with regulators, as they put it, I guess that's how they put their short cases, is today. So, Hindenburg, I don't know, I thought that would be worth mentioning just because of the fact that, we just talked about these short reports, and it's actually worth noting now we have one less shorter.
Go SMCI.
Hunter Brook Research, you got...
Go SMCI.
Is it actually moving?
Oh, a little bit.
Oh my gosh,
Hey,
it is.
1%'s not nothing. The aftermarket, nothing was happening. Bye, Hindenburg.
Wild.
Look, I have nothing. As a trader, there's a lot of things. Like we talk about the market being rigged and this and that. I try to temper, like I'll always try to be real about things. I try to temper my dissatisfaction with the markets or the way that I frame certain types of manipulation or things that aren't fair in the market. And the only reason I do that is because, truth be told, I haven't done anything else. Like the first thing I did out of university was be a trader, and I've been doing it since 2003. So it's really difficult for me to be mad at the system. I can't, because it's given me everything. So I can't hate the markets too much. That being said, in a bull market, these short firms getting out of the way, it creates opportunities when they have their reports for traders, but I think a lot of people will probably be happy in SMCI
if it
can make any bit of a bounce.
Companies too, yeah.
Well, this is the other thing too, and look, I have nothing. We can get into a philosophical discussion about short selling. I believe there is a fundamental difference between short selling as a day trader, which a day trader shorting is a forced buyer at the end of the day. It doesn't have any real effect on the long-term direction of a company. I even think that short selling has its definite place for price discovery. There is a vast difference between that and hedge funds that just simply lean on stocks in many different ways to just destroy them. That's not the same thing as, oh, this stock is overvalued until it pulls back 20% and the PE gets good, I think it's a sell. That's very different from, we're going to take this thing down to zero and we're going to lean on it because there's not enough buyers ever compared to the size of a bankroll that we have. So we'll see what happens. I know, and definitely Kyle Burdett, I'm not saying that they shut down because of a lack of money. They did very well. Like, you've seen how many times you get a report and then, presuming they've got the top, it's been fantastic. Muddy Waters probably banked on that FTAI. So it is what it is. They got to do, they're out there doing their thing as well. You try to limit the amount of hate at the end of the day, right? Like, don't hate the player, hate the game, if that's what you want to do. We only got about 4 minutes to go here. It's like weird. It kind of felt like we had so much time, and then all of a sudden you get to 4:30. There were a couple of things that were moving at the end of the day that I just wanted to recap for everybody before we get into the end.
We also have another not a short report. I'm so tired here. We have another super chat.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Apologies. I was just going to point out. I was just going to point out that Tesla is still kind of pulling back a little bit. And we're saying at the end of the day, and a few viewers pointed this out, that a close above 428 would have been pretty key. Well, it's a little bit under that level, not too far, but I think we have a shot at that 428 as well. Thank you very much, only in Ohio. Appreciate you. We got another super chat from Nimrod, which we should read. Thank you, Nimrod. Whoops, that's the same one from before. That's the new one. The currency is shekels. And many greetings to all my fellow Israelis, to our Palestinian neighbors and Arab cousins in this chat for nearing the end of this tragic war. I think ultimately that's a great sentiment.
That I agree.
One of the best things about this show is it brings together people from all across the world. Doesn't matter what your background is. We all have a passion for the markets, and we understand that we're just all here to grow and help each other get better. There's no better community than that because everyone is in it for the same thing.
We're all together because of that.
Yeah, everyone just wants the next guy to make more money. You want to make money for yourself as a trader, you want the next guy to make more money. That's all it is. Like, I'm not here for anybody to lose money. I'm not here for anybody to, I don't care, like, I mean, if you happen to put pineapple on your pizza, I might not be a big fan of that. Yeah. If you happen not to like the Buffalo Bills, I'll probably talk trash to you, but at the end of the day, it's all love on the show. So thank you very much for that sentiment. May oil stocks keep dropping. That's where I draw the line, Nimrod, because I own CVX in my personal account, so I kind of draw the line right there. Let's just hope they don't drop too far, because I think the opportunity to buy the dip. I've taken it a couple of times on CVX at 141, and it can't seem to go more than 10%. Thankfully, they pay a pretty solid dividend while I'm holding on to it. Bears versus Bulls says, go Chicago Bills. Yeah, I'll take it, even though it's the Buffalo Bills. And with that, I know it's near 4:30, and we keep talking about how great of a community we have, Adara, and how fantastic this community is. And one of the things that we do, if you're new to the program, to shout out to this community and to the Trader TV Live family, is the roll call at the end of the day. And what that is going to be is, in rapid fashion, all the names that get put into the chat. All you have to do is type a message, get read off in rapid fashion by Adara, and all you have to do is hit the like, hit the subscribe, more importantly, because it's a subs-only chat. So don't forget, if you haven't done it, do that right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it with your friends. Give thanks to Fabian on the ones and twos, Thanks to Refrain. Our production crew is fantastic. They make us look and sound better, a lot better than we are. Andre on the social. We have lots of great social content coming out in the next couple of weeks as well. Big shout out to the Midday Boys. You have the Bash Brothers back with Sharif and Joe. Big shout out to my man Sean. To, of course, Obi as well, who's still yelling from the back, giving trading ideas when he's not even on the show. And, of course, a big shout out to you, Adara, for wearing green and making the market go up. And thank you to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. With that, let's get some roll call.
Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls for seriously everything you do. Such a great moderator and really the helm of our amazing community. Thank you again to Nimrod for those super chats and like the really lovely message in that, because I think that's really important to remember.
Yes.
We are all in this together. Shout out to High School Musical 3. Shout out to Neil, Sean, shout out to Sharif, Joe, we have Brendan, we have Obi, Go Sports, as Bears vs. Bulls just said in the chat. We have Fabian, Ramin, and Andre. And also we have a new, this is a great name, Swoldemort with a super chat, $10 super chat Canadian. Thank you very much to Swoldemort. Wife wants to know where to get the eyeshadow, Adara. If it's ODD, just know I want to bet. It's from Morphe. So I do not know, I actually don't know ODD, it is Morphe. And yeah, pretty new too. So shout out to you, to Mr. Fife, Rock O, Joseph Birch Music, Easy Media, Sammy Dalla, Darren Michael, Project HMB, we got Carlo, we have Sister Girl from Another World, Bearded Warrior Trades, Kyle W, Kyle Burdett as well has been here, so shout out to Big Spile, I haven't gotten to say that in a while. Mile High Momo, Oliver Katsaros, Bob S, we have, I'm just going to scroll to the end here because I was a little bit up. We have Miss A, we have Christmas, we have For Profit, we have Nicole, and we have Ali Yu just became a member. So with that, thank you very much to everyone for being here. I really love this community. And check us out, Trader TV Live on X and Instagram. Check us out, TTV Research on X if you're looking for some market insights.
Thank you very much, Adara. Great roll call there. Thank you for that last super chat there. Swoldemort as well. But you know what? Oh, earnings season is back, everybody. Tomorrow morning, we've got Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, TSM also going to be on tap. Those are some big ones. A couple of UNH is another massive one. A couple of small regional banks as well are going to be reporting. And we have it all for you live tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you in the AM.
See ya.